Chapter 2001. Despite Sang's resistance, Xiao Chan carried the other party on his back. Then he called out the demon blood vulture and quickly flew far away. Bai Lishuan and the others were busy fighting the Black Lotus demonic ancestor, who merged with the Thunder Dao. They could not care about anything else. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows showed a grave expression. He controlled the gigantic demon hand, wanting to grab the five-element divine lightning. Uncle Qin flew into a rage out of humiliation. An initial perfection sovereign personage relied on the flying dragon snake to hold him back, which made him extremely anxious. Uncle Qin wanted to quickly deal with this person and go help Bai Lishuan. However, this pale, middle-aged man was extremely crafty. Uncle Qin did not clash head-on with Uncle Qin, only relying on the flying dragon snake to hold him back. When the other party wanted to make a move, Uncle Qin would make a move to harass him. One had to admit that this man and snake worked very well together. They actually managed to hold back a late-stage sovereign personage expert. This could be considered a miracle. However, based on Uncle Qin's appearance, he would not last for long. Uncle Qin would be defeated sooner or later. If he did not flee at that time, only death awaited him. The four focused on executing their magic skills and did not notice Xiao Chan, who was fleeing far away from the divine tree. Xiao Chan got the demon blood vulture to stop only after Xiao Chan was far away. He glanced at Sang, who was behind him. After consuming the thundercloud fruit, Sang's injuries had stabilized. His life was no longer in danger. The two looked into the distance, paying attention to the five-element divine lightning's battlefield. "It's coming." Sang sighed softly. A complicated expression appeared in his eyes, showing his worry. Xiao Chan looked at Sang's expression and seemed to understand something. "You are worried that someone will consume the propping mulberry tree?" The propping mulberry tree's life origin flame was continuously fading. However, as long as no one cared, it could turn into a sapling and grow again. However, if someone targeted it, the propping mulberry tree would not be able to block them in its current state. "It's not a person," Sang said softly. Before Xiao Chan could figure out what was going on, he had not realized what was going on. Suddenly, thousands of scarlet soaring dragons shot out of the ground below the five-element divine lightning. They looked like countless thin snakes, entangling each other and launching themselves at the propping mulberry tree, which was broken in half. The scarlet soaring dragon's aim was very clear. They wanted to use this moment to consume the propping mulberry tree. In the sky, the blood tendrils chased after the life essence of the propping mulberry tree, greedily absorbing it. The sudden appearance of the strange phenomenon came without any warning. Bai Lishuan and the others were startled. Countless blood springs were flying aimlessly at them. In the air, their powerful life auras were like live targets. Damn it! How could this be? Upon seeing the blood-sucking vines that suddenly appeared, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows felt startled and furious, his expression changing dramatically. So. The hundreds of blood-sucking vines merged and formed an incredibly thick blood-sucking vine. It looked like a huge snake biting down. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows felt somewhat frightened. He quickly withdrew Black Lotus Demon Venerate's gigantic hand and smashed the blood-sucking vines flying over. At this moment, everyone was too busy to take care of themselves. The first thing Xiao Chan thought of was to preserve his life. He was not in the mood to fight for the five-element divine lightning. The five-element divine lightning that lost its restraints and shackles started dancing wildly in the world. "Young lord, quickly land on the ground," Uncle Qin shouted when he saw the thousand-odd blood-sucking vines besieging Bai Lishuan. Then he charged over. When the pale, middle-aged man landed on the flying dragon snake, his expression turned slightly unsightly. However, he did not make a move to stop the other party. He looked around and discovered that these blood-sucking vines were truly terrifying. They treated them as food, not wanting to let them leave. Whoosh! 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 The more experienced cultivators all wisely chose to land on the ground at the first instant. They were like live targets in the air, in danger of dying at any moment. In mere moments, three great perfection sovereign personage experts were caught off guard and turned into dried corpses by the blood-sucking vines. Since they were in the air, they simply could not dodge the numerous and endless blood-sucking vines. Whoosh! Before Bai Lishuan could land on the ground, The blood-sucking vines wrapped around his right foot. Then, with a ferocious tug, he tumbled in the air. Immediately, countless blood-sucking vines charged at Bai Lishuan like blood-sucking demons. Die! Bai Lishuan roared. With a wave of his hand, countless snake-shaped lightning bolts shot out. The lightning bolts blasted apart all the blood-sucking vines lunging at him. Kasie! At this moment, Uncle Chin broke the blood-sucking vines under Bai Lishuan's feet. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Bai Lishuan quickly landed. After landing, the blood-sucking vines could not sense their target. Although there were more blood-sucking vines in the surroundings, they were relatively safer. Young master, I'll bring you away. Given Uncle Chin's late-stage sovereign personage strength, he should be able to bring Bai Lishuan out. Bai Lishuan glanced at the five-element divine lightning dancing in the air. Extreme dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes. I'm not leaving. This blood-sucking vines only came to consume the propping mulberry tree. When they finish consuming it, they will naturally leave. At that time it will be time to snatch the five-element divine lightning. Uncle Chin said somewhat worriedly, however, if they do not leave at that time and grow stronger, it will be difficult for this old man to bring you away. I will not feel satisfied if I don't take this gamble. Determination flashed in Bai Lishuan's eyes as he looked at the five-element divine lightning dancing in the sky, filled with desire. In this dangerous situation, some people struggled with their lives, while others still held on to hope, wanting to continue working hard. My purple-striped thunder python. Yu Yuanliang and his companion stood on the purple-marked lightning python, their faces filled with pain. The purple-marked lightning python's enormous body was filled with the pain of losing its life. It was very difficult for Xiao Chan to dodge the attacks of the blood-sucking vines. After the protective barrier broke, thousands of wounds soon appeared on his body. Blood dripped from his body, and his life force was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Due to the purple-patterned boundless lightning, there were fewer blood-sucking vines around the two of them. Hence, the boundless lightning absorbed most of the blood-sucking vine's attention. A pained expression appeared on Yu Yunliang's face. As if he had gone mad, he continuously slashed at the demonic dragon that was wrapped around the purple-patterned thunder python. However, it was to no avail. He could not prevent the purple-patterned thunder python from dying. Brother Yu, let's go. This is the best time to leave. Actually, his companion beside him looked worriedly at the endless blood vines in the surroundings. The blood-sucking vines had always been in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. They were all cultivators' nightmares. Few of the cultivators that fell into the blood-sucking vine's control could leave alive. For tens of thousands of years, almost no one had ever seen its true form. The blood-sucking vines were like demons, growing in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, and turning into such a terrifying existence. Even if a divine vein realm cultivator came, they would find it hard to find the blood-sucking vine's true form and kill it. However, Yu Yuanliang turned a deaf ear to the blood-sucking vines. It was like he could take revenge for the purple-patterned thunder python by doing so. His companion worried about Xiao Chen's safety and could not bear to leave, so he could only stay. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows and the pale, middle-aged man stood together. Cracks appeared on the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's Buddha image behind them. Its might was no longer as strong as before. This was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows trump card. A secret technique that the Black Lotus sect venerate had passed to him when he was still alive. Now, only the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows and the Black Lotus Church venerate knew it. However, this blood-sucking vines, which the mysterious man had thought was in the bag, suddenly appeared and spoiled his plans. In terms of dissatisfaction, how could Bai Lishuan compare to the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows? Damn it! The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows felt extreme hatred in his heart. However, he felt somewhat helpless. He was already at the end of his rope and did not have any trump cards left. Mr. Gong, let's go. The pale, middle-aged man at the side sighed softly and said, when the time comes, the world will help us. When the time comes, the hero will not be free. This is all fate. Fate? You are talking to me about fate? I will never believe in fate. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows seemed to recall some unbearable past. He glared at the pale, middle-aged man with a ferocious expression. A crazed look appeared in his eyes, not willing to give up. This glare startled the pale, middle-aged man. He took a few steps back and did not say anything more. Fortunately, the flying dragon snake was much stronger than the purple-patterned lightning python. Even if the two did not leave, they would not face any problems for now. Far away, Sang watched the blood-sucking vines slowly approach the broken propping mulberry tree from the demon blood vulture. He frowned heavily. Lightning-attributed flames still lingered around the propping mulberry tree. Furthermore, the horrifying energy pouring down endlessly from the sky slightly hindered the propping mulberry tree's advance. On the demon blood vulture that looked like a scarlet flame phoenix, the white-clad Xiao Chan stood in the wind. His clothes and long hair fluttered as he looked into the distance. Then he said, "I understood a principle long ago. Indecisiveness leads to chaos. If you can let it go, then turn around and don't look back. If you cannot, then don't stand here." "What do you mean?" Sang demanded somewhat angrily as he turned his head to look at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan retorted indifferently, "You don't understand? In that case, I'll be more direct. Either you charge over and fight a big battle with the blood-sucking vines or you scram. Don't stand here with an unresigned expression. You pretend to be relaxed and say that you can let it go. However, at the last moment you still sacrifice yourself to block the 5-element divine lightning. What's the point of that? You think you are very noble? I feel that you are just trash without a mind of your own. You are indecisive, weak, and incompetent. Either you leave without any reluctance and come back another day to kill this blood-sucking vines. Or you die. Charge over now. No matter what the result is, you will not have any regrets, dying without regrets." Sang felt stunned when he heard that. Then he looked at Xiao Chan and tightly clenched his fists. He said sullenly, "What do you know? You know nothing. You have no idea how horrifying these blood-sucking vines are. It's useless. No matter how hard you work, it is useless. Today the propping mulberry tree will die." Xiao Chan retorted softly, "Who said that it is useless? If we can gather the 5-element divine lightning in the sky again, we will definitely be able to push back these blood-sucking vines." Sang looked at Xiao Chan in shock. "You can do it? If I don't work hard, who knows what the result will be? Even if I can't do it, so what? At the very least, I will do my best and not have any regrets." Chapter 2002. Xiao Chan had always been swift and decisive when doing things. He was not long-winded when it came to killing. If Xiao Chan wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. If Xiao Chan wanted to retreat, he would retreat, not dragging his feet. However, he could not be blamed. Although he carried many of the propping mulberry tree's memories, he was only 10 years old. However, he was only 10 years old after all. He could not compare to Xiao Chan in terms of worldly wisdom and experience. "Silly bird, it's up to you." Xiao Chan sat down and patted the demon blood vulture's head. The demon blood vulture let out a proud cry. Then it turned into a beam of scarlet light and tore through the sky, leaving a long flame trail behind as it charged back with overwhelming demonic flames. Sang felt somewhat stupefied. "We were charging back just like that? Should we make a plan and come up with some countermeasures?" A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he shook his head and said, "There is no time. Go to the propping mulberry tree, and do your best to help it undergo a nirvanic rebirth and protect its inheritance. I'll buy you time. You don't have to worry about anything. The only thing you need to do is trust me." "All right." Sang nodded heavily. At this moment, he was influenced by Xiao Chan as well, no longer hesitating. Whoosh! The demon blood vulture's berserk speed generated intense sonic booms, causing space to tremble slightly. The ear-piercing sonic boom was no less than a clap of thunder. Compared to the silence when they left, it was much better. When Xiao Chan returned, he had no intention of hiding himself. What he needed was speed and time. By Li Xuan, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, Old Devil Chan, Yu Yuanliang, and the others who were fighting among the blood-sucking vines, immediately noticed the scarlet beam of light in the sky. Closely following that, a piercing thunderous sonic boom resounded in everyone's ears. It was deafening. Everyone's hearts trembled, their internal organs churned, and their blood vessels swelled. "Demon blood vulture!" Bai Lishuan was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. The demon blood vulture appeared. What's going on? Could it be? A terrifying thought appeared in everyone's mind. The pale, middle-aged man on the flying dragon snake, sensed intense emotional fluctuations from the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows beside him. Under the cloak, Xiao Chan stared at the demon blood vulture. His emotions were brewing like a volcano, waiting for a certain result before erupting. That can't be possible. That can't be possible. I personally saw the tribulation lightning blast him until not even his corpse remained. It might be that the demon blood vulture flew back on its own and became a masterless demonic pet. The man shrouded in bloody shadows comforted himself. However, as if to deal a blow to Xiao Chen's confidence, a familiar white figure leaped off the demon blood vulture. Fluttering long hair, handsome face, delicate facial features, calm temperament, hidden sharpness between the eyebrows. Who else could it be but Xiao Chen? I don't believe it. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows roared furiously. His suppressed emotions immediately erupted. First, the five-element divine lightning which Xiao Chan was about to obtain, was interrupted by the five-element divine lightning. Then his great enemy, who he thought was already dead, suddenly appeared. The successive blows were truly unacceptable to him. Xiao Chan, you will die today even if you don't. The man shrouded in bloody shadows erupted with emotions. He ignored everything and soared into the air, charging at the descending Xiao Chan. Such an action startled everyone. To think that Xiao Chan dared to take the initiative to jump out while the blood-sucking vines were attacking. Was this man shrouded in bloody shadows crazy? Mr. Gong! The pale middle-aged man exclaimed. After hesitating for a moment, he did not follow in the end, not wanting to die yet. Xiao Chan, I'm already inside the divine tree. The main body of this blood-sucking vines is moving deep underground. It will appear soon. At that time, these lightning-attributed flames will not be able to stop its main body. Be careful. Sang's voice projection rang out by Xiao Chen's ear. Then Xiao Chen replied, it's fine. Just do your best. Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chan sent the voice projection, a figure charged over. It was that mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows charging over. Xiao Chen's heart sank, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. No wonder I found this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows strange. The way he looked at me was also off. It turned out that this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows was really someone from the Black Lotus Church. He could even summon the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. It looks like he has a deep relationship with the Black Lotus Church. Firmament's rage. Without any intention of dodging, Xiao Chan snorted coldly and threw a palm strike. He instantly executed Firmament's rage. Xiao Chan raised his hand slightly, and the entire sky trembled. Ripples appeared in space. The incredibly berserk speed of the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows instantly slowed significantly under the influence of these ripples. The other party's figure immediately slowed to a crawl in Xiao Chen's eyes. Get down! Xiao Chan spread open his palm and lightning flickered. Saber chi surged out as he smashed the other party down with a palm strike. How can this be? Bai Lishuan revealed a look of shock. He had not expected the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, who gave everyone a huge headache earlier. To think that this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows could not even last one move against Xiao Chen, getting smashed down with a palm strike. Firmament's rage. This is a dragon race secret technique. For thousands of years, aside from the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, no one has succeeded in practicing it. Yu Yuanliang exclaimed, shock flashing in his eyes. Uncle Qin, who was protecting Bai Lishuan, also felt startled. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Young master, this person is not simple. He is somewhat terrifying, Uncle Qin said to himself. Pussy. However, before the crowd could sigh, they saw countless blood-sucking vines instantly pierce through the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that Xiao Chan smashed down. The cloak that the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows exploded with a bang. However, the scene that the crowd imagined did not happen. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows charged at Xiao Chan at an even faster speed. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. What's going on? He is a pure soul. Could he be a will clone of a certain lord? Some strong soul cultivators could condense their will of soul into a will clone, reaching the level of a cultivator. However, This mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows seemed somewhat special. The might of his will of soul was not as strong as one imagined. Xiao-Chun, if we were somewhere else I might fear you. However, you will not be able to escape death today. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows laughed maniacally as he charged at Xiao-Chun. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows was right. This place was filled with blood-sucking vines. Xiao-Chun, who was in the air, had to continuously change his position to avoid being attacked by the blood-sucking vines. However, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows was a soul body and did not have a physical body. Hence he did not have to worry about this. Xiao-Chun's heart sank. He thought of taking out the Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant and directly subduing this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. However, there were too many people here, so Xiao-Chun eventually gave up on that thought. However, this did not mean that he did not have a way to deal with this person. Sun and moon shining together. Xiao-Chun shouted, and his soul energy mysterious phenomenon appeared. A bright moon and a blazing sun rose into the air behind him at the same time. A strong holy venerate will immediately spread out around Xiao-Chun, exerting an unparalleled pressure on a soul body like the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Back off. Xiao-Chun showed might without getting angry. He shouted coldly and used the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon to infuse his soul energy into the dragon blood soul-breaking finger. Xiao-Chun pointed. Pussy-eye. A scarlet beam of light instantly pierced through the mysterious man's head. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows immediately felt like his head was about to explode. As a pure soul body, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Like a broken kite, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows wobbled and fell. Cracks appeared on the surface of his body. After knocking back this person, Xiao-Chun's gaze landed on the five-element divine lightning dancing in the air. That was Xiao-Chun's goal. What is he trying to do? Seeing Xiao-Chun force back the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, he suddenly stopped flickering and stood still. This stunned by Li Xuan and the others. Is he seeking death? If Xiao-Chun stopped in the air, the blood-sucking vines would suck him dry in the next moment. Divine Dragon War Body. Xiao-Chun roared and all the bones in his body swelled up. His entire body turned into a small giant. Xiao-Chun's body exuded a strong dragon might, a pressing deterrent. Dang! 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 The Divine Dragon War Body blocked all the blood-sucking vines shooting at Xiao-Chun. Xiao-Chun's vital chi surged, and he shook ferociously. Crisp cracking sounds rang out. These blood-sucking vines all shattered. Xiao-Chun, it's going to appear soon. The blood-sucking vine's main body is about to appear. Sang's somewhat anxious voice rang out in Xiao-Chun's ears. Clearly, he had never experienced such a situation before, so he felt somewhat nervous. He feared that something would happen to Xiao-Chun. He feared that he would not be able to complete the propping mulberry tree's rebirth in time. He feared that. He worried too much and could not help feeling anxious. Don't panic. Xiao-Chun replied calmly, calming Sang's emotions. Xiao-Chun sighed in his heart. Can he succeed? He did not know either. However, since he made his choice, he had to do his best and bet on his Thunder Dao Xiao-Chun. He is trying to subdue the five-element divine lightning. Bai Lishuan suddenly startled awake. He shouted, Quick! 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 Uncle Qin, don't let him succeed. Kill him. You are seeking death. Uncle Qin was enraged. To think that Xiao-Chun dared to snatch the five-element divine lightning from under his nose. Truly reckless. Boom! However, before Uncle Qin, who had just soared into the air, could react, he saw the ground explode. A terrifying evil aura soared up from the ground. When Uncle Qin looked down, he saw the tip of the iceberg of the blood-sucking vine's main body in the crack. Uncle Qin immediately shrank back in fright. Then he carried Bai Lishuan and rushed back, ignoring everything else. Boom! 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 It was like the end of the world. The surging evil aura instantly turned the sky pitch black. The sky suddenly turned dark. Aside from the 5 bolts of divine lightning, which still gave off a weak electric light, the surroundings were pitch black. The blood-sucking vine's main body is about to appear. Yu Yuanliang and the others' hearts filled with horror. Without even thinking, they turned around and ran. They ran as fast as they could. Dao! While Bai Lishuan and the others panicked, A soft shout suddenly rang out in their ears. This voice was not loud. It was simple and clear, containing only the word Tao. The moment this voice rang out, everyone felt calm in their hearts. Their panicked emotions instantly calmed down. Whose voice was that? Whose Tao was it? By Li Xuan, Chen Yun, Yu Yuanliang, and the others could not help turning their heads to look. They saw a white-clad person in the air. This person had a calm expression, and the Tao disc behind him gave off a warm light. Under the suppression of the evil might, that light could not be considered resplendent, much less dazzling. However, only one person dared to stand before the blood-sucking vine's main body in this dark place. This person proudly and stubbornly unleashed his Tao might. In terms of Tao might and technique, he was not even comparable to them. However, the purity of his thunder Tao surpassed everyone here. Everyone forgot their fear as they stared at the white-clad bladesman in the air in a daze. Whose voice was that? Whose Tao? Who stirred the hearts of the people in the night sky? The Heaven Dragon Palace's white-robed Xiao Chen. Chapter 2003. Tao! Xiao Chen shouted amid the evil aura filling the air, bringing out his thunder great Tao. The evil aura covered the sky, and night descended. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen's usage of the thunder Tao was not as good as by Li Xuan's, Yu Yuanliang's, and the others. Be it Yu Yuanliang's thunder Tao might and great Tao energy to form the thunder fire war god, or by Li Xuan's great Tao energy to form the divine beast white marsh beast, the thunder fire war god. Xiao Chen had not grasped such a technique. He was more familiar with the saber Tao. However, he had a pure heart for the thunder Tao. His character was compatible with the thunder Tao, something that these people could not compare to. When the blood-sucking vine's main body appeared, everyone felt fear and panic. However, they could not find comfort in the thunder Tao. However, they forgot that the blood-sucking vine should fear the lightning. The rage of lightning was the rage of the heavenly Tao. It could not retreat. It could not retreat. Under the vast evil aura, Xiao Chen endured the immense pressure and brought out his Tao might. In the night sky, the thunder Tao light on his body instantly attracted the five-element divine thunder under the night sky. Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that he had some connection to the five-element divine lightning. The blood-sucking vine's main body was about to appear. Success or failure depended on this. Xiao Chen roared and unleashed his thunder Tao's Tao might with an even more terrifying might. He looked like a bright moon rising in the night sky. It was like he wanted to rely on his own strength to illuminate the entire night sky and disperse all the evil aura from the blood-sucking vines. What is he trying to do? Is he going to continue subduing and refining the five-element divine lightning? By Li Xuan and the others stopped. They felt somewhat stunned as they thought, isn't this a little too much? If we are not careful, we might lose our lives. If we die, what is the point of obtaining the five-element divine lightning? As Thunder Tao cultivators, they dared to take the risk of subduing the five-element divine lightning, as long as there was a chance of survival. However, given the current situation, there was clearly no chance of survival at all. Regardless of whether they could absorb the divine lightning into their bodies or not, only death awaited them before the blood-sucking vine's main body. This fellow is crazy, Yu Yuanliang exclaimed in shock. Whoosh! So. Under the influence of Xiao Chen's Thunder Tao, the seventh metal, green wood, Gui water, third fire, and earth-filled divine thunder emitted a faint light in the night sky at the same time and rushed into Xiao Chen's body. As the distance between them shortened, the divine lightning became brighter and brighter. Rumble! However, the ground trembled intensely. The evil aura in the sky grew denser. Bai Lishuan and the others could already smell the scent of the blood-sucking vine's main body. Fear struck him once more. Without thinking, he quickly retreated. However, he still turned his head and looked at Xiao Chen, even though he knew that Xiao Chen would not be able to escape death. However, for some reason, perhaps because they were all Thunder Tao cultivators, Bai Lishuan and the others felt some anticipation in their hearts. They hoped for a miracle to happen again. They hoped that Xiao Chen would be able to survive the blood-sucking vine's main body, just like how everyone thought that the tribulation lightning shock waves had killed him at first. No. To think that he did not draw the divine lightning into his body. What is he doing? Even though fear spread in everyone's hearts, when Yu Yuanliang and the others saw Xiao Chen's actions, they could not help stopping and exclaiming in shock. He is. Bai Lishuan thought of something and confusion flashed in his eyes. He simply could not understand. 5 elements as one. Divine lightning gather. Xiaochun shouted. Using his Tao might as a guide, he continuously drained his great Tao energy and veritable essence energy, trying to gather the 5-element divine lightning again. Under the illumination of the electric light, one could already see a terrifying ball-shaped monster covered in tentacles charging towards the ground at a horrifying speed. A terrifying ball-shaped monster covered in tentacles charged towards the ground at a horrifying speed. Sweat covered Xiaochun's forehead, and he showed an extremely nervous expression. However, his eyes remained incredibly calm, not showing any panic. Success! With a shout, space around Xiaochun flipped. The night sky twisted under the power of the 5-element divine lightning. After the propping mulberry tree's resistance, the might of the 5-element divine lightning was no longer the same as it was in the beginning. Even so, the might of the 5-element divine lightning that Xiaochun gathered was still shockingly strong. Before Xiaochun could control its might, he roared. Dragon roars rang out everywhere as he tossed the 5-element divine lightning into the deep abyss like a lightning tribulation. At this moment, the 5-element divine lightning's light was as dazzling as the sun. Everyone also saw this horrifying scene. Countless black blood-sucking vines burning with scarlet flames charged at Xiaochun. If Xiaochun had been any slower, he would have been instantly swallowed up by these blood-sucking vines, dying without leaving anything behind. Fortunately, the 5 elements divine lightning was successfully condensed and fell. Before the blood-sucking vines touched the 5-element divine lightning, the countless tentacles were so frightened that they retracted even faster. However, the divine lightning had already locked onto its target. How could it scatter so easily? Boom! Before the shocked gazes of Bai Lixuan and the others, a loud sound rang out. In the next moment, the upside-down space returned to normal, and the night sky vanished. The 5-element divine lightning that exploded underground completely shattered the ground. Boom! 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 The ground cracked and turned into countless huge rocks soaring into the air. Bai Lixuan and the others who stood on the rocks were caught off guard and nearly fell. After the shock, they quickly stabilized themselves and soared into the air with the rocks. Thousands of huge rocks floated in the air. More rocks continued to fall from below. Whoosh! Before everyone could react, a dazzling fiery light attracted everyone's attention. A holy and solemn flame burned where the propping mulberry tree originally stood. The nirvana flame soared into the clouds. Sang held a sapling in the flame. He revealed joy on his face. The nirvana flame succeeded. Xiaochun succeeded. You are right. As long as I make up my mind and do my best, I will not have any regrets. Xiaochun. Xiaochun. However, even after Sang sent a voice projection several times, he did not hear a response from Xiaochun for a long time. His expression changed drastically. Sang quickly passed through the flame and leaped around the countless floating rocks. Soon he arrived at a rock that was still rising. Then he frowned. Xiaochun lay weakly on the rock, his complexion pale. Clearly, he had overdrawn on his life force. Whoosh! 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 Sang quickly walked over and checked on Xiaochun's condition. Only then did his expression ease up slightly. Xiaochun's life was not in danger. However, he overdrew and needed to recuperate properly. Sang infused a strand of veritable essence energy into him. Xiaochun slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, his vision was blurry and fluctuating. He blinked hard before his vision became clear. After struggling to his feet, Xiaochun looked at a young sapling in a patch of yellow soil that looked incredibly delicate. Sang smiled at him and said, Xiaochun, you succeeded. Xiaochun looked around and asked, Where's the blood-sucking vines? Sang replied softly, Don't worry. The blood-sucking vines are different from the propping mulberry tree. They are evil creatures. When struck by the 5-element divine lightning, they will definitely be severely injured. If it were the initial 5-element divine lightning, it would have been able to destroy them on the spot. Now they are like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring and need to find a place to hide. Whoosh! Suddenly, among the countless boulders floating in the air, 5 extremely weak rays of light appeared. Although the lights were weak, the Thunder Dao cultivators present all showed grave expressions. Their comprehension of the thunder Tao allowed them to sense that this was the five-element divine lightning. However, it was already extremely weak, looking like it would vanish at any moment. Young master, do you need me to help you collect this five-element divine lightning? I feel that the white-robed bladesman is already very weak. The youth beside him is not in much danger either. The youth beside Bai Lishuan is not in much danger, Uncle Qin, who was beside Bai Lishuan, said as he looked at the five-element divine lightning flying around. Bai Lishuan sighed softly. There's no need. They already recognized a master. Just let them be. Compared to humans, who are the most intelligent of all creatures, they are much purer. Bai Lishuan felt somewhat dispirited. This time, he discovered that he had already become infatuated with the usage and techniques of the Thunder Tao. However, his pure heart for the Thunder Tao had already become extremely utilitarian at some point in time. Xiao Chun had forgotten his original heart, becoming increasingly familiar with his techniques. He could even materialize ancestral holy beasts with the Thunder Tao. However, he had unknowingly deviated from his Tao, drifting further and further away. Fortunately, Xiao Chun was still young. Now that he came to his senses, he actually gained more than obtaining the five-element divine lightning. Uncle Qin, bring me away. Yes. The other White Marsh Beast Empire experts looked at the five-element divine lightning flying around like it was searching for something. They shook their heads and eventually sighed, leaving somewhat dejectedly. Where's Mr. Gong? On a rock, the pale, middle-aged man looked around somewhat anxiously. However, he did not see the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. He did not even sense the other party's aura. The other party had yet to fulfill his promise to the pale, middle-aged man. Where is the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows? Is he dead? Of course he is not dead. Xiao Chen's firmament's rage was not strong enough to kill him. The pale middle-aged man fainted. When he woke up again, he discovered that his surroundings were dark, gloomy and cold. Whoosh! Whoosh! 5 unremarkable beams of light flew over his head. As he watched the beams of light fly increasingly higher, he suddenly startled awake. Those were the five-element divine lightning. However, after the mysterious man woke up and tried to give chase, he discovered that it was already too late. It was already extremely difficult for the mysterious man to soar into the air. He could not catch up at all. Damn it! The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows could not help feeling vexed. At the same time, he knew where he was. This was the deepest part of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows walked around aimlessly for some time. Blood-sucking vines. A startled cry startled the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. He saw the terrifying blood-sucking vine's main body in a huge pit. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows took a few steps back in horror and fell to the ground. However, something strange happened. Not only did the blood-sucking vine's main body not attack the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, but it was even more shocked than the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, who only had a soul body remaining, cultivated the Thunder Tao. His soul body could be called a Thunder Tao soul body. How could the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows not be afraid of the blood-sucking vines that were severely injured by the five-element divine lightning? This blood-sucking vine's soul is weakened, and the blood-sucking vines are all gone. Could it be that the five-element divine lightning condensed and injured it? Since I did not obtain the five-element divine lightning and cannot help me reconstruct my physical body, perhaps this is the solution. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows suddenly had an idea. As he looked at the blood-sucking vine's main body hiding deeper, a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 2004. They could travel the world or head to the Empire's army to seek a future. However, there were many of them. Their value far surpassed that of the thundercloud fruit. Sang showed a somewhat relaxed expression as he looked at the propping mulberry tree sapling in his palm. He had no parents. However, no matter what, the propping mulberry tree gave birth to him. Furthermore, Xiao Chan used the five-element divine lightning to drive the final form of Firmament's rage. Smite would multiply. With a thought, the monstrous rage dissipated above the 9 heavens and froze in the palm. To think that Xiao Chen directly collected it in his palm. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth already formed the basic attributes of a small world. Whoosh! Wind held behind. The five-element divine lightning was truly wondrous. To Xiao Chun, this outcome was something he could accept. Right now, what Xiao Chun needed to do was not just subdue the five-element divine lightning, but to infuse it into his palm and use it to cultivate the third layer of firmament's rage. Sang shook his head and said, I don't know either. I just want to find a place to continue pursuing the martial Tao and take care of the little mulberry tree while I'm at it. Sang, who had heard the commotion, rushed over and asked after arriving beside Xiao Chun. The divine universe steel was filled with spiritual energy, and no one disturbed it. It was the best place for the propping mulberry tree sapling to grow. Sang denied. That should not be the case. It is already a miracle among miracles that a piece of the divine universe steel remained until now. I don't think there will be another divine tool made of divine universe stone that has survived until now. You don't know how terrifying the calamity brought by the epic's destruction was. Celestial decay, order collapsing. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. The might of the five-element divine lightning is still too weak. If it were 1% of its original state, what flew out would be dust and not rubble. Right now, Xiao Chun's palm was a small world of lightning. It contained a boundless expanse. Under Sang's guidance, Xiao Chun found a treasure land with an extremely dense lightning-attributed energy in the nearby thundercloud ancient marsh. This stunned Xiao Chun, somewhat at a loss for what to do. Then he entered closed-door cultivation. Xiao Chun was very satisfied with this new attack method of the Thunder Tao. He casually withdrew the five-element divine lightning back into his palm. Sang smiled and said, I know where most of the mutated fruits in the thundercloud ancient marsh are. I've retrieved those that you can refine for you. Take the rest. The beasts guarding them are too terrifying. You won't be able to refine them for now. It was unknown how much stronger this attack was compared to his previous attacks. With a raise of his hand, the heavens trembled, and a dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. However, he had already used the concept of space in another way. 20 days had passed since Xiao Chun left the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Chun infused a strand of his will of soul into the spear. In an instant, the five-element divine lightning condensed into a spear. Xiao Chun said, I estimate that in 3 months, the five-element divine lightning will recover to its original state, 1% of its might. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that he had asked a useless question. Xiao Chun's eyes glowed with vigor. He felt somewhat excited even though he had not comprehended the state of space yet. As for the future, he would make plans after the propping mulberry tree's vitality stabilized. Go! Rumble! Sang smiled faintly and said, These natural treasures are rather pure. It looks like they have set their sights on you. Congratulations. Then they slowly merged in Xiao Chun's palm. However, their auras were weak. The might of the lightning was far from what it was initially. Xiao Chun soared into the air and made a grabbing motion. Something strange happened. The huge rock, which was as large as a mountain, turned into a mountain. After the competition between the 7 outer palaces, some people would go to Ancestor Dragon City, and the unlucky ones would stay behind to continue working hard. Some people would leave the Heaven Dragon Palace due to their limited talent. As great Tao energy infused into Xiao Chun's palm, the five-element divine lightning glowed with resplendent light, looking like a divine weapon. Xiao Chun was truly surprised. He had already given up on obtaining the five-element divine lightning. With the help of the five-element divine lightning, Xiao Chun finally succeeded in cultivating the third layer of firmament's rage. The rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon turned solid and spread in the world. Xiao Chun sighed. His saber Tao was still stuck at great perfection. However, his thunder Tao was about to surpass great perfection. Firmament's rage. Sang had already decided to reside in the Divine Universe Steel for now, and head to the Divine Dragon Empire with Xiao Chun. A grave and tense atmosphere spread in the air. Xiao Chun's control over rage had already reached the level of rage but not imposing, might but not showing. He could control it as he pleased. You know about the Divine Universe Steel as well? Xiao Chun clenched his fist, and the lightning and saber chi instantly shattered the huge rock in it. For example, he could infuse his Thunder Great Tao energy into the five-element Divine Lightning, using the five-element Divine Lightning as a vessel to attack. As he refined the rock, Xiao Chun vaguely felt like his Thunder Dao was about to make another breakthrough. How is it? Sang's eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Chun take out a steel. He exclaimed in some shock. The Divine Universe steel. Dust swelled up, looking like a majestic mushroom cloud rising from the ground. Xiao Chun's face lit up in joy. Where did you find it? As Sang continuously infused his great Dao energy into it, thunderclouds spread out in the sky. Terrifying mysterious phenomena of lightning continuously appeared. The 5-element divine lightning was incredibly weak. If Xiao Chun did not merge it in time, it would be hard to succeed. Sang smiled mysteriously and took out several lightning-attributed fruits. They were only slightly weaker than the thundercloud fruit that he obtained earlier. As Sang looked at the Divine Universe steel, he marveled at this ancient item. The propping mulberry tree had successfully undergone nirvanic rebirth. Now only a sapling remained. However, it had already been drained twice. It would be difficult for it to regain such horrifying might in the future. Just as Xiao Chun felt somewhat bored, 5 strands of weak light of different colors suddenly came from the surroundings. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up as he exclaimed softly, 5-element divine lightning. Xiao Chun slowly opened his eyes and looked around. The surroundings were filled with rocks and deep pits. That strike from the 5-element divine lightning completely destroyed this desolate plain. Days passed one after another. Xiao Chun wanted to test the might of the 3rd layer, Firmament's Rage. No matter how nonchalant he appeared, this trace of worry was something that he could not truly forget. Given Sang's understanding of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, it would be easy for him to find these fruits. I'll call you the Thunder Monarch Spear then. Although Xiao Chun was interested in the laws of the universe's origin, he did not want to discuss it too much at this moment. Only after a long time did it vanish completely. At the same time, Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Without even thinking, he quickly circulated Firmament's Rage's 3rd layer. Resplendent and dazzling electric light suddenly exploded. In the next moment, boundless dust turned into powder and soared into the air. Everyone knew that this was the last time everyone gathered. Naturally, their destination was the competition between the 7 outer palaces. After the 5-element divine lightning successfully formed, it was boundlessly strong. At this moment, the Heaven-class core disciples gathered at the profound dragon platform in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The 3 palace masters appeared at the same time in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The conversation took a long time. After 2 days, Xiao Chun opened his eyes again. Aside from Firmament's Rage, the 5-element divine lightning had other uses. Xiao Chun rested for a while on the huge rock floating in the air, recovering some of his physical strength and veritable essence energy. The 5-element divine lightning would not be able to cause trouble for the next 1,000 years. The 3 palace masters who rarely showed themselves also showed up at this rare moment. They shot out countless bolts of lightning, bearing fangs and brandishing claws, spreading in the surroundings. With a thought, Xiao Chun continuously infused his Thunder Great Dao energy into the 5-element divine lightning. Xiao Chun put away these mutated fruits, and a light flashed in his eyes. He said seriously, "This is enough. These 10,000-year-old mutated fruits are sufficient for me to quickly cultivate the 5-element divine lightning." Whoosh! Xiao Chun stood up and looked around. Then he fixed his gaze on a huge rock that was as large as a mountain peak. This opportunity could not be missed. It would not come again. Xiao Chun asked softly as he looked at Sang. Even if Sang could leave the propping mulberry tree and survive independently, it would still be hard to avoid some worries. A strong wind blew, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Xiao Chun nodded and opened his palm. A complete strand of the 5-element divine lightning appeared, flickering with 5-colored electric light, looking exceptionally pretty. The 3rd layer of Firmament's Rage completely brought out the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. It won't take that long. When he opened his hand again, countless shattered rocks shot out from his palm in all directions. Naturally, I do. In the propping mulberry tree's memories, several powerhouses refined the divine universe steel during the Great Desolate Aeon. According to rumor, when the primal chaos broke, many strange divine items were born, including a Cosmos Divine Stone. Later, due to intense competition, the Cosmos Divine Steel exploded into the Divine Universe Steel and the Divine Aeon Steel. The divine universe steel remained intact. The divine Aeon steel seems to have shattered into many pieces. It could surpass great perfection at any time and reach peak consummation today. Are you saying that there is something like the divine universe steel in this world? Xiao Chun asked in some shock. It looked like Sang knew more than the blood-soaked emperor did. Who could have imagined that the five-element divine lightning that scattered again would take the initiative to come back? Sang casually tossed the spear, and it landed on a pile of rubble at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. The five-element divine lightning experienced the shattering of the great desolate continent, experienced countless epochs, and even reappeared in the martial epoch. Success! By preserving the seedling, there was hope of passing it down. After Xiao Chen's hard work, he regained the five-element divine lightning after losing it. It was not like he gained nothing. As for the blood-sucking vines, there was no need to care about them for now. This was already an extremely optimistic view. For the five-element divine lightning to recover to its original state and regain 1% of its might was already extremely terrifying. Where do you intend to go next? Xiao Chun recovered his wits and quickly executed Firmament's Rage, gathering the 5 beams of light into his palm. As Xiao Chun spoke in a soft voice with Sang, he entered deep thought as he looked at the endless boulders in the surroundings. However, this was no longer a problem for Xiao Chun to consider. Right now, he did not know where the five-element divine lightning was. It was hard to say whether it had been drained or not. Sang did not remain idle either. He borrowed Xiao Chen's divine universe steel and collected all sorts of natural treasures in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, "Come with me to the Divine Dragon Empire. If you do not want to be disturbed, you can come here." When the five-element divine lightning grew close to 2 meters with the help of the lightning-attributed energy, Xiao Chun stopped. After thinking for a while, he condensed the somewhat blurry five-element divine lightning into a spear flickering with lightning. Chapter 2005. At the Profound Dragon platform in the Heaven Dragon Palace. All the Heaven-class core disciples in the palace were present, a total of 31 people. Standing at the very front were Li Luo, Lu Feng, Bai Yunfeng, and Xiao Jinyu. These 4 had accompanied Xiao Chun to the gathering of the 3 outer palaces. In the last month, they had been heavily nurtured and placed high hopes on them. However, the many Heaven Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples soon discovered something strange. Xiao Chun did not appear. The famous white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun, whom the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples regarded as their spiritual leader, did not appear here. These disciples immediately showed somewhat unnatural expressions. "Where's junior brother Xiao Chun? Why do I not see him?" "That's right. This is strange. We are about to depart. Why do I not see him? Could it be that he gave up on this opportunity? In that case, we are in trouble. Without him, there is no leader at all." The Heaven-class core disciples of each of the 7 outer palaces would have their own spiritual leader. The existence of a leader was not just to boost morale. In the actual test, a leader could truly help them. The elders of the various outer palaces would instruct the strongest to take care of the senior brothers and junior brothers behind them. Otherwise, why would the sect give them so many resources? Xiao Jinyu's expression turned somewhat grave. He looked at Li Luo, who was beside him, and whispered, "Senior Sister Li, have you seen Xiao Chun recently?" "No. I went to look for him 3 days ago. He was not in Cold Moon Cave. I heard from Master that he went out for experiential training." "Ah, then why is he not back yet? There are only 10 days left. We are about to depart. Why has he not appeared yet?" The others found this strange. At the same time, they felt somewhat worried. Could something have happened to Xiao Chun? Quiet. On the summit of the Heaven Dragon Palace, First Palace Mastery Xian gestured for silence, and the noisy discussions stopped. The First Palace Master sighed to himself. Up until now, there had been no news of Xiao Chun. He wondered what he had encountered in the fight for the 5-element divine lightning. Fortunately, the life tablet he left in the Heaven Dragon Hall was not broken, and the Heaven Dragon talisman he gave him was useless. This meant that Xiao Chun was not in danger. Since he had not returned for so long, the 5-element divine lightning must have truly appeared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wasted so much time. However, looking at the state of these disciples, their morale had been greatly affected due to Xiao Chen's absence. Although such a scene was within his expectations, the first palace master was still somewhat worried. The first palace master had to say something. After a pause he said, "I know what you are thinking. First of all, I can tell you that Xiao Chen is fine. However, I can't be sure if he can make it back in time. However, the competition between the 7 palaces is ultimately your own affair. It has little to do with the existence of others. By Yunfeng Lu Feng, your disciple is here." The two of them stepped forward and cupped their fists in response. "Since Xiao Chen isn't here, the two of you will take up the responsibility of taking care of your fellow disciples. Can you do it?" Bai Yunfeng and Lu Feng said in unison with grave expressions, "We will do our best." "All right. I won't say anything unnecessary. I am not sure about the rules of this competition between the 7 palaces. I will only know after entering the imperial capital's Divine Dragon City. No matter what, I hope that you will not feel too much pressure. Even if you cannot enter Ancestor Dragon City, you still have many other options. Heaven Dragon City will always welcome you to stay," the first palace master said sincerely. The first palace master asked sincerely. He clearly understood what Ancestor Dragon City meant to these mixed-blood dragon cultivators. As long as they entered Ancestor Dragon City, their descendants could remain in Ancestor Dragon City. His own status within the empire would also be greatly enhanced. The Heaven Dragon Palace also needed sufficient disciples to enter Ancestor Dragon City. That was the dragon race's ancestral temple, the core of the dragon race's authority. The more disciples of the Heaven Dragon bloodline there, the more benefits the mixed-blood dragon cultivators in the empire would obtain. Conversely, their originally low status would be further exploited. From a certain perspective, the dragon race cultivators could not defy the will of Ancestor Dragon City. Depart. A 4-star hovering warship with the symbol of the Heaven Dragon Palace appeared. Everyone entered the warship one after another. The first palace master said softly, "The two of you stay here. I will personally lead the team this time." The third palace master said, "Big brother, don't feel any pressure. Sending Xiao Chen to search for the 5-element divine lightning is for his own good. He has not returned yet. Clearly, he made a major discovery. Even if he improves this time, he can enter Ancestor Dragon City next year. No one can stop him from rising up in the dragon race." Second palace master Juyang sighed. "Third brother, Big brother is not worried about Xiao Chen. I am worried about this batch of heaven-class core disciples. I feel like I have let them down." The third palace master entered deep thought, not saying anything more. Indeed, even though the competition between the 7 outer palaces was imminent, they still sent Xiao Chen out. This was somewhat unfair to these disciples who hoped that Xiao Chen would lead them to participate in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. "Xiao Chen promised me that he would rush back. I believe him." After saying that, the first hallmaster turned around and boarded the warship. The second palace master and the third palace master watched the warship leave with heavy hearts. At the same time, the heaven-class core disciples of the Red Dragon Palace, the Blue Dragon Palace, the White Dragon Palace, the Green Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the Golden Dragon Palace gathered and headed for the imperial capital, Divine Dragon City. For the various outer palaces, the annual competition between the 7 palaces was a major event. How many disciples could they send into Ancestor Dragon City? Who could stand out? Who could enter Ancestor Dragon City as the first among the 7 outer palaces? To the 6-colored divine dragons, this concerned many resources and practical benefits, both overt and covert. The 6-colored divine dragons appeared to be at peace. However, in reality, the competition in secret had already reached an extremely terrifying level. In particular, the selection of the next Dragon Emperor's successor was about to begin. Which divine dragon of the various races did not covet the position of Dragon Emperor? Under such a background, the competition between the 7 palaces this year would definitely be especially important. The Golden Dragon bloodline definitely had to maintain first place and continue the Golden Dragon bloodline's dominance. If he lost, it would not be a good sign. More importantly, it might even affect the bloodline's luck. Be it for their own benefits or the fight for the Dragon Emperor's successor, the other divine dragon bloodlines needed to do their best to push the Golden Dragon bloodline down in the competition between the 7 palaces. Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. on a mountain peak surrounded by thunderclouds and endlessly flashing lightning. Xiao Chan opened his eyes, and a Dao disc slowly appeared behind him. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the Dao disc behind him condensed into a point and continuously elongated until it was 93 meters tall. Whoosh! When this Dao disc condensed into a point and elongated to 93 meters, the lightning flickering endlessly in the surroundings suddenly stopped. In this world, Xiao Chan was like the sovereign of lightning, able to freely control the lightning in the surroundings. Xiao Chan ferociously waved his hand, and the lightning in the surroundings gathered under his control, forming a terrifying bolt of lightning. Thunderclouds for 50 kilometers churned like a vast army behind him. Xiao Chen's Thunder Dao surpassed great perfection, reaching peak consummation. "This feeling is really intoxicating," Xiao Chen said softly. After Xiao Chan broke through to great perfection, his Thunder Dao underwent an overwhelming change. His grasp of lightning reached a level that even Xiao Chan had not expected. All of this was due to the 5-element divine lightning. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take for him to break through? "It's time to go. I hope I can make it in time for the competition between the 7 palaces." Absolute confidence flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Now he was confident of defeating anyone in the outer palaces without using the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. "Are we leaving?" Sang, who was in closed-door cultivation in the Divine Universe Steel, asked. Xiao Chen, who had never left Thundercloud Ancient Marsh before, was somewhat curious about the Divine Dragon Empire. "All right, let's go." The demon blood vulture swooped down from the thunderclouds. Xiao Chen gently leaped up and landed on its back. When Xiao Chen left Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, many blood-sucking vines flickering with electric light silently emerged from the rubble of the desolate plain. The blood-sucking vines intertwined and formed a somewhat strange physical body. The surface of the stone-like physical body flickered with crackling electric light. Not bad. Although it is not a physical body formed by the 5-element divine lightning, it is still acceptable. I specialize in the Thunder Dao. The fusion of the blood-sucking vine's physical body with the Thunder Dao is simply perfect. It turned out that this person was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that Xiao Chan smashed into the ground. He had actually occupied the blood-sucking vine's main body and used them to form his own physical body. Just at this moment, a scarlet beam of light flashed in the sky. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows did not have good vision, but he keenly sensed the existence that the scarlet beam of light represented. "Xiao Chan, let's meet again another day." Intense hatred flashed in the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows' eyes as he descended from the scarlet beam of light and left Thundercloud Ancient Marsh with his new physical body. Chapter 2006. The demon blood vulture flew at its fastest speed, carrying Xiao Chan to Thundercloud City. 2 days later, Xiao Chan arrived. Although they were in a rush, they still had to at least show some courtesy. This time they would be able to obtain the 5-element divine lightning. This time he obtained the 5-element divine lightning through various coincidences and opportunities. However, no matter what, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's Master Bai and Li Xiuhai had helped. Before Xiao Chen left, he needed to thank them. "Sir Xiao, you are still here?" When Li Xiuhai saw Xiao Chan in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, he felt greatly startled. The commotion caused by the propping mulberry tree in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh spread like wildfire. The news spread like wildfire, but outsiders didn't know the specifics of the matter. Li Xiuhai originally thought that Xiao Chan was in a rush back to participate in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan had not left yet. "I'm leaving. I came here this time to say goodbye to the 2 of you." Li Xiuhai revealed a smile on his face. He liked hearing this. At the very least, Xiao Chan still treated the 2 of them as friends. However, a merchant's nature was hard to change. Li Xiuhai asked in a roundabout way, "Sir Xiao, what exactly happened in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh?" "Several sovereign emperors in Thundercloud City went there some time ago. Aside from ruins and rubble, they did not discover anything." "Did the 5-element divine lightning really appear?" Xiao Chen did not explain. He only said, "In a few days there will be news from the White Marsh Beast Empire. You just need to pay some attention. I gained a lot in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh this time. Many thanks to the 2 of you for your help." Master Bai smiled and said, You're welcome, you're welcome. The future is long. In the future, when young Master Xiao travels the northern region, you will not be able to avoid greeting our Nine Cauldron Pavilion. There is no need to thank us. Young Master Xiao, there is no need to say anything more. Quickly return. I heard that the Heaven-class core disciples of the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces arrived at Divine Dragon City 3 days ago. The competition between the 7 outer palaces will start at any moment. Goodbye. Xiao Chen's heart sank. Time was more pressing than he thought. As Li Xiuhai watched Xiao Chen leave, he entered deep thought. Sir Xiao, what do you mean? Has the 5 elements godly lightning appeared? Master Bai said somewhat helplessly. Young Master Xiao already made it clear enough. He did not deny the news of the 5-element divine lightning. Furthermore, he claimed that he gained a lot and even made a special trip to say goodbye to the 2 of us. Is there even a need to think? Li Xiuhai exclaimed. Sir Xiao really obtained the 5-element divine lightning. With a shocked expression, he muttered to himself. This is something that even imperial lords desire. It's truly unexpected. Before long, his name will shake the entire northern region. At this moment, Li Xiuhai also came to a realization. He knew why Senior Bai said that. In the future, Xiao Chun would still have dealings with the 9 Cauldron Pavilion in the northern region. It looked like old Bai's foresight was much higher than Xiao Chen's. He could already see so far. In the imperial capital, Divine Dragon City, the group from the Heaven Dragon Palace arrived 3 days ago. After that, the people from the other outer palaces arrived in this ancient dragon city, second only to Ancestor Dragon City. However, there was still some time before the competition between the 7 palaces began. The disciples of the 7 outer palaces traveled a long way to get here. They needed some time to rest, as the imperial capital Divine Dragon City was bustling and bustling. Furthermore, Ancestor Dragon City was not open to the public. Divine Dragon City could be seen as the center of the Divine Dragon Empire, where the various large clans of the empire gathered. Aside from this, there were also the other factions of the northern region. Even the 3 dynasties had branches here, both in the open and in the dark. Even in the entire northern region, Divine Dragon City was one of the few large cities. After arriving in Divine Dragon City, the first palace master and Elder Tian Yun started traveling around, trying to find out information about the competition between the 7 outer palaces. The situation in every competition between the 7 outer palaces was different. If they could obtain some information and make some preparations, the results might be very different. As for Bai Yunfeng, Xiao Jinyu and the other Heaven-class core disciples, they toured this Divine Dragon City together. It was rare for them to come to Divine Dragon City. Naturally, they could not miss out on this opportunity. The competition between the 7 outer palaces would begin soon. There would not be much effect if they entered closed-door cultivation now. They might as well go around and take a look. They could see the world and broaden their horizons. Compared to Heaven Dragon City, the prosperity of the imperial capital was incomparable. Aside from Bai Yunfeng, who came a few times, Xiao Jinyu, Li Luo Lufeng, and the others had never been here before. With Bai Yunfeng leading the way, the group started strolling around Divine Dragon City. This is the largest market of Divine Dragon City. There are all kinds of people here. The things they sell here are all sorts of strange things, testing one's vision and vision. Although they are not as trustworthy as the large shops, they often spread news of someone obtaining treasures at an extremely low price. Hence they are very popular. That lake is Emperor Dragon Lake. Do you see the statues there? They are all sovereign emperors of the various races who contributed to the empire. Only those with outstanding military merits can have their statues erected in Emperor Dragon Lake, receiving the protection of the empire's luck for their descendants. This street is filled with large shops selling Dao tools and Dao tools. If you need them, you can take a look. Clearly, Bai Yunfeng was very familiar with the imperial capital. Along the way, he continuously introduced the place to Li Luo and the others. Just at this moment, a group of cultivators chatting and laughing walked out of a shop. The 2 groups of people ran into each other on the street. When the group raised their heads and saw the other party's appearance, they were slightly stunned, somewhat stunned. Haha, what a coincidence. Divine Dragon City is so large. Unexpectedly, we ran into a group of mixed blood dragons when we came out for a walk. The leader of the other party was the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Outyen. As for the cultivator beside Qin Outyen, he did not seem to be a Golden Dragon Palace disciple. He was rather old, and his aura was as steady as a mountain. His cultivation was rather high, probably a cultivator of the Qin clan. The divine dragon bloodline in their bodies made this group of people extremely eye-catching on the street. The golden divine dragon aura that Xiao Qian casually exuded would attract attention at any time. Everyone knew that the golden dragon race ruled this empire. The golden dragon bloodline was also the strongest faction in Divine Dragon City. Bai Yunfeng's expression changed slightly. He turned around and said, "Let's go." It was better to avoid trouble. Now that they met this Qin Outyen, they could only blame him for being unlucky. The competition between the 7 outer palaces was about to begin. There was no need to stoop to this person's level. Block them. Qin Outyen's face sank. With a wave of his hand, the cultivators around him immediately formed a circle, surrounding Bai Yunfeng and the others. Impatience flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. Bai Yunfeng secretly stopped the other party. This was Divine Dragon City. The other party's faction was much stronger than the Heaven Dragon Royal Palaces. If they attacked rashly, they would suffer too much. Bai Yunfeng said, "Qin Outyen, what are you trying to do? This is Divine Dragon City. Even if you are a royal disciple of the Golden Dragon bloodline, you are not qualified to make a move here." Qin Outyen felt somewhat frustrated. He said sullenly, "It is not your turn to lecture me. I am much clearer about the rules of Divine Dragon City than a mixed blood dragon like you. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Even if we do not meet here, I want to make a trip to the courtyard where the Heaven Dragon Royal Palace is. Since we ran into each other, then I'll say this in advance. My first brother wants to meet Xiao Qian." Qin Outyen's first brother was the strongest person of the Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Mu. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person of the outer palaces. He was stronger than the other 3 experts of the 4 outer palaces. He was mysterious and rarely showed himself. Bai Yunfeng said calmly, "I will pass the message to you. As for whether junior brother Xiao Qian is willing to meet him or not, that is up to him. Sorry, but please come with me first. I believe the news has already spread. There is no need for you to pass the message. Xiao Qian will come naturally," Qin Outyen said with a somewhat sinister smile. He felt that this plan of his was extremely brilliant. Right now, the various palace masters were all busy with the competition between the 7 outer palaces. They had no time to deal with these minor matters. Qin Outyen could forcibly take these people away. As long as he did not injure the other party, even if the other party pursued the matter, he would not be able to do anything to him. Given Xiao Qian's character, as long as he received the news, he would worry about the safety of these people and rush over without a care for the consequences. The hearts of Bai Yunfeng and the others sank. This time Xiao Qian did not come. If the Qin clan's experts forcibly took them away, the consequences would be dire. Just as the group sent voice projections and prepared to leave in advance, a person suddenly walked out from the railing on the 3rd floor of a nearby restaurant. A person suddenly walked out from the railing of the 3rd floor of a nearby restaurant. He looked down and said, "If you want to see me, just have Qin Mu come here. There is no need to go through so much trouble." This startled Bai Yunfeng and the others. When they looked up, they saw that it was Xiao Qian. Bai Yunfeng immediately rejoiced in his heart. At the same time, he found it strange. Why did junior brother Xiao Qian suddenly come to Divine Dragon City? Chapter 2007. The person upstairs was Xiao Qian. Why did Xiao Qian suddenly appear in Divine Dragon City? While it looked sudden, in reality it was not. After learning that the various outer palaces teams had already arrived at Divine Dragon City, Xiao Qian knew that he had to travel at a normal speed. No matter how fast he rushed, he could not reach Divine Dragon City before the competition between the 7 outer palaces started. He could only spend a large amount of resources in Thundercloud City to use the Transrealm Transportation Formation to arrive at Divine Dragon City. After arriving at Divine Dragon City, Xiao Qian asked around and heaved a sigh of relief. The various outer palaces had indeed arrived. However, there were still many details to be discussed in the competition between the 7 outer palaces, so it had not started yet. After working for several days, Xiao Chan rushed to Divine Dragon City from Thundercloud Ancient Marsh in one go. Seeing that he still had time, he found a restaurant in the city to rest. After drinking, he immediately rushed to the residence of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan heard some familiar voices on the street. When he came over to take a look, he saw the scene before him. After not seeing Qin Outyan for some time, Qin Outyan had become much more arrogant in Divine Dragon City than he had been in the Silver Dragon Palace. To think that Qin Outyan even dared to forcefully abduct people on the street. This Qin clan's people were truly lawless. Xiao Chun. When Qin Outyan saw Xiao Chun, he first felt stunned. Then he rejoiced. He smiled and said, "Good timing. I thought that you were a coward, hiding in the residence of the Heaven Dragon Palace and not coming out." Whoosh! Xiao Chun gently spread his arms and landed firmly beside Bai Yunfeng and the others. "Junior brother Xiao Chun, you finally appeared." When Bai Yunfeng and the others saw Xiao Chun, they rejoiced. Li Luo's eyes turned slightly moist. She looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Junior brother Xiao Chun, where did you go? Why did you not tell us? The elders also did not tell us where you went. All of us were really worried about you." When Li Luo saw Xiao Chun, the various unhappiness over meeting Qin Outyan faded significantly. Sensing the concern in everyone's eyes, Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised. He had never thought that his disappearance would cause everyone to worry so much. "I'm sorry. I should have told you guys before I left. The first hallmaster gave me an opportunity to go to Thundercloud Ancient Marsh," Xiao Chun said in a soft voice, sounding apologetic. Indeed, he had to apologize. Before he left, no matter what, he should tell these friends. Putting himself in Xiao Chen's shoes, if his friend disappeared without a word during the competition between the 7 outer palaces, Xiao Chan would definitely be shocked. He must also be extremely worried. Bai Yunfeng smiled and said, "It's fine. It's good that you're back. Come follow us back. The first hallmaster will definitely be very happy to see you. All of you stop right there." Behind them, Qin Outyan was so angry that his face turned red, and his eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. This group of people actually ignored him and did not take him seriously at all. Of course, who was Qin Outyan? Who would dare to be so rude to him in Divine Dragon City? This Xiao Chun was truly bold. The dissatisfaction with Xiao Chun that Qin Outyan suppressed in his heart for a long time instantly erupted. He said coldly, "Xiao Chun, are you going to meet my big brother or not? Come with me now. There is still a chance to ease things. When my big brother really comes to look for you, you will definitely regret it." This is never ending. Xiao Chun showed no expression as he turned around to look at Qin Outyan. He held back his overwhelming rage, showing might without showing it. With one look, Qin Outyan's heart sank for some reason. Horror spread in his heart as he quickly retreated. "Protect me! Protect me!" The Qin clan experts surrounding Xiao Chun and the others felt slightly stunned. What's wrong with the second young master? Xiao Chun clearly did not reveal any killing intent, but why is he so afraid? Just as the Qin clan experts felt bewildered, Xiao Chun made a move at lightning speed, reaching out and grabbing. Vaguely, they heard a tremor in the sky. By the time these experts came back to their senses, by the time these experts recovered their wits, Xiao Chun had already grabbed Qin Outyan's neck with one hand as he looked at the other party expressionlessly. The group of Qin clan experts immediately panicked. "Xiao Chun, quickly let go of second young master. Do you know who you are capturing? He is the Qin clan's second young master, someone with the Golden Dragon royal bloodline. To dare to offend the Qin clan in Divine Dragon City, you must be tired of living." Bai Yunfeng was startled as well. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun suddenly attacked. "Junior brother Xiao Chun." Bang! Xiao Chun tossed Qin Outyan to the ground with one hand. Then he knocked Qin Outyan unconscious with a kick before slinging him over his shoulder. "It is time to end this. There is no point in continuing endlessly like this. If you want his younger brother back, get Qin Mu to come to the Heaven Dragon Palace's residence to look for me. Don't take another step forward. I cannot guarantee that he will survive if I make a move later." The Qin clan experts immediately panicked, not knowing what to do. After all, they had never experienced such a thing before. They had not expected someone to offend the Qin clan in Divine Dragon City. You even dare to offend the Qin clan? You have guts. Let's go. The leader of the Qin clan guards glanced at Xiao Chan. Then, he turned around and led the other guards away. Junior brother Xiao Chan, will you be fine? Bai Yunfeng asked somewhat nervously. The Qin clan was a golden dragon royal bloodline. This Qin Outyan's father seemed to be the younger brother of the current dragon emperor. The Qin clan was very powerful. In Divine Dragon City it was undoubtedly the strongest. Xiao Chan said softly, Senior brother Bai. If there is a kind of person in this world with a deep background and a horrifying backer, you cannot afford to offend them. No matter what, you can't afford to offend him. But this person just has to rely on his backing to cause trouble for you again and again. Not only that, but he even targeted your friend. What do you think we should do? Bai Yunfeng and the other two were stunned when they heard that. Then they thought about what happened. This Qin Outyan had indeed targeted the three of them, wanting to use them to threaten Xiao Chan. Is it the Qin clan? Bai Yunfeng asked somewhat uncertainly. Ignore the Qin clan. Answer my earlier question. If it were you, what would you do? Xiao Chan continued asking, not letting Bai Yunfeng change the topic. Bai Yunfeng immediately felt somewhat dejected. Aside from enduring, there seemed to be nothing he could do. However, the question that Xiao Chen asked clearly reached the point where he could no longer endure. Beyond endurance? There is no need to continue enduring. Before Bai Yunfeng could say anything, Lu Feng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Chen nodded and said, That's right. Furthermore, it is not the Qin clan's turn to rule over this Divine Dragon City. It is clear who is right and who is wrong. Since that is the case, why worry so much? No matter how much we worry, what will come will come. If we do not teach him a deep lesson, he will never know his mistakes. Bai Yunfeng's eyelids twitched. As he looked at Xiao Chan, although Xiao Chan showed a calm expression, Bai Yunfeng clearly saw an extremely terrifying rage in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, Xiao Chan clearly saw an extremely terrifying rage in the other party's eyes. Clearly, Xiao Chen's tolerance had reached its limit. Li Luo said softly, Junior brother Xiao Chan, you are not wrong in this matter. No matter what, I will stand on your side. Lu Feng did not say anything more. Count me in if the Qin clan wants to pursue this matter. Xiao Jinyu hesitated for a moment before saying firmly, Count me in. No one is wrong in this matter. Count me in as well. The passers-by on the street all felt incredulous when they saw this scene. A group of Heaven Dragon Palace disciples actually kidnapped Qin Outyan in front of everyone on the street. After being stunned for a long time, everyone recovered their senses. Something major is going to happen. Oh no! How many years has it been since anyone dared to offend the Qin clan's people? Unexpectedly, it is a group of Heaven Dragon Palace disciples. Interesting. To think that we can see such a show before the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Let's go. Let's follow them. The news of Qin Outyan being taken away by Xiao Chan spread like wildfire throughout Divine Dragon City, causing a huge commotion. At this moment, in an imposing restaurant beside Emperor Dragon Lake, Qin Mu and the other disciples of the 5-colored divine dragons drank wine and chatted merrily in a private room on the top floor of the restaurant. The people present were the peak heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces. Qin Mu had invited them to this gathering. The purpose of this gathering was to probe each other before the competition between the 7 outer palaces, to get a feel for each other. Everyone here would have no problem entering Ancestor Dragon City. However, their goal was not as simple as just entering Ancestor Dragon City. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters during this 1 year. They wanted to see if they could enter Ancestor Dragon City as the top ranker. Many ambitious people's gazes occasionally swept over Qin Mu. Everyone knew that Qin Mu, the strongest person of the Golden Dragon Palace, was an insurmountable hurdle to the top rank. There were several people familiar to Xiao Chan at the table. The Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yan, the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei, the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi, and the Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Changfeng were among them. Brother Qin, after not seeing you for 1 year, your strength has become increasingly unfathomable. I wonder if you will give me some face and give me some pointers? The one who spoke was the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun. The Red Dragon Palace's people had always been straightforward and did not hide anything. Ding Jun was the strongest person of the Red Dragon Palace. Like the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi, they were one of the Outer Palace's 4 great experts. If anyone could make it to the top rank, the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun would be one of them. Qin Mu held his wine cup and smiled coldly in his heart. Just as he was about to answer, a servant pushed open the door and rushed in a fluster. "Why are you panicking? What is this? Is the sky collapsing?" When Qin Mu saw his servant lose his composure, he immediately showed displeasure on his face and berated him. That servant was so frightened that he quickly knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Young Master Qin, second young master. Second young master was kidnapped on the streets. Bang! Qin Mu instantly crushed the wine cup in his hand. Chapter 2008. The crisp sound of a wine cup shattering echoed in the room. The temperature in the room plummeted. Strands of cold qi poured into the hearts of all the cultivators present. "I have some family matters to attend to. Brother Ding, I will exchange pointers with you another day." After being stunned for a moment, Qin Mu's expression recovered. Then, he stood up with a cold expression and took his leave. However, no one answered him. Everyone else was stunned by the news that the servant had passed on. Ding Jun smiled and said, "Interesting. Xiao Chun? That mixed blood dragon disciple who defeated the Golden Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace at the same time?" A contemplative look flashed in the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi's eyes. Then he said indifferently, "Who else could it be aside from him?" Yuan Shi felt somewhat surprised. He did not know where Xiao Chan got the courage to make a move against Qin Outyin in Divine Dragon City. "Ha ha ha. Junior brother Murong, let's go and take a look. It would be a pity if we do not watch the excitement," Ding Jun called out. When he looked back, he discovered that Murong Yen had already left at some point in time. Feeling somewhat stunned, Ding Jun said, "This fellow actually ran faster than me." The strongest disciple of the Blue Dragon Palace, Feng Wuhen, was similarly shocked to discover that Situ Changfeng had left at some point in time as well. Feng Wuheng looked around and asked, "Yuan Shi, what do you think of this Xiao Chun?" Yuan Shi entered deep thought before replying, "He is very strong. However, he is just a mixed blood dragon in the end. I believe that the various seniors must have undergone special training for this competition between the 7 outer palaces. In terms of resources and accumulations, how can the Heaven Dragon Palace compare to our Divine Dragon Palace? With equal talent, the one with more resources can grow stronger. Furthermore, his talent might not be comparable to ours." Feng Wuheng took a sip of wine and smiled faintly. "Let's go and take a look. It seems like no one has dared to offend the Qin clan in Divine Dragon City for several centuries already, right? Let's go." The people present were also very curious about this Xiao Chan. They had heard of his fame long ago. Unexpectedly, he caused such a huge commotion right after arriving in Divine Dragon City. In the past few centuries, no one had dared to make a move against the Qin clan in Divine Dragon City. However, this Xiao Chan was an outstanding talent that had not appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace for several centuries. The Heaven Dragon Hall was right before them. However, Qin Outyin suddenly woke up at this moment. What's wrong with me?" The somewhat dazed Qin Outyin did not know what was going on. When he figured out his condition, he raged. "Xiao Chan, you are dead for sure. How dare you attack me in the Divine Dragon City? Even your Heaven Dragon Palace master can't save you this time. And all of you, your accomplices, must die. I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Qin clan. Put me down, Xiao Chan. You talk too much." Xiao Chun knocked Qin Outyin unconscious again with a palm strike. Then Bai Yunfeng stepped forward to report. Immediately, many Heaven Dragon Palace disciples appeared. "Xiao Chun, this is Qin Outyin." When the Heaven Dragon Palace elder in the residence saw Xiao Chun carrying Qin Outyin on his shoulder, his expression changed slightly. Xiao Chun did not answer. He only asked, "Where's the first palace master?" The first palace master and Elder Tian Yun are at the city lord's residence, asking about the competition between the 7 outer palaces tomorrow. I'll send someone to inform him now. Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, "Since that is the case, there is no need to inform him. When the first palace master receives the news, he will naturally rush back." That elder nodded. Then he brought the topic back to Qin Outyin. Why did you all bring Qin Outyin back? Furthermore, you even injured him? Don't you know that the Qin clan's faction can cover the sky in this divine dragon city? Bai Yunfeng stepped forward and said, Elder Yun, Qin Outyin is simply too much of a bully. He wanted the Qin clan's experts to capture us on the streets and force junior brother Xiao Chun to meet his big brother. Junior brother Xiao Chun brought him back because we had no other choice. There is such a thing. Elder Yun, who was in charge of this place, could not help but frown. This time it was really difficult to handle. He muttered, with the power of the Qin family, I'm afraid they have already killed their way to our residence. Ta. Right after Elder Yun spoke, urgent galloping came from outside. Then a disciple rushed in and said, Elder Yun, it's not good. A group of people came from outside and surrounded our residence. They want us to hand over Qin Outyin and senior brother Xiao Chun. Trouble is here. Elder Yun sighed and looked somewhat helplessly at Xiao Chun and the others. He said, Tomorrow is the competition between the 7 outer palaces. You absolutely cannot go out. The Heaven Dragon Royal Palace will help you deal with this. Hand Qin Outyin to me. I'll deal with this. Thank you for Elder's kind intentions. However, I have to deal with this myself. The Heaven Dragon Royal Palace can help me for now, but it cannot help me forever. I already have a grudge with this Qin Outyin long ago. I purposely caused today's situation to settle this grudge. Elder Yun looked at Xiao Chun and saw that he appeared calm, not flustered at all. Elder Yun could not make up his mind. Before Elder Yun could speak, Xiao Chun turned around and casually carried Qin Outyin out. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun walked out of the residence. The lineup before Elder Yun startled him. He saw 3 Qin clan old men riding massive golden beasts giving off a savage aura. The Qin clan cultivators spread out behind them and surrounded the residence. Hundreds of 1-star and 2-star heaven-suspending war chariots traveled in the sky, looking very mighty. If not for Divine Dragon City's rules, the Qin clan's people might even bring out 4-star heaven-suspending war chariots. Boom! Boom! The massive golden beast in the middle took 2 steps forward. Its huge body gave off a strong might and pressure. The old man on the beast glanced at Xiao Chun and asked, You are that mixed-blood dragon? Although Xiao Chun asked that question, this person attacked before he could speak. The old man on the massive golden beast soared into the air and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chun. Golden light spread out from the palm, looking like an overwhelming sea hanging in the sky. The pressure was stifling. Then strands of golden dragon chi shot out. This was the Qin clan's consummate technique. Ash-gray sea roaming dragon. Xiao Chun quickly dodged. The Heaven Dragon Palace disciples and Elder Yun, who rushed over later, were startled. This old man was a great perfection sovereign personage. With such a move, unless there was a miracle, Xiao Chun would be severely injured even if he did not die. Ah! However, Xiao Chun snorted coldly and stomped heavily on the ground, breaking Qin Outyin's arm on the spot. The pain startled Qin Outyin awake and caused him to scream miserably. Whoosh! When the Qin clan expert saw this scene, his face instantly turned green. He quickly withdrew his hand, and the brilliant dragon might and the golden sea hanging in the sky scattered. Then, he landed back on the massive golden beast at lightning speed. Do you want to die? If you harm another hair on Outyin, I will make your entire Heaven Dragon Palace be buried with you. The old man was Qin Outyin's direct elder. When he saw this, he was furious and roared, Kasie! Without saying a word, Xiao Chun stomped on Qin Outyin's other arm, breaking it. The pain instantly made Qin Outyin pale, and he howled in pain. You. The old man in the middle was so angered that he could not speak. He pointed at Xiao Chun, his arm trembling slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun would be so decisive. The Qin clan members behind all became enraged, their killing chi leaking out involuntarily. The heaven-suspending war chariots in the air locked onto Xiao Chun. With one order, they could kill Xiao Chun on the spot. Chi! Without drawing his saber, Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber and landed heavily on the ground. Qin Outyin's palm instantly pierced through. This time he was in so much pain that he could not even scream. After enduring for a long time, he roared, You bunch of bastards! Back off! Do you want me to die? Quickly call my big brother over. Scatter! Scatter! The old man with the surging aura, who did not care about Xiao Chun at all, started to sweat on his forehead. Then, he waved his hand anxiously to get the others to scatter. The heaven-suspending war chariots in the air no longer locked onto Xiao Chun, flying everywhere. When that old man looked at Xiao Chun, he did not underestimate him at all. Without saying a word, he got the Qin clan cultivators to retreat. Despite such a big scene, Xiao Chun's expression did not change. The many cultivators watching from a distance were all startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun was such a decisive person. Little friend, what exactly do you want? Even if Out Yin offended you in some way, there is no need to be so cruel, the Qin clan old man on the colossal golden beast said somewhat nervously, not daring to speak loudly. The old man feared angering Xiao Chun, making him unhappy and targeting Qin Out Yin again. Now the old man finally understood that this Xiao Chun had nothing to fear. He did not care about such a big scene at all. In fact, this was within the other party's expectations. What do I want? Xiao Chun smiled self-mockingly. He wanted to say something, but he glanced at the three old men. In the end, he did not say anything. The person I'm waiting for is not here yet. There is no need to say anything to you. Are you waiting for me? Whoosh! A piercing sonic boom rang out in the air, echoing in all directions. Rumble! This sonic boom shattered the roofs of several nearby buildings. Explosions rang out endlessly. A golden figure hovered in the air. That person stood upright with his hands behind his back, showing a stern expression. He wore golden dragon robes, and Emperor Dragon Qi surrounded him. This was the strongest person of the Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Mu. Young Master Qin, you finally arrived. When the old men saw Qin Mu, who was much younger than them, they released their bated breath. Withdraw. I'll deal with this. Qin Mu slowly descended and waved his hand. Although the three old men were worried, they still withdrew. Chapter 2009. Qin Mu's arrival caused the atmosphere of the scene to become somewhat tense. Who was Qin Mu? He was the strongest person in the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. After the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming, he was the most outstanding descendant of the Qin clan. Although Qin Mu was young, his talent and shrewdness were frighteningly high. The way he conducted himself convinced many of the older generation. Many people treated Qin Mu and the Dragon God Crown Prince as the twin stars of the entire Golden Dragon race, Qin Ming and Qin Mu, one in the light and one in the dark. Right now, Qin Ming's name already shook the Divine Dragon Empire, even the entire northern region. He was a rare existence. Even when considering the entire Central Great Realm, he could compete with the dynasty's outstanding talents without being at a disadvantage. As for Qin Mu, he lived up to his name. Although Qin Mu's name resounded like thunder in the outer palace, he was not very famous in the northern region. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as the twin stars of light and dark. The moment Qin Mu appeared, he waved his hand, and the Qin clan experts retreated. This clearly demonstrated his prestige. Big brother, save me! Seeing Qin Mu appear, Qin Out Yin rejoiced in his heart. It was like he saw his savior, so he started shouting. However, Qin Mu ignored Qin Out Yin. He looked straight at Xiao Chun and said, "This is a good move. You forced me to show myself and resolve the problem once and for all. You can release him now. I promise you that the Qin clan will not use Qin Out Yin's matter to make things difficult for you in the future. As for the dragon pattern battle suit, I will personally come and collect it from you in the future." The experienced Qin Mu went straight to the point. To everyone's surprise, he did not choose to be forceful. Instead, he directly admitted defeat, not saying any nonsense, promising not to seek trouble for Xiao Chun again. Such a stance surprised Xiao Chun. He had thought that Qin Mu would at least test him out. However, this person's boldness and breadth of mind were much stronger than Qin Out Yin's. He exuded strong self-confidence. Indistinctly, one could even see the Emperor Dragon's qi revolving around him. This fellow was a difficult opponent. Whoosh! Xiao Chun casually kicked, sending Qin Out Yin flying back to Qin Mu like a sandbag. Qin Mu casually grabbed Qin Out Yin and pulled him up. "Big brother, you can't let him go." Before Qin Out Yin could finish speaking, a slap knocked him unconscious. Qin Mu tossed Qin Out Yin to the Qin clan old man and said casually, "Let the second young master rest well." Don't come out for 1 month. Let's go. The grand scene that many people had expected did not appear. Unexpectedly, Qin Mu did not do anything. He gave in and left with Qin Outyan. Elder Yun and the disciples of the Heaven Dragon Hall heaved a sigh of relief. They had not expected the matter to be resolved so easily. Only Xiaochen frowned. The others only saw that the matter before them had been resolved, but they didn't know that there was such an opponent. The Heaven Dragon Palace's situation was not good in the battle between the 7 palaces. What a pity! In the nearby buildings, there were many people hiding in the dark. They watched as this huge storm was resolved without a sound. At the same time, they felt a little scared. The Qin clan really had many talents. First, there was the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming. Now there was Qin Mu. Any one of the Gemini stars would be a great blessing in any clan. However, both of them appeared in the Qin clan, the Golden Dragon's royal clan. Young Master Qin, just let it go. Our Qin clan's reputation cannot be humiliated by others for nothing. The Qin clan old man felt dissatisfied with Qin Mu's way of doing things. Given the Qin clan's strength in Divine Dragon City, such an outcome was truly sullen. Qin Mu stopped and glanced at the 3 old men. Then, he looked at the many Qin clan experts and the heaven-suspending war chariot in the air. Then, his expression suddenly turned sullen as he snorted coldly. Oh no! The other old men thought to themselves, this is bad. Young Master Qin is angry. Qin Mu said coldly, bunch of pigs. What time is this? The battle between the 7 palaces. How many eyes are watching our Qin clan? Watching our Golden Dragon's bloodline. Causing trouble on the streets and causing such a huge commotion is a good reason for others to see our Qin clan as arrogant and unruly. Don't you know how many people from Ancestor Dragon City came to the city lord's residence? The 3 Qin clan old men immediately felt somewhat nervous at being reprimanded. Just thinking about it made them tremble in fear. Is there a need to cause such a huge commotion just to deal with one Heaven Dragon Palace? Even if you win, you will appear extremely useless and end up with the reputation of bullying mixed blood dragons. I think you have been living comfortably for too long. If the next Dragon Emperor changes. Qin Mu suddenly stopped at this point, not saying anything more. However, this person is really bold. Are we going to let him off so easily? A cruel look flashed in Qin Mu's eyes as he retorted coldly. Did I say that I would let him off? There is no need to do this openly. There will be plenty of opportunities in the battle between the 7 palaces tomorrow. A group of mixed blood dragons is not part of my plans. Since they jumped out, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The cruel look in Qin Mu's eyes made the surrounding old men tremble in fear. In the courtyard of the Heaven Dragon Palace, now that the matter was resolved, everyone relaxed. The disciples started to bask in the joy of Xiaochen's return. They quickly stepped forward and asked where Xiaochen had been. Xiaochen gave a simple explanation, and the group started chatting. Just at this moment, 4 people walked in. They were the Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Changfeng, the Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yan, the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei, and the Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei. When the other disciples saw Xiaochen's friends arrive, they politely took their leave. Haha, Xiaochen, you are really something. It would have been fine if you did not appear, but the moment you appeared, you caused a huge commotion. To think that you even scared Qin Mu away. Of course, aside from Murong Yan, no one else would laugh so directly. However, Wei Hongfei looked at Xiaochen somewhat worriedly and said, Brother Xiao, I understand this Qin Mu's character very well. He will absolutely not leave things at that. Those who offend him do not have a good ending. There is nothing to be afraid of. The scariest thing about him is that even if he messes with you until you are half dead, you will not be able to find any openings for the seniors to judge. Many of the senior brothers who offended him in the Golden Dragon Palace ended up in miserable states. However, those sect elders could not use the sect rules to deal with him. Xiaochen nodded and said, I can tell. This person is very terrifying. However, it does not matter. It is good that Qin Outyan's problem is dealt with. I look forward to seeing how he will seek trouble for me. Wei Hongfei felt stunned when he heard that. Then he looked at Xiaochen in shock. He discovered that Xiaochen's strength was somewhat unfathomable. Right now, Xiaochen gave Wei Hongfei the impression that he was facing a sovereign personage expert. An unfathomable misconception. Xiao Qin's casual words showed his strong confidence. Although Qin Mu was strong, Xiao Qian did not fear him. He had not cultivated bitterly and fortuitously in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh for nothing. Xiao Qian swept his gaze across the four, and discovered that they had all improved as well. Situ Changfeng and Murong Yen had improved the most. Situ Changfeng had consumed a medicinal pill containing divine nature, and profited from his misfortune. His future potential was boundless. As for this Murong Yen, he seemed to have obtained a pretty good inheritance in the Red Dragon Palace's inheritance hall. Tomorrow is the competition between the 7 outer palaces. We cannot remain here for too long. I hope that you can lead the Heaven Dragon Palace to a record, Situ Changfeng said softly with a smile as he gave his blessings. Xiao Qian said seriously, I will definitely do my best. At that time, if everyone is forced into a corner and ends up on the opposite side, do not show mercy. Don't be merciful, just do your best. Murong Yin laughed loudly. Ha! Who would dare to show mercy to you? However, I still have to thank you. If not for your reminder, I would not have obtained the demonic flame inheritance of the Red Dragon Palace's 7 great inheritances. The demonic flame inheritance? Wei Hongfei and the others were startled. Clearly, they had heard of how terrifying this inheritance was. They quickly said, Congratulations. Let's go. The group did not linger. After exchanging some pleasantries, they took their leave. As night approached, the first palace master and Elder Tianyun returned to the courtyard. When the two saw Xiao Qian, they rejoiced. Xiao Qian, you returned at the right time. If you were not around for the first stage of the competition between the 7 outer palaces tomorrow, our entire Heaven Dragon Palace would have been at a disadvantage. The first palace master could not hide his excitement when he saw Xiao Qian. At the same time, the first palace master looked around and whispered, Did you obtain the 5-element divine lightning? Xiao Qian nodded slightly, indicating that he already obtained it. The first palace master immediately became excited. The gamble paid off. This time, the Heaven Dragon Palace will definitely shock the other outer palaces. Chapter 2010. However, Xiao Qian appeared rather calm. Not to mention the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu. Just the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan, she was already somewhat problematic. Even with the 5-element divine lightning, he could not be careless. He could be confident, but he could not be arrogant. Xiao Qian asked cautiously, What's the first test? The first palace master and Elder Tianyun did not elaborate. They only said, There are only 2 stages in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. The 2 stages are closely connected. Whether one can obtain a good rank in the first stage will directly affect the second stage. Since he couldn't say it, Xiao Qian didn't ask anymore. Night quickly fell. This night was destined to not be peaceful. The Golden Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple directly entered the Qin residence. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master, Qin Feng, called Qin Mu over. Uncle Feng, why have you called me here so late at night? Qin Mu had already guessed something. It must be about the competition between the 7 palaces. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master, Qin Feng, cut to the chase. Get straight to the point. Do not hold anything back in the first stage tomorrow. This is different from the past. This first stage directly affects the results of the entire Golden Dragon Palace. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, It's that serious? And don't ask anything else. You must get first place. Qin Mu nodded. I'll try my best. Although that was what he said, he did not care too much about it. Even if he did not use his trump card, he was confident that he could obtain first place in the first round without any pressure. The same scene was occurring in the various outer palaces' encampments. Every leader of the outer hall conveyed similar requests to their chief disciples. Don't hold back. Fight for first place in the first round. This caused the atmosphere of the competition between the 7 outer palaces to become especially tense. The first stage was about to start an intense slaughter with all their might. It was indeed a little different from the previous contests between the 7 palaces. The next morning, the Heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces set off at the same time. The venue of the competition between the 7 outer palaces was a forbidden area in the ancient divine dragon city. By the time the first hall master arrived with Xiao Qian and the others, The people from the other outer palaces had already arrived. At the Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Mu raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Xiao Chan before closing them again. Several of the heaven-class core disciples in the outer palaces looked over and fixed their gazes on Xiao Chan. They pointed at him and discussed softly. Clearly, this Heaven Dragon Palace's white-clad bladesman had already attracted their attention before the competition between the 7 outer palaces started. Previously, when Xiao Chan fought 2 against 1, he defeated the Golden Dragon Palace and Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples. Furthermore, Xiao Chan had just arrived in Divine Dragon City, and he already faced off with Qin Mu. Everyone had a whole new level of respect for him, feeling quite shocked. However, apart from curiosity, there was also a hint of pity in her gaze when she looked at him. Everyone knew that anyone who offended Qin Mu, no matter who he was, wouldn't have a good ending. Xiao Chan remained calm and ignored their gazes. He curiously looked at the field in front of him, which was a huge circular array disc. The formation plate shone with a colorful brilliance. Boundless heaven and earth spiritual energy flowed between the runes, and runes pulsated from time to time. The 5-colored radiance formed an energy ball that overlapped and revolved around each other, emitting a gorgeous radiance. Many people whispered among themselves, wondering what this formation was for. Whoosh! Suddenly, dragon roars rang out in the sky. 5 beams of light streaked across the sky from the south to the north. They formed a staircase of light and shadow. A few figures appeared above and stood on the stairs made of light and shadow. It's Ancestor Dragon City's people. When the people below saw the dragon motifs on those figures' clothes, they became somewhat excited. In the end, the core of the Divine Dragon Empire's authority was in the hands of Ancestor Dragon City. Only by entering it could one truly come into contact with the Empire's core. Only then could one truly be qualified to move unhindered in the northern region, to gain a place on the vast stage of the entire Central Great Realm. A white-clad old man on the steps of light exuded a strong might and pressure as he looked down. Then he said, "In the first stage of the competition between the 7 outer palaces, the various outer palaces will send their strongest people into the formation and then come out. According to the order, the first to come out will be the first. The second will be the second, and so on. If one obtains the first rank, all the heaven-class core disciples of the outer palaces will be qualified to enter the second stage. The outer palaces of the second rank will have 40 slots to enter the second stage. The third rank will have 30 slots. The remaining outer palaces will have only 15 slots." Right after the white-clad old man spoke, the disciples of the various outer palaces went into an uproar. To think that the first stage was set up like this. At this moment, Xiao Chan understood what the first palace master meant. If he could obtain the first or second rank, he would be able to obtain the second rank. If he obtained the first rank or second rank, all the heaven-class core disciples of the entire Heaven Dragon Palace would be able to enter the second stage. As the resources of the Heaven Dragon Palace were limited, it had far fewer heaven-class core disciples than the other outer palaces. 40 slots were sufficient for all the heaven-class core disciples to enter the outer palaces. Even the third rank would be completely acceptable. No wonder the first palace master could not hide his excitement when he learned that Xiao Chan had arrived in time. Various outer palaces. Quickly select your candidates. Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Mu. Silver Dragon Palace, Yuan Shi. Red Dragon Palace, Ding Jun. Blue Dragon Palace, Feng Wuheng. Heaven Dragon Palace, Xiao Chan. Every time a person was confirmed, a figure would turn into a streak of light and fly into the 5-colored energy ball in front of the formation plate. Good, the candidates have been confirmed. Next, the various outer palaces will confirm the 2 candidates. Enter the formation and block off the people from the other outer halls. The white-clothed old man glanced at it and said, "This sudden appearance stunned the leaders of the various outer palaces. The news he heard last night didn't include this." The expression of the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master sank. This was undoubtedly an enormous blow to the Heaven Dragon Palace, which had the weakest foundation. If the experts of the other halls managed to stop Xiao Chan, it would undoubtedly widen the gap between him and the chief disciples of the other outer halls. At that time, if he were to encounter the competitors of the outer hall, he would definitely be able to escape. Xiao Chan, who was injured by the sniper, would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. Before the battle even started, the situation had instantly become extremely disadvantageous. As for the other outer palaces with stronger accumulations, the Golden Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace, when they heard of the second rule, they were shocked. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled. To them, this was a great piece of news. The first palace master looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng, Bai Yunfeng, and Xiao Jinyu. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu. These two were experts of the sword Dao. If they work together, they should be stronger. It will be the two of you then. Do your best to attack. Snipe the top disciples of the other outer palaces that you run into. This will reduce some of the pressure on Xiao Chun. The first palace master looked at the two sincerely. At this moment, Xiao Chun was no longer fighting alone. Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu felt immense pressure. They said, "This disciple will definitely do his best. I'll leave it to you." The disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace started to feel somewhat anxious. Originally, they already felt somewhat nervous when they let Xiao Chun face the top disciples of the other outer palaces. Now there was this rule. The situation could not help but worsen. The fate of all the Heaven-class core disciples of the outer palaces now fell on Xiao Chen's group of three. Everyone watched as Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu entered the energy ball at the same time. Then, the candidates of the various outer palaces were confirmed. The five-colored energy ball in the center of the formation plate suddenly gave off a dazzling and piercing light. In the next moment, the resplendent light vanished. Three ancient bronze doors with dragon motifs carved on them appeared in the center of the formation plate. Whoever could push open one of these doors and walk out would be the first. The competition between the 7 outer palaces officially began at this moment. The first palace master sighed softly. "Man disposes and heaven disposes. I have already done my best. Tianyun, come with me to meet Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng." The two soared into the air, together with the leaders of the various outer palaces, and went to the light steps that stretched across the sky to greet Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng. At the same time, they paid attention to the battle below. They anticipated the top heaven-class core disciples of their respective outer palaces being the first to push open the bronze doors. The heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces also waited anxiously. After all, this also determined whether they could enter Ancestor Dragon City or not. Everyone silently cheered for the top disciples of their outer palaces. Chapter 2011. The instant Xiao Chun entered the five-colored energy ball, he felt a change in space. After the world spun around, the scene before Xiao Chun changed drastically. What appeared before Xiao Chun was a large path made of rocks. On both sides of the path was a sea of boiling lava. Bang! 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 Occasionally, scorching lava soared into the sky, looking like pillars of water. A scorching aura lingered in the air. When Xiao Chun sensed it, he discovered that the gravity in this place was somewhat abnormal. It was about 10 times that of the outside world. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to walk onto the rock path. He let his physical body adapt to this space first before casting his gaze to the end of the path. At the end of the path was a huge stone door. There was no other path. After Xiao Chun adapted to this space, he took a deep breath. Then, he instantly executed Light of Freedom. Xiao Chun turned into a flash of lightning and flew along the path. Along the way, waves occasionally shot over from the lava on both sides. Xiao Chun had no choice but to slow down and carefully avoid the waves. In his lightning state, he was rather weak. Hence, the lava knocked him over. By the time Xiao Chun recovered his physical body, he might have already been burned to ashes. Even so, Xiao Chun still felt that something was not right. Halfway through, the nearby lightning-attributed spiritual energy was already squeezed out by the dense fire-attributed spiritual energy. Xiao Chun could only exhaust his veritable essence energy to maintain the state of Light of Freedom. Clearly, this was not good. Who knew what danger lay behind the stone door? Exhausting his veritable essence energy like this was not wise. Xiao Chun was forced to reveal himself. He landed gently, and the instant his feet touched the ground, a figure appeared out of nowhere. The instant his feet touched the ground, he thought to himself, "Oh no!" Bang! The seemingly incomparably sturdy Great Dao instantly crumbled. A suction pulled Xiao Chun's body down. Now huge waves of lava spewed out from both sides, looking like the huge mouth of a ferocious beast, wanting to swallow Xiao Chen up. How troublesome! Xiao Chen spat out 2 words. Then, his veritable essence energy, which contained the holy venerate will, trembled. With a bang, it scattered the lava that was swallowing it down like it was breaking dry branches. With a backhand slap, Xiao Chen borrowed the force and soared into the sky, stepping onto the unbroken path. Then he started running quickly. The path beneath his feet kept collapsing, but his speed was always slightly slower than Xiao Chen's. In this space with 10 times the gravity, Xiao Chen's figure was still light and agile. He remained calm in the face of danger and dealt with it calmly. Despite the daunting experience, Zhang Xian arrived at the end of the path, right before the stone gate. Xiao Chen now understood that there would be various tests along the way to delay their time. From the looks of it, there was not much danger. But every section of the road would be delayed, and by the time they reached the end, they might find that others had already walked out a step ahead of them. He couldn't hold back any longer. Just as Xiao Chen made up his mind, the stone door in front of him suddenly fell, and a shadow enveloped him. This situation was like a mountain suddenly collapsing in front of you. Shatter! Xiao Chen snorted coldly, and 100 cauldron force exploded in his fist light. Xiao Chen's punch blasted the stone door that suddenly collapsed into shards flying everywhere. Whoosh! He gently spread his arms and pierced through the shrapnel filling the air. Then he landed in an extremely spacious hall. The entire hall was made of ancient heavenly mountain stones and carved with ancient dragon motifs, giving off an extremely strong pressure. Xiao Chen gently moved his feet, and he saw a pillar suddenly rise from the center of the hall. Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, his heart skipped a beat for some reason, and panic assaulted his heart. This feeling was extremely familiar to Xiao Chen. He did his best to recall. This is roar. It's the bane of the dragon race. Boom! The instant Xiao Chen recalled, the pillar suddenly shattered, and a ferocious beast appeared before Xiao Chen. This ferocious beast was different from what Xiao Chen remembered. This ferocious beast before Xiao Chen looked like a ferocious tiger. However, a venomous snake coiled on its furry back. Snake-tailed tiger. Xiao Chen understood. This was a ferocious beast with a Ho bloodline, not a pure-blooded ferocious beast Ho. The person who set up the checkpoint was really crazy. An ordinary dragon race cultivator would not be able to resist this snake-tailed tiger at all. In just a few moves, the snake-tailed tiger would devour the dragon race cultivator until nothing was left. However, Xiao Chen was different. He had fought the Ho ghost and received pointers from the old dragon horse in the Kunlun realm's Blue Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen's resistance to the Ho was much stronger than that of the other dragon race cultivators. The snake-tailed tiger roared, and a huge ferocious might spread out from its body. The sound waves reverberated, and the might of the Ho bloodline spread out together with the sound waves. This placed immense pressure on Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen did not panic at all. He moved back, putting a distance between himself and the snake-tailed tiger. Whoosh! The snake-tailed tiger suppressed Xiao Chen with its aura. Then it pounced at Xiao Chen at lightning speed. The force of the snake-tailed tiger's pounce strengthened the pressure on Xiao Chen to the extreme. Xiao Chen's breath poured in, nearly blocking Xiao Chen's throat. A strong wind blew like a mountain soaring into the sky, bringing with it pressure. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and moved over in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chen dodged the fatal pounce. However, the ferocious beast's snake-like tail spat out a mouthful of venom. Xiao Chen had no choice but to dodge again in a somewhat sorry state. Pussy eye. The venom landed on the ground and gave off black smoke. The horrifying poison immediately spread in the air. Even if one held their breath, the poison could penetrate the veritable essence energy shield and enter one's body. Whoosh! The situation immediately became extremely dangerous. The snake-tailed tiger's attack forced Xiao Chen into a fluster. Its ferocious might immediately flourished, and its roar sounded like thunder. The snake-tailed tiger's attacks became extremely sharp. Furthermore, the poison lingering in the air and the Ho bloodline in its body made Xiao Chen feel even more uncomfortable. Whoosh! 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 The snake-tailed tiger's lightning-fast attacks came continuously. The attacks were accompanied by thunderous roars, like raging waves, each wave stronger than the one before. Xiao Chun was like a small boat that could capsize at any moment. If others were here, they would definitely be frightened. They would not even dare to breathe loudly. This situation was simply too dangerous. Most of the time, as long as Xiao Chun was one step slower, the snake-tailed tiger would immediately pounce on him. Once pounced, with the snake-tailed tiger's 200-odd cauldron strength, Xiao Chun would not be able to make a comeback. Whoosh! Whoosh! The snake-tailed tiger felt that Xiao Chun, who had slipped through its jaws several times, was too slippery. It could not sustain the snake-tailed tiger's sharp attacks for much longer. The snake-tailed tiger looked at Xiao Chun, who was in a sorry state. However, it did not panic. Xiao Chun must have panicked under its attacks, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Since Xiao Chun was physically and mentally exhausted, he would be its meal sooner or later. It might be better to slow down its attacks and rest for a while before charging at this person in one go. At this thought, a greedy and cunning red light flashed in the snake-tailed tiger's eyes, looking extremely cold and sinister. The coiled snake on its back even flicked its forked tongue and hissed, disturbing one's mind. However, the snake-tailed tiger did not notice that although the white-clad youth was in a sorry state, he did not show any panic in his eyes from start to finish. That youth's clear eyes shone with a colder light than his ferocious scarlet eyes. When the snake-tailed tiger landed, its storm-like attacks finally stopped for a moment. 5-element divine lightning, thunder monarch spear. Suddenly lightning exploded in Xiao Chun's palm. With the infusion of great Tao energy, the 5-element divine lightning condensed into a resplendent spear radiating thousands of lightning bolts. The snake-tailed tiger who had just landed could not react in time. That person was dressed in white, and he held a lightning spear in his hand as he lightly stabbed forward. A brilliant Dao-mite surged out. The thunder Dao-mite at the tip of the spear instantly sent the snake-tailed tiger flying. Then the spear pierced the snake-tailed tiger's body like a dragon. Lightning exploded in the snake-tailed tiger's body, turning into a 5-colored light that shot out continuously. In the next moment, the snake-tailed tiger's life force ended, becoming lifeless. By the time Xiao Chun withdrew his hand, only a huge and tough skeleton remained. The 5-element divine lightning in the thunder monarch spear blasted the snake-tailed tiger's internal organs and fur into nothingness. Xiao Chun remained expressionless and calm, as if he had only done something insignificant. He looked to the front and muttered to himself, "I killed this snake-tailed tiger in one move. I should be able to make up for the time I wasted along the way. The others won't be able to kill as fast as I did." A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. His figure moved like lightning as he charged forward. His decisiveness, calmness, and past experience gave him a chance to snatch first place. Charge! 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 With the opportunity in hand, he would never give up. Chapter 2012. After quickly killing the snake-tailed tiger, Xiao Chun advanced to the next stage unharmed. The others were not as lucky. The Ho was the natural nemesis of the dragon race. It was a faction rooted in the depths of the bloodline, something that could not be changed. The dragon race bloodline, which could suppress most mutated beast bloodlines, was helpless before the Ho. The Silver Dragon Palace's Yuanshi instantly paled when he felt the snake-tailed tiger in the pillar. Yuanshi had not expected Ancestor Dragon City's people to be so cruel, setting up such a difficult stage in the first stage. Fortunately, they were all peak existences of the 7 great outer palaces. Even if they could not defeat it, they did not have to worry about survival. If it were an ordinary heaven-class core disciple, they would not be able to resist this snake-tailed tiger with the Ho bloodline. They would be torn to shreds in 2 or 3 bites. Yuanshi did his best to remain calm, hoping that the Ho bloodline in the snake-tailed tiger would not affect him. However, fear lingered. No matter how calm he was, he could only bring out 70% of his strength. Being able to bring out 70% was already pretty good. The disciples of the other outer palaces could only bring out 50%. At the very least, Yuanshi could kill this snake-tailed tiger with 70% of his strength. 50% would be too much. The only one who fared better was Qin Mu. Although Qin Mu was affected as well, he possessed the noblest golden dragon bloodline. Furthermore, his bloodline was grade 7. Furthermore, the current Dragon Emperor was a golden divine dragon. This allowed Qin Mu to borrow the Dragon Emperor's dragon might, and bring out 80% of his strength. If there were no surprises, Qin Mu should be the first to kill this snake-tailed tiger, aside from Xiao Chan. The leaders of the various outer palaces stood on the light steps that stretched across the sky. They did not know what the disciples in the formation were experiencing. Only 3 bronze doors waited to open in the huge formation plate. Lord Feng, what are the tests in the first stage? The Green Dragon Palace's palace master asked curiously as he looked at the white-bearded old man from Ancestor Dragon City. The white-bearded old man replied casually, "There is nothing special about the first stage. Aside from the increased gravity, the dangerous environment, and your own attacks, the snake-tailed tiger is somewhat difficult to deal with." What? These words caused the faces of the hall masters to change greatly. Elder Tianyun was even more stunned. He felt like he could not stand stably. He looked at the first palace master beside him and said in a fluster, "First palace master Xiao Chan he." It was common knowledge that the bloodline power of a mixed blood dragon was the weakest. In the face of the snake-tailed tiger with the nightmare beast bloodline, its resistance was undoubtedly the weakest. However, the hall masters of the other outer halls did not look good either. It was obvious that they were worried about the snake-tailed tiger. However, the Golden Dragon Palace's palace master appeared very confident. He said, "It looks like the first to push open the bronze doors will be my Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu. Aside from Qin Mu, I cannot think of anyone else who can deal with the snake-tailed tiger the fastest." The other hall masters knew that what Xiao Chan said was true. The bloodline of the Golden Divine Dragon was the noblest, and Qin Mu's bloodline was a 7th grade one. His advantage in this round was too great. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master glanced over and fixed his gaze on 1st palace master Exine. He smiled and said softly, "Brother Exine, you have to worry. Although it is dangerous for the Divine Dragon Outer Palace disciples to face the snake-tailed tiger, their lives will not be in danger. On the other hand, I fear that your Xiao Chan will not be able to last in a few exchanges. After all, the bloodline is there. Lord Feng, why don't you give him a chance to give up in this round?" The other hall masters immediately felt happy when they thought about it. This was rather interesting. Before the competition between the 7 outer palaces, this Xiao Chan had been very famous in the Heaven Dragon Palace. This was especially so when Xiao Chan fought against 2 Divine Dragon Outer Palace, Heaven-class core disciples when the 3 outer palaces gathered. While Xiao Chan might still be somewhat weaker than the strongest Heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces, such a heaven-defying mixed-blood dragon cultivator had rarely appeared in the past few centuries. However, who could have expected a horrifying and terrifying existence of the snake-tailed tiger to appear in the first round? This was simply a destructive blow to a mixed-blood dragon cultivator. As the saying went, bad luck. The white-bearded old man entered deep thought. He did not care about the conflict between the Golden Dragon Palace and the Heaven Dragon Palace. After thinking rationally, he looked at the first palace master and asked, "Exine, what do you think? Going by convention, one cannot give up. However, this year's test is indeed somewhat special. I do not know what happened in there, but I can sense that Xiao Chan is still alive. If you have any thoughts, I can get Xiao Chan to withdraw." "Haha. Brother Exine, stop holding on. Lord Feng already said that. Why are you still holding on?" The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master said casually with a soft laugh. "That's right. What is there to think about? In any case, aside from the top 3, the other outer palaces will be at the bottom. Giving up will not have much of an impact. In any case, the Heaven Dragon Palace ranks last every year. This time, everyone will rank last with you. That is already pretty good." With the existence of the Heaven Dragon Palace, the other outer palaces' nervous moods eased somewhat, and they started to tease each other. The human heart was strange. Many times, since one could not obtain the first rank, it was fine as long as one did not embarrass oneself at the bottom. With the Heaven Dragon Palace here, everyone felt much better. As long as the first palace master gave up, everyone would be at the bottom. They would still be able to suppress the Heaven Dragon Palace and not be at the bottom. At this moment, First Palace Master Exine felt conflicted, suffering. He had never felt such a difficult choice before. On one hand, the leaders of the various Divine Dragon Outer Palaces mocked him. On the other hand, he worried about Xiao Chen's safety and struggled with whether to give up or not. No matter what, he should prioritize Xiao Qin's safety. However, First Palace Master Exian felt somewhat dissatisfied. This was a great opportunity for the Heaven Dragon Palace to obtain a good ranking. The heavens blessed the Heaven Dragon bloodline, allowing Xiao Qian to appear in the Heaven Dragon Palace. First Palace Master Exian remembered that proud white-clad youth when he first entered the Heaven Dragon Palace. He bluntly told Tian Yun that he would regret it. He could still remember the shock he felt when he heard the news of him slaying Rakshasa Tian's clone in the first netherworld. Xiao Qian still remembered the white-clad Xiao Qian who stood at the top of the Heaven Dragon and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, showing his unyielding character and shocking the surroundings. Xiao Qian still remembered the joy he, his second brother, and his third brother felt when they learned that Xiao Qian fought against 2 Divine Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples by himself during the gathering of the 3 outer palaces. He still remembered the promise he made with Xiao Qian before he left, as well as the fighting spirit burning in his eyes and the unwavering determination on his face. The First Palace Master thought about many things. However, in the end he still decided to let Xiao Qian live. No matter what, as long as one was alive there would be hope. Life was the most important thing. However, just as the First Palace Master was about to speak, Elder Tianyun suddenly pulled the First Palace Master back and said, "First Palace Master, let's make a bet. I understand Xiao Qian. If we let him give up like this, even if it's for his own good, he might never forgive us for the rest of his life." "But," Elder Tianyun said resolutely, "First Palace Master, have you forgotten what he said to me when he first came to the Heaven Dragon Palace? Have you forgotten about the white-clad figure who stood at the top of the Heaven Dragon, comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist? First Palace Master, trust me. Don't give up. Otherwise, Xiao Qian will never forgive us for the rest of his life. He is not someone who gives up easily. If even he did not give up, yet we gave up, what would he think?" The First Palace Master was stunned when he heard that. It was like lightning struck his mind. That's right. If even Xiao Qian did not give up, yet we gave up on him, what would he think? He was a dragon race cultivator who dared to take the risk to shatter Rakshasa Tian's clone. How could he give up before a snake-tailed tiger? A light flashed in the First Palace Master's eyes. He no longer wavered as he said, "Many thanks, Lord Feng. The Heaven Dragon Palace will not give up. It will not give up on its disciple." There was still something that the First Palace Master did not say. The Heaven Dragon Palace could not remain at the bottom forever. Lord Feng found this slightly strange. However, since the First Palace Master made his choice, he did not say anything. This decision surprised the Palace Masters of the other Divine Dragon Palaces. The Golden Dragon Palace's third Palace Master's face sank. He smiled coldly and said, "Brother Yexin, you are really going all out. For the sake of a good ranking, you even disregard the lives of your disciples. However, thinking about it, it makes sense. In any case, he is just a mixed blood dragon. Even if he dies, Brother Exian will not care. Do you wish to die?" First Palace Master Exian's face turned sullen when he heard that. A cold, murderous intent spread in his voice, inspiring fear in everyone. This startled the others. They thought to themselves, "Oh no. This Golden Dragon Palace's third Palace Master went overboard." They had also forgotten how terrifying the Heaven Dragon Palace's first Palace Master was. The other party's bloodline was not high, but his comprehension ability was startling. When he was young, he had been an unruly person. Back then, during the Empire's War, this man before them had relied on his military merits to climb to the position of the Heaven Dragon Palace's first Palace Master. Xiao Qian was not like them. While they were strong, they relied more on the power of their clans. The White Dragon Palace's first Palace Master quickly tried to mediate. "Brother Qin, your words are a little overboard. We are all people of the dragon race. How can there be a difference in strength? No matter who it is, this concerns lives. It is a major matter." Right. Brother Qin, just apologize. Stop speaking." Fortunately, the other Palace Masters gave him a way out. The Golden Dragon Palace's third Palace Master knew that he was in the wrong. He also feared Exian's strength somewhat, so he said casually, "Sorry, Brother Exine. I said the wrong thing earlier. Let me apologize to you." The first Palace Master wanted to flare up. However, Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng was here, so he could not say anything, so he could only drop the subject. When the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master saw this scene, he smiled coldly to himself. A mixed blood dragon is just a mixed blood dragon. Chapter 2013. After he left the palace, he advanced at full speed. Right now, he did not know that in the world outside the array formation, what happened on the staircase of light and shadow that traversed the heavens almost pulled him out. If the first palace master really wanted him to give up, even if Xiao Chen's mental state was pretty good, he would probably feel extremely depressed. He had not given up, yet someone else gave up on him. Such a sullen feeling would make one feel extremely helpless. Soon, a city wall appeared before Xiao Chen. The city gates were tightly shut, and dark clouds spread out. Xiao Chen stopped and entered deep thought. This world is really strange. The sky is probably an illusion. Everything is just a small world in the formation. Come out. Stop hiding. Xiao Chen said softly to the majestic city wall. There were two people hidden in the city wall. These two people hid their auras very ingeniously. Although Xiao Chen could sense their presence, he did not know their strength or other information. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two men wearing golden battle armor leaped down from the city wall. One of them held a spear. His face was sharp, and his eyes were like resplendent gems, bright and clear. He looked delicate and handsome, giving off the air of nobility. In terms of elegance, he was no weaker than Qin Mu, one of the Qin clan's twin stars. The other person was tall and stout, 2 meters tall. His muscles bulged, looking like his battle armor would burst. This person wore a pair of black gloves flickering with a dim light, giving off a faint Dao. This was an inherited Dao tool. This person was actually an exceptionally rare vital Qi cultivator. When Xiao Chen saw the two, his expression did not change. However, he felt somewhat shocked in his heart. These two were the Golden Dragon Palace's heaven-class core disciples. Their rankings seemed to be rather high. Xiao Chen had some impression of them outside, as they were very close to the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master. Wasn't the so-called first stage only for the strongest of the various outer palaces? How did the heaven-class core disciples from the outer palaces get in? After waiting for so long, it is actually a mixed blood dragon. Seeing how confused you are, I'll tell you. Each outer palace can send out 2 people to randomly attack the strongest disciples of the other outer palaces. Unfortunately, you ran into the 2 of us. Golden Dragon Palace's Zhao Long. The handsome youth holding the spear gently spun the spear, and a few gusts of wind whistled out from the tip of the spear as he reported his name. The Golden Dragon Palace's Tai Zongming. The vital Qi cultivator looked at Xiao Chen and smiled cruelly. Then he reported his name. These two were experts of the Golden Dragon Palace, second only to Qin Mu. Their strengths were about the same. If the two of them worked together, even Qin Mu would have a hard time dealing with them. Xiao Chen raised his head to look at the city wall behind the two of them and said thoughtfully, I can leave as long as I push open the city gate. Hearing this, Tai Zongming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why do you think you'll have the chance to do so in front of the 2 of us? We have not reached the second stage yet, so I advise you to save your energy. To tell you the truth, even Qin Mu would find it hard to defeat the 2 of us if we work together. Aside from him, we are the strongest in the Golden Dragon Palace. Both of them couldn't help but laugh when they saw that Xiao Chen was still thinking about getting lucky. In reality, the 2 were more likely to target the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi, the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun, or the Blue Dragon Palace's Feng Wuheng. They wanted to do their best to create a chance for their senior brother Qin Mu to obtain the first rank. Indeed, they felt somewhat disappointed when facing Xiao Chen. They felt like they could not bring out their strength at all, wasting a chance to snipe. Make your move then. Let me see where the 2 of you get your confidence from. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he made an inviting gesture. Zhao Long felt slightly enraged when he heard that. He said sullenly, You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. You are seeking a beating. While Zhao Long spoke arrogantly, he was extremely cautious when he attacked, not getting careless at all. Clearly, these 2 had heard of Xiao Chen's exploits and would not be careless. Bang! Zhao Long attacked first. However, Tai Zongming's attack arrived first. With a cold laugh, Tai Zongming punched the ground with his fist. Amid the loud sound, the ground shook. A terrifying crack extended to Xiao Chen's feet. The horrifying energy seemed like it would tear Xiao Chen in half like the ground. This was how vital qi cultivators were. The circulation of vital qi were much faster than that of veritable essence energy. With a thought, they could erupt with horrifying force with a casual punch. This was not like veritable essence energy, which needed to flow through the meridians and coordinate with one's aura and Tao. Xiao Chen did not retreat. He snorted coldly and stomped heavily on the ground. The spreading crack stopped. The two's strength clashed underground. In the next moment, Lin Yun's eyes widened. In the next moment, the ground between the two shattered and exploded. Rubble flew everywhere, and the ground trembled. Space seemed to turn chaotic as well. Whoosh! A cold light flickered like an icy star amid the rubble. Zhao Long held up his spear, looking like a deity. Strands of golden divine dragon images circled Zhao Long as he shook his wrist. The golden divine dragon images merged with the spear. The resplendent golden light at the tip of the spear looked as piercing as the sun. Solitary dragon illuminates the sky. Zhao Long shouted. He infused most of his veritable essence energy into this spear strike. He activated his holy venerate will and great Tao energy at the same time, raising his aura to its peak. Zhao Long was extremely confident in this spear strike. This spear strike would definitely injure Xiao Chen. Even if Xiao Chen did not die, he would be severely injured. After that, Tai Zongming would make another move and Xiao Chen would lose. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was no longer the Xiao Chen from 1 month ago. He could still block this spear strike. At the critical moment, Zhao Long saw the white figure in front holding up the scabbard and pointing it at the sky. He did not draw the scabbard? Dang! Before Xiao Chen could think, the tip of the scabbard clashed with Zhao Long's nearly full power strike. A vast force surged out. Aside from the area under Xiao Chen's feet, the surrounding ground cracked and shot out ferociously. The strong might was clear to see. However, Zhao Long was horrified to discover that Xiao Chen did not move back at all. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen, who had used the scabbard to receive his spear strike, did not get knocked back. How can this be? Shock flashed in Zhao Long's eyes. He was horrified to discover that the two overlapping Tao might behind Xiao Chen had already suppressed him at some point in time. Go back. Zhao Long ferociously pushed back with the scabbard, and a huge force surged out. Zhao Long, who was in the air, felt his internal organs rupture. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he was forcefully pushed back by Xiao Chen. Clang! Xiao Chen's movements were as smooth as flowing water. The instant he pushed back Zhao Long, he drew his tyrant saber, and a cold light flashed in the sky. Kase! The saber's edge pierced through Tai Zongming's shoulder armor and embedded itself in his shoulder bone. Tai Zongming paled as he knelt on one knee. His hands clamped down on the saber's edge, not letting it descend any further. Tai Zongming was still immersed in a lingering fear. He had clearly calculated the timing earlier. With such a sneak attack, Xiao Chen would not be able to pull back. However, Xiao Chen seemed to have calculated everything. When Tai Zongming made his move, the saber light landed and locked onto him. In that instant, there was only this saber in the world. The fear of death spread in Tai Zongming's heart. In the face of danger, the advantage of being a vital qi cultivator showed itself. He managed to avoid getting hit in his vitals. However, he could not escape unscathed in the end, still getting struck by the saber light. You are seeking death. When Zhao Long saw the situation, he felt incredibly frustrated. While he was still in the air, he spun around and tossed the spear in his hand. The spear was like a dragon bearing fangs and claws as it roared at Xiao Chen. Dragon roars rang out, and the golden dragon's dragon might pressed over, wanting to knock back Xiao Chen and give Tai Zongming a chance to escape. Break! Xiao Chen shouted coldly and punched with his left hand. 100 cauldron force surged out from his body and burst out from his fist light. Zhao Long's strike did not store up any power. When the 100 cauldron force exploded, the golden dragon image instantly scattered. The spear reappeared, and the spear trembled as it hummed in the air. Die! Tai Zongming, who was kneeling on one knee, took advantage of this opportunity. He roared ferociously and grabbed the entire saber with his left hand. Tai Zongming's eyes turned scarlet, and his vital qi surged like thunder. His body gave off loud, thunderous sounds. His aura instantly surged, and blood flowed out of his left hand, which held the saber. However, Tai Zongming ignored that, forcefully standing up while holding the saber. He clenched his right hand tightly and punched at Xiao Qin's head. His entire right arm turned into a corporeal berserk dragon, as vital qi poured out endlessly. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be caught off guard by Tai Zongming's sudden attack, and their head would have exploded into a bloody flower. Physical body cultivators should never be underestimated. In any dangerous situation, they could erupt with miracles at any time. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun was also a physical body cultivator. Divine Dragon War Body. Xiao Chun snorted coldly, and his body swelled up. His figure instantly became the same as the tall and stout Tai Zongming. After Tai Zongming went berserk, the aura that temporarily suppressed Xiao Chun vanished at this moment. Xiao Chun clenched his left hand into a fist. After bringing out his Divine Dragon War Body, he did not show any fear, directly clashing with Tai Zongming. Bang! The two fists clashed, and an instant explosion occurred. Tai Zongming vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying into the air. Xiao Qin's figure flickered. With a few leaps, he managed to dissipate the force. The white-robed figure remained calm and indifferent in the chaotic space where rocks filled the air, strong winds blew, and dragon roars rang out. It looks like Qin Mu held back a lot of his strength when fighting you. Goodbye. Xiao Chun did not waste time with these two. He sheathed his saber and turned into a flash of lightning, flying towards the city gates in front. Zhao Long and Tai Zongming exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bitterness. They had lost somewhat miserably. The two of them still had some combat prowess. If they really wanted to drag things out, they could delay Xiao Chun for a long time. However, it was pointless. The two's confidence had been shattered. If they continued fighting, it would affect them greatly. At the second stage, they might run into a mishap. There was no need to make such a huge sacrifice for Qin Mu. Xiao Qin's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew what the two were thinking. Then, he passed through them without any hesitation. He knew that these two would not dare to stop them. Creak! Xiao Chun pushed open the city gates, and the world before him suddenly changed. Then, he entered a suppressive palace again. Xiao Chun sized up his surroundings. After searching for a while, he did not discover any hidden dangers in the palace. The surroundings were tightly sealed, forming an enclosed cage. Xiao Chun found this strange. What exactly was this stage testing? He could not help entering deep thought. Is this the final stage? Xiao Chun felt that he had already reached the end. He could feel the edge of the formation world through this palace. Just as Xiao Chun felt uncertain, a gentle breeze appeared in the palace. A figure appeared together with the gentle breeze. Feng Wuheng. Xiao Chun. The two saw each other's faces at the same time and called out each other's names. Boom! An ancient bronze door suddenly appeared at the end of the palace. The two were startled. A brilliant light flashed in their eyes at the same time. They instantly understood that this was the final stage. Only one of them could push open this door and walk out. Chapter 2014. After seeing the bronze doors, the two calmed down from their shock. With their intelligence, they were able to guess that this was the final trial. After pushing open the bronze doors, they would at least be in the top 3. Otherwise, they would be at the bottom. Now that the two met, only one could leave. This was undoubtedly a very cruel thing. Feng Wuheng looked around and gained some understanding of this stage. The bronze doors would only appear when 2 people arrived in the palace. Whoever arrived first could recover their aura and veritable essence energy, allowing them to face their opponent in their peak state. After all, no matter who it was along the way, they would all be somewhat drained and would not be in their peak state. Due to Feng Wuheng's wind-attributed advantage, aside from the snake-tailed tiger stage, he had rushed over at the fastest speed possible. He had rushed over as fast as he could for the other tests. However, he had not expected Xiao Chun to arrive before him. The shock in Feng Wuheng's eyes when he first saw Xiao Chun was not fake. Xiao Chun did not overthink. He shifted his gaze from the bronze doors to Feng Wuheng. It looks like only one of us can leave. Feng Wuheng's eyes flickered, but he did not reply. He smiled and said, I wonder how long Brother Xiao Chun has been here. Feng Wuheng was testing Xiao Chun. If Xiao Chun had been here for so long, it meant that Xiao Chun had recovered to his peak state. If Xiao Chun fought rashly, he would suffer greatly. Feng Wuheng himself had rushed all the way here. He even used a secret technique along the way, draining himself significantly. Xiao Chun smiled faintly in his heart. Naturally, he knew what Feng Wuheng was thinking. He did not hide anything and said directly, "If you need to recover, I can give you 15 minutes. During this time, I will not make a move." Feng Wuheng felt startled when he heard that. Xiao Qin's attitude completely exceeded his expectations. "Many thanks. I once heard Situ talk about Brother Xiao, and his tone was filled with admiration. I did not believe him in the past, but today, I see for myself that even Qin Mu does not have such breadth of mind and confidence." These words were true. Feng Wuheng was not like the others who looked down on mixed-blood dragons. However, when he heard Situ talk about Xiao Chun, he did feel some disdain. Xiao Chun did not think that a person with a mixed-blood dragon bloodline could be as strong as Situ said. Today he saw it for himself. Feng Wuheng's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, "But I'll say this in advance. I won't show you any mercy." He sensed an opportunity from Xiao Chun. If he had encountered someone else in the final round, he might not have been able to fight for first place. But if it was Xiao Chun, he really had a great chance this time. "As you wish." Xiao Chun was not surprised and said softly. Xiao Chun had his own considerations. Since these people were from the Blue Dragon Palace, there was no need to take things too seriously on account of Situ Tong. There was no need to make too many enemies. Leaving a favor to the other party wasn't a bad idea either. Moreover, he was confident that even if his opponent had recovered, he would still be able to defeat him. As long as he pushed open this door, he would be in the top 3. To the Heaven Dragon Hall, this was completely acceptable. As the Heaven Dragon Palace had relatively few Heaven-class core disciples, the third rank would allow everyone to enter the second stage. Time passed slowly. A quarter of an hour soon passed. Feng Wuheng opened his eyes and stood up. Then he faced Xiao Chun once more. "No matter who wins or loses, I owe Brother Xiao a favor this time. Please give me your guidance." Feng Wuheng was rather straightforward, not saying anything unnecessary. After saying that, he took a stance. Whoosh! The two's gazes clashed in the air, searching for openings in each other's aura. Lightning crackled and flickered endlessly behind Xiao Chen. The Thunder Great Tao slowly stored up power. Gusts of wind drifted around Feng Wuheng, slowly growing stronger. Holy Venerate Will. Feng Wuheng could tell that Xiao Chen's cultivation was weaker, so he decisively infused his will of soul into his aura. Immediately, the formless strong wind seemed to come to life. With the support of the will of soul, the omnipresent wind became like a divine dragon, carrying a vast might and pressure as it charged at Xiao Chun. The dragon hid in the wind. The dragon image moved with the wind, and dragon might surged everywhere. In that instant, Xiao Chun felt the other party's might spread out in this space, putting immense pressure on him. Clearly, Feng Wuheng had put in a lot of effort into his will of soul. It already possessed a soul pressure no weaker than that of an early-stage sovereign personage. Light of the sun and moon. Xiao Chun did not panic. With a wave of his hand, the sun and moon rose behind him at the same time. Xiao Chen's suppressed aura immediately bounced back. Although his cultivation was not as high as Feng Wuheng's, he possessed a mysterious phenomenon of his soul. The moment he manifested it, not only did he resolve the danger before him, but he even managed to counterattack. The situation startled Feng Wuheng. He knew that he had no choice but to make a move. If Xiao Chun still did not make a move, his aura would be at a complete disadvantage. Wrath of Wind, Doomsday Storm. Feng Wuheng revealed an extremely ferocious and furious expression as he threw a palm strike as he roared. What kind of scene would the Doomsday Storm be like? Xiao Chun had never seen it before. However, he believed that the scene before him would be no different from the Doomsday Storm in the outside world. Feng Wuheng's palm strike instantly plunged every inch of the entire palace into a berserk state. Rumble. Strong winds howled in every corner. The palace shook as if it would collapse at any moment. There was no place to hide. The power of the storm was everywhere. Xiao Chun felt like millions of invisible hands were trying to tear him to shreds. Indeed, None of the outer palace's 4 great experts were weak. The moment Feng Wuheng attacked, he caught Xiao Chun off guard and could not adapt. Fortunately, Xiao Qin's physical body was strong. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand such a tearing, instantly losing. Set! Xiao Qin shouted and took a step back with his left foot. Then, he ferociously swung the tyrant's saber with his right hand. Dang! The tip of the scabbard instantly sank 1 centimeter into the ground. The Thunder Dao's Dao Might and the Saber Dao's Dao Might layered over each other. Then, the veritable essence energy in Xiao Qin's body turned into a momentum that soared up like a stabilizing needle. No matter how strong the wind howls, I will not move. Wrath of wind, heartless and hateful. A desolate intent spread out from Feng Wuheng's body. This move took the meaning of the desolate autumn wind sweeping through the world as it surged towards Xiao Chun. A will of destruction appeared in the berserk wind. When the two merged, they perfectly materialized the desolate autumn wind. It swept over, sweeping through everything in its path. Break. Xiao Chun remained expressionless as he silently executed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. When the saber light came out of its scabbard, it turned into an eternal and inextinguishable saber light. This was the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolving the mundane. Was it the merciless autumn wind? Or was it the merciless Buddha who resolved the mundane? Fighting merciless with merciless? In the time it took for a breath, the desolate palm wind clashed with the inextinguishable saber light. The autumn wind scattered, and the saber light exploded. Thousands of strands of autumn wind accompanied the shattered resplendent saber light as they flew everywhere, filling the entire space. As they flickered, mottled light and shadows formed a wondrous scene. However, the two were not in the mood to appreciate it. Their figures flashed as they quickly attacked, neither giving way to the other. Just as the two of them were immersed in their fight, the other two palaces finally welcomed the others. In one of the palaces, the Golden Dragon Palace's Qinmu managed to easily break through the attacks of 2 White Dragon Palace experts. Then he looked around curiously. Just as Qinmu was thinking, a figure flashed and a bronze door appeared. Ding Jun! Qinmu felt startled. Unexpectedly, he ran into Ding Jun in the final stage. If it were anyone from the other outer palaces, Qinmu was confident of convincing the other party to win without a fight. However, it would be somewhat problematic to run into the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun. Even so, Qinmu still said, Ding Jun, this should be the final stage. We have fought many times, but you have not won even once. How about you do me a favor this time and let me push open that door? Ding Jun withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and chuckled. Qinmu, since when have you seen my Red Dragon Palace disciples negotiate with others? Stop being so wishy-washy like a girl. If you want to fight, then fight. Be more straightforward. Qinmu's face sank. He retorted coldly, You Red Dragon Palace bastards are like stones in a latrine pit. Since you do not appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless. Many thanks for the praise. Come. Let me see how ruthless you are. Ha ha ha. Ding Jun laughed loudly, unconcerned. The two quickly started fighting. Without any preparation, they immediately launched their most ferocious attacks. In the remaining palace, the White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao, who had arrived very late, was sizing up the surroundings when a figure in a somewhat sorry state appeared before him. Yuanxi. Ling Xiao was greatly startled. Yuanxi's body was riddled with wounds, bleeding. These were all sword wounds. The sword intent lingering in Yuanxi's wounds had yet to scatter. Clearly, Yuanxi would take some time to recover. Yuanxi's sword Dao was publicly recognized as the strongest in the outer palaces. To think that such a person was covered in sword wounds. Brother Yuan, which outer palace attacked you? Ling Xiao asked, feeling interested. Boom! Right after Ling Xiao spoke, an ancient bronze door suddenly appeared at the end of the palace. This startled the two. After the shock passed, they revealed different expressions. Yuanxi said with a sullen expression, Ling Xiao, we have some friendship. Can you let me rest for a while before we fight? Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'm not a fool. If you recover, how can I be a match for you? Friendship aside, you can't blame me for being unlucky. Yuanxi immediately felt frustrated. He could not tell that this Ling Xiao was normally a righteous person. However, at the crucial moment, Ling Xiao did not give Yuan Shi a chance. This old man finally understands. However, it is not as easy as you think for you to defeat me. After this, the three palaces entered a state of battle. The Green Dragon Palace's strongest disciple, who arrived late, was in a somewhat miserable state. He had already lost the right to compete in the final stage. Outside the formation plate, Lord Feng, who stood on the light steps in the sky, raised his eyelids slightly and said softly, "Those who are qualified have already entered the final test. Soon the first rank will be revealed." Whoosh! The moment Lord Feng said that, the many outer palace masters on the steps all showed nervous expressions. The Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master did not have a relaxed expression either. He was waiting for Qin Mu to be the first to come out, so he could vent his frustration. Chapter 2015. The battles in the three palaces in the formation world had already reached their climax. The battles in each of the palaces were especially intense, so much so that they could even be described as tragic. The exit was right in front of them. Either they would rank in the top 3 or last. The two results were simply too different. No one was willing to be last. This was especially so for the famous Outer Palace outstanding talents. They would not give up until the very last moment. Who would be the first to walk out of the bronze doors? After so much time had passed, not only were the palace masters on the light steps in the air waiting anxiously, but the heaven-class core disciples on the ground waiting as well. After all, this concerned the slots for the outer palaces to enter the second stage. This concerned honor and benefits. Everyone hoped that their strongest disciple could stand out and become the first. Why are there no results yet? This is really making me anxious. Why is senior brother Qin Mu not appearing yet? There's no rush. Senior brother Qin Mu is publicly recognized as the strongest of the outer palaces. There should not be any surprises with him obtaining the first rank of the first stage. It would be good if he can enter the top 3. With that, most of the people in our Silver Dragon Palace will be qualified to enter the second stage. Given senior brother Yuan Shi's strength, while he might not be the first rank, he is definitely in the top 3. The various outer palace disciples started discussing in low voices in groups of 2s and 3s. The many Heavenly Dragon Palace disciples did not dare to say anything before this group of Divine Dragon bloodline cultivators. If they said anything, they would attract gazes of criticism. The many Divine Dragon disciples who looked down on mixed blood dragons mocked them in their hearts. The one at the bottom would definitely be Xiao Chan. When Li Luo and the others heard this, they felt angry in their hearts. However, they did not dare to show it on their faces. They could not help it. Aside from them, the others were all Divine Dragon bloodline disciples. If they started arguing, they would not be able to escape any benefits. This first stage is very considerate of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Aside from the top 3, everyone else is at the bottom. This is really unfair. Indeed. Why can't there be 4, 5, 6, and 7? Just thinking about it pisses me off. Ancestor Dragon City is clearly biased toward these mixed blood dragons. Speak softer. Don't let others hear. So what if they heard it? What's there to be afraid of? I'm just speaking the truth. If senior brother doesn't make it to the top 3, our slots will be the same as those mixed dragons. That's unfair. Although the ear-piercing criticism was suppressed, no one present could hear it. Bai Yunfeng and the others held their breaths, their expressions somewhat unsightly. Not far away, the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Tai saw this scene. He smiled faintly and said, "Brother Yunfeng, don't be angry. The Heaven Dragon Palace has been at the bottom for so many years. No matter what, we have to take care of them, right? These people are not giving face. Just ignore them. I support Ancestor Dragon City's decision." The Silver Dragon Palace disciples were extremely confident of their senior brother, Yuan Shi, entering the top 3. On the other hand, Yuan Tai had nothing better to do, so he teased Zhang Xian. On the surface he seemed to be supporting Zhang Xian, but he was secretly mocking him. Right. Our Silver Dragon Palace supports Ancestor Dragon City's decision. This group of people is truly shameless. They are so harsh to their fellow sect members. Brothers of the Heaven Dragon Palace, don't be sad. Our Silver Dragon Palace disciples are absolutely not that harsh. Ha ha ha. Under Yuan Tai's lead, The group of bored Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples all started laughing loudly. In any case, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Yuanqi would definitely enter the top 3. There was no need to worry too much. Bai Yunfeng trembled in anger, wanting to flare up on the spot. However, Li Luo, who was at the side, held him back, telling him not to act rashly. Creak! Just at this moment, a strange sound came from the formation plate. It was not loud, but everyone heard it. It was the sound of a door being pushed open. Someone was pushing the ancient bronze doors. In the blink of an eye, the chatter came to an abrupt stop. Everyone's gaze was directed toward the 3 ancient bronze doors on the giant formation plate in front of them. Everyone turned anxious, including the Silver Dragon Palace's group. The smiles on their faces vanished, and they watched nervously. He watched nervously. After all, no one could predict the outcome of an accident. It's the door in the middle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, every detail of the 3 ancient bronze doors was captured by the crowd. It could be clearly seen that the door in the middle was being pushed little by little, emitting a creaking sound. The person pushing the door seemed to have exhausted a lot of veritable essence energy and stamina. It appeared somewhat strenuous, unable to push the door open in one go. Who is it? Right now, everyone was trying to guess who was pushing this door open. Without a doubt, the person who pushed this door open would be the first. Qinmu. Qinmu. It must be Qinmu. On the light steps, the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master already had a somewhat crazed look in his eyes. He nearly could not help muttering to himself. He could not help it. His earlier words were too firm. He had ruthlessly trampled on the Heaven Dragon Palace. If Qinmu did not rank first, it would be somewhat embarrassing. Although the palace masters of the other outer palaces knew that it was very likely Qinmu pushing the door open, they still held some hope. However, he still had some expectations. He hoped that his disciple would be the one who was pushing the door open. The many Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples already held their breaths in extreme anxiety, waiting for the answer. Compared to these Divine Dragon Palace disciples, the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples showed somewhat desolate expressions. They did not seek to rank first. They only hoped that their senior brother Xiaochan could help them rank in the top 3. As long as they could rank in the top 3, they would be able to hold their heads high and release all the pent-up frustration in their hearts. As long as they could rank in the top 3, all the grievances they had suffered over the years would be worth it. However, the rumors they heard earlier discouraged them. They had already heard about the snake-tailed tiger. They had already heard about a mixed blood dragon bloodline cultivator facing a snake-tailed tiger with a Ho bloodline. The result was simply unimaginable. Although the ancient bronze door in the middle pushed somewhat slowly, it eventually opened a crack. Then the crack slowly widened. When the crack expanded to 3 inches, a side profile and a set of blood-stained golden armor appeared clearly in front of everyone under the sunlight. It was Qinmu. Qinmu's handsome face appeared somewhat fatigued. However, the sharpness hidden in his eyes, the noble air of a golden dragon, and the blood-stained golden armor all showed it. This person was Qinmu, one of the Qin clan's twin stars, the strongest person in the outer palace. Ha ha ha. This old man already said that the first rank would definitely be my Golden Dragon Palace's Qinmu. Earlier I called him a mixed blood dragon, and you want me to apologize? Damn it. To think that the strongest golden dragon in the outer palace wants to apologize to a mixed blood dragon. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master could not help laughing maniacally on the light steps. Clearly, the 3rd palace master was also frustrated. Although his earlier apology to the 1st palace master was not sincere, it still upset him, a golden dragon. After suppressing it for a long time, it finally erupted. Although the 3rd palace master's words were arrogant, when he saw Qinmu, who was the first to push open the ancient bronze door, the other outer palace masters did not say anything. The 3rd palace master had no choice. At this moment, he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Even if the 1st palace master felt dissatisfied, he could not say anything, nor could he say anything. The results were there for all to see. This was a world where the strong reigned. Lord Feng would not care about it. It's senior brother. It really is senior brother Qin. The pride of the Golden Dragon bloodline, the dignity of the royal clan, senior brother did it. The strongest of the outer palaces will definitely be the noble Golden Dragon bloodline. No one can shake him. The Golden Dragon Palace's heaven-class core disciples felt incredibly excited. Some even had tears in their eyes as they cheered in unison. The other outer palace disciples all showed somewhat desolate expressions. However, they did not show much change in their expressions. The strongest of the outer palaces was truly the strongest of the outer palaces. He lived up to his reputation. Qin Mu, who was pushing open the door, felt extremely fatigued. When he saw this scene, he squeezed out a smile on his pale face. It was worth it. It was worth fighting that madman from the Red Dragon Palace to the brink of death. Fortunately, he did not fail in his mission. It was all worth it. Boom! Suddenly, without any warning, an explosion came from the formation plate. Before everyone's incredulous gazes, the ancient bronze door to Qin Mu's left exploded. Then a piercing electric light burst out from it. The electric light was as piercing as the blazing sun. A figure shot out from within the 10,000 zhang of lightning. That person wore white robes, looking spotless. He had a handsome face and delicate facial features. His expression was calm as he held up the tyrant's saber and landed firmly in the air. Who else could it be but Xiao Chun? Everyone was stunned by this scene. Qin Mu had only pushed the door halfway. He hadn't even had the time to take a step out. The smile on his face had yet to fade when it froze. The cheering Golden Dragon Palace disciples were utterly stupefied. After the white-bearded old man on the light steps recovered from his shock, he said calmly, "Congratulations to the Heaven Dragon Palace's disciple, Xiao Chun, for being the first to leave and obtaining the first rank." The Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master, who had cursed excitedly earlier, was instantly stunned. He felt a burning pain on his face. The first palace master felt a lump in his throat, but he maintained a relatively calm expression. Without even looking at the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master, he said softly, "Tianyun, let's go and receive Xiao Chun." However, Elder Tianyun could not help turning around to look at the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master. "Our Heaven Dragon Palace really does not care for your Golden Dragon Palace's apology. You keep calling us mixed blood dragons. You are not even comparable to a mixed blood dragon. What noble golden divine dragon? Noble my ass." After cursing, Elder Tianyun turned and left. This angered the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master into trembling. He pointed at the other party but could not say anything for a long time. After being criticized by a Heaven Dragon Palace elder in public, the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master felt so frustrated that he wanted to die. However, he could not do anything. Chapter 2016. At first, the many heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace did not believe their eyes. When the white-bearded old man announced that the Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Chun obtained the first rank, everyone felt like they were startled awake from a dream. Only then did they wake up from a dream. The emotions that they had been suppressing for a long time erupted, and they could not help but cheer. Senior brother Xiao Chun obtained the first rank. He really obtained the first rank. The first rank belongs to our Heaven Dragon Palace. We are not at the bottom. The eyes of several Heaven Dragon Palace disciples turned moist. The earlier feeling was simply too unbearable. "Don't cry. Don't let others see you as a joke," Bai Yunfeng said softly. However, at some point in time, his eyes had already become moist. Although Xiao Chun obtained only the first rank of the first stage, it marked an epoch-making moment in the history of the Heaven Dragon Palace. It had been many years. Even the many elders of the Heaven Dragon Palace did not know how long the Heaven Dragon Palace had been at the bottom for. How much mockery and disdain had the Heaven Dragon Palace endured? Today, Xiao Chun obtained the first rank. How could these people not feel excited and excited? The Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples at the side were all stupefied. Their expressions turned sluggish, completely in disbelief. Even though Ancestor Dragon City's Lord had already announced this result, they still found it hard to accept. Yuan Tai, who had mocked the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples earlier, showed an unsightly expression as he stole a glance at Bai Yunfeng and the others. Yuan Tai discovered that the other party could not be bothered with them at all, focusing all their attention on Xiao Chun. Yuan Tai heaved a sigh of relief. If Bai Yunfeng and the others came over to trample on him now, It would be a slap in the face. With Xiao Chen's first rank, even if Yuan Tai suffered a slap in the face, he could only endure it and not lose his temper. Yuan Tai consoled himself. It's fine, it's fine. This is just the first stage. The second stage is the most important. As long as senior brother can enter the top 3, it will be fine. The Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples all set their gazes on the final ancient bronze door. They anticipated that Yuan Shi could push open this ancient bronze door. First place Xiao Chun. Second place Qin Mu. If not for Yuan Shi, the Silver Dragon Palace would have ranked last in the first stage. However, even after a long time, this ancient bronze door did not open. The faces of Yuan Tai and the others darkened. Senior brother Yuan Tai, the door is open. Someone exclaimed as he pointed at the giant array disc in front of him. Yuan Tai was overjoyed. He immediately glanced at the door and saw it being pushed open. Then the White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao walked out with a victorious smile on his fatigued face. The many Silver Dragon Palace disciples felt like they had fallen into an ice cave, stunned. When Bai Yunfeng saw this scene, he felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled softly and said, "This is surprising. The Silver Dragon Palace did not even make it into the top 3. However, the people from the Silver Dragon Palace probably don't mind. They were quite supportive of the rules of the first stage." His voice was not loud, but it was extremely ear-piercing in the ears of Yuan Tai and the others. This was especially so when they mocked Bai Yunfeng and the others earlier, expressing their support for Ancestor Dragon City's rules. This time he had been given a solid slap in the face. He had trapped himself in a trap, and he had no way to refute. His expression was extremely ugly. The other outer palaces were also discussing this matter. Yuan Shi was someone who was thought to be second only to Qin Mu. Yet, he was actually at the bottom of the first stage. Boom! With Ling Xiao's appearance, the first stage came to an end. The outer palace disciples responsible for sniping were sent out. The white-bearded man said, "That's enough. Go and rest first. I will announce the rules of the second stage in 2 hours. Even the snake-tailed tiger could not stop you, and you actually managed to obtain the first rank. You should be glad that you did not run into me," Qin Mu said coldly as he walked past Xiao Chan with a sullen expression. Then he left without looking back. Qin Mu felt extremely depressed, extremely sullen. Anyone would feel upset. The first to push open the ancient bronze door had already enjoyed the cheers of the crowd, the glory of the victor. Then he instantly turned the tables, becoming the second rank in the blink of an eye. If not for his good mental state, he would have gone berserk on the spot. "Brother Xiao, congratulations on obtaining the first rank." The Blue Dragon Palace's Feng Wuheng walked over and performed a cupped fist salute with a smile. The two of them exchanged blows in the palace, and the victor was decided. After the victor was decided, Feng Wuheng stopped decisively, not continuing to tremble. However, Xiao Chan retained most of his veritable essence energy and great Tao energy. Hence, Xiao Chan could shatter the ancient bronze door with one strike. Unlike Qin Mu, who was drained by Ding Jun and could only push open the ancient bronze door bit by bit. "You're too polite." The two had gotten to know each other after fighting. Xiao Chan obtaining the first rank was the other party's help, a close victory. "Haha, goodbye. I'll see you in the second stage." Feng Wuheng smiled freely and turned to leave. "Junior brother Xiao Chan, you obtained the first rank?" Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu exclaimed in shock as they walked over and looked at Xiao Chan. They did not know the results when they were inside. They only found out after hearing Feng Wuheng's congratulations, feeling incredibly shocked. "I was lucky." Right after Xiao Chan spoke, his expression changed. He suddenly discovered that the two's injuries were extremely horrifying. They were all terrifying sword wounds. The sword intent spreading from them had yet to fade, still invading the two's physical bodies. "Your injuries." When speaking of their injuries, the two revealed smiles. Lu Feng said excitedly, "We succeeded in sniping Yuan Shi. We estimate that he will not pass the final test. The first palace master told us to do our best to help you. Although Yuan Shi did not run into junior brother Xiao Chan, it was worth it." When the two learned that Xiao Chan obtained the first rank, they were overjoyed, completely forgetting about their injuries. However, Xiao Chan felt some heartache. These injuries were somewhat severe. Yuanxi was really ruthless in his attacks. Two mixed blood dragons, don't let me run into you in the second stage. I, Yuanxi, swear that I will make the two of you pay the price. Yuanxi, who could not control his killing qi, walked past the two. When he looked at Xiao Jinyu and Lu Feng, he looked like he wanted to attack on the spot. If not for these two, how could he not be a match for Ling Xiao? However, just at this moment, Yuanxi's expression turned grave. He suddenly discovered an even more terrifying killing qi surging towards him. Then Xiao Chan said coldly, I, Xiao Chan, swear that if you dare to take revenge on the two of them, I will return it tenfold. Let me warn you, don't let me run into you in the second stage either. Even when facing Qin Mu's mockery, Xiao Chan did not get angry or take the initiative to say anything. However, this Yuanxi truly angered Xiao Chan somewhat. The sword wounds on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu had already angered Xiao Chan somewhat. Xiao Chan had been too ruthless in his attacks. Some of the wounds would have resulted in unimaginable consequences if they had not been slightly off target. To think that this Yuanxi did not intend to let them off, wanting to take revenge in the second stage. This touched on Xiao Qin's reverse scale. Yuanxi felt startled for some reason. Xiao Qin's killing qi had already affected his mental state. Yuanxi forced a cold smile and said, Do you think I'm afraid of you? After saying that, Yuanxi immediately left, not daring to compete in killing qi with Xiao Chan. Junior brother, there is no need to be so serious. Perhaps he is just joking. After all, we are all from the dragon race. Lu Feng felt somewhat surprised when he saw Xiao Chen's grave expression. Xiao Chan said softly, That better be the case. Let's go. The first palace master is still waiting for us. Let the first palace master treat your injuries. Right. Ling Xiao, who remained in the formation plate, watched as the three left. He muttered, It turns out that I relied on these two to get third place. This is really shocking. To think that Yuanxi suffered at the hands of these two in terms of the sword Dao. It looks like the Heaven Dragon Palace cannot be underestimated. When Xiao Chan returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace's group, the first palace master had already been waiting for him for a long time. Fortunately, I did not fail. Xiao Chan said seriously as he performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. You can't. You can't. Elder Tianyun quickly stepped forward and stopped Xiao Chan from continuing to bow. He said, Since you can stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace, there is no need for you to bow to anyone. The rules of our Heaven Dragon Palace are not that strict. Furthermore, you are our hero. The first palace master and I, as well as all the disciples, have to thank you. The first palace master smiled warmly and said, Tianyun is right. I have not been this happy in many years already. It has really been many years. The nearby heaven-class core disciples were still young. However, the first palace master had experienced a lot. His calm words contained a sense of vicissitudes that others would find hard to sense. The first palace master looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu. A gratified expression flashed in his eyes as he said, Very good. This time the Heaven Dragon Palace has not only Xiao Chan but also the two of you. Come with me. I will personally treat your injuries. The first palace master should have a lot more to say. However, when the first palace master saw Xiao Jinyu's and Lu Feng's injuries, he spoke briefly before personally removing the sword intent from their bodies. On the other side, the Silver Dragon Palace's second palace master reprimanded Yuanxi with a cold expression, appearing extremely angry. Being at the bottom meant obtaining only 15 spots. This was completely unacceptable to the Silver Dragon Palace. The Silver Dragon Palace had deep accumulations. Its heaven-class core disciples were second only to the Golden Dragon Palace. 15 spots meant that most of the people would not qualify to enter the second stage. Yuanxi knew that he could not refute, so he lowered his head in silence. Chapter 2017. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master felt extremely angry after Yuanxi was taught a miserable lesson. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master had high hopes for Yuanxi and poured countless resources into him. In the end, Yuanxi ranked last in the first stage. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master's reprimand was just short of calling Yuanxi trash. Elder Mu, treat his injuries. You should reflect on yourself. Don't make any more mistakes in the second stage. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master left after saying that. Yuanxi felt incredibly sullen. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu. However, Yuanxi's gaze lingered on these two for only 1 second before landing on Xiao Chan. It's him. Back when the 3 outer palaces gathered, if not for Yuanxi giving Lu Feng a chance to seek defeat, Lu Feng would not have improved so much. When Yuanxi thought about Xiao Chen's earlier threat, the rage in his heart nearly spewed out. Damn it! To think that a mixed-blood dragon can obtain the first rank and even dare to threaten me. The repeated reprimands twisted Yuanxi's heart somewhat. If not for the situation, Yuanxi would have had the urge to attack Xiao Chan on the spot. The second stage, which would determine the final rankings and results, was about to begin. The various outer palaces' palace masters personally reserved all sorts of peak-grade medicinal pills for their trump cards, not stingy at all. On the light steps, the group of elders from Ancestor Dragon City felt surprised at the results of the first stage. Unexpectedly, a disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace obtained the top rank of the first stage. This Xiao Chun is rather interesting. There does not seem to be such a noble clan in the Divine Dragon Empire. Such a result is actually a good thing. The Heaven Dragon Palace has been at the bottom for many years. If they can get a good result in this competition between the 7 outer palaces, they can resolve the conflict between the mixed blood dragons and the divine dragon cultivators. The white-bearded old man revealed a smile. Clearly, he was very satisfied with such a result. Not only could he resolve the conflict between the mixed blood dragons and the divine dragon cultivators, but he could also suppress the Golden Dragon Palace, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The white-bearded old man's gaze fell on Xiao Chun. Then he nodded repeatedly. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Heaven Dragon's mysteries." With a single glance, he could tell that Xiao Chun had comprehended the Heaven Dragon profundity. My goodness! The Heaven Dragon Palace was really going to prosper. The white-bearded old man was secretly shocked. Being able to comprehend the profundity of the Heaven Dragon was already an extremely rare feat, not to mention Xiao Chun was still young, and the wisp of Heaven Dragon's profound meaning seemed to have already materialized. Not long after, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Summoning a man, he lowered his head and whispered a few words into his ear. That man received the order and left. In the Golden Dragon Palace's group, after Qin Mu swallowed a Heaven Tier Rank 7 top-grade medicinal pill, his quintessential essence and soul power were recovering at an extremely fast speed. However, his complexion was not very good. His face was dark, and he looked as if he didn't want anyone to approach him. Everyone could see that he was in an extremely bad mood. It was best not to provoke him at this time. How many years had it been since he had occupied the #1 spot in the Outer Palace? Yet, at such a crucial moment, someone had trampled on him, becoming a stepping stone for others, a background. When Qin Mu pushed open the ancient bronze door, he could only watch as the other party shot out and landed first. At that instant, no one could understand Qin Mu's emotions. A proud person like Qin Mu found it hard to accept defeat, much less a mixed-blood dragon. Qin Mu. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master walked over and looked at Qin Mu worriedly. 3rd Palace Master. Qin Mu nodded slightly, not bowing or greeting. Don't overthink. The first stage is not important. The second stage is the final ranking. The first stage is actually nothing. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master consoled. Although the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master felt extremely upset, the competition between the 7 outer palaces was not over yet. He could not allow anything to go wrong. He needed to appease Qin Mu's mental state. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if he could not obtain the first rank in the second stage. Qin Mu retorted coldly, "3rd Palace Master, do you think that I cannot control my mental state? That's not it. Don't worry. I was just unlucky in the first stage, running into the Red Dragon Palace's madman. I was careless and did not use some of my trump cards. 3rd Palace Master, there is no need to worry about me." Haha, that is good. After all, he is just a mixed-blood dragon. I don't believe that he can overturn the situation. As the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master spoke, he appeared somewhat excited. Clearly, Elder Tianyun's words on the light steps still made him feel conflicted. Third Palace Master, we are filled with confidence in you. Senior Brother, we are filled with confidence in you as well. The Golden Dragon Palace disciples at the back said at the same time. The Golden Dragon Palace's face had never been so humiliated before. They needed to regain it. The Golden Dragon Palace could only place this hope on Qin Mu. Qin Mu felt slightly stunned. After a while he said, "Don't worry. An insignificant mixed-blood dragon cannot trample on the dignity of a golden dragon." In the Heaven Dragon Palace's group, Lu Feng's and Xiao Jinyu's injuries had mostly healed. They could still display their abilities in the second stage. Right now, all the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples were excited. They were filled with confidence in the second stage. As long as Xiao Chun was around, he could create miracles at any time. When the first palace master saw this, he showed a gratified expression. Unknowingly, the Heaven Dragon Palace's appearance seemed to have undergone hundreds of changes with Xiao Chen's arrival. Xiao Chen's aura and spirit had already influenced the many inner and outer palace disciples. Now, he even encouraged the Heaven-class core disciples in this competition between the 7 outer palaces. Everyone in the Heaven Dragon Palace was influenced by Xiao Chen. Even the upper echelon felt gratified. The Heaven Dragon Palace and Xiao Chen had long since merged into one. No matter how much time passed, Xiao Chen's deeds would definitely be passed down in the Heaven Dragon Palace for generations. Xiao Chen encouraged the mixed-blood dragon disciples at the bottom of the Divine Dragon Empire. Indomitable spirit, never giving up until the very end. This was the most valuable gift that Xiao Chen gave to the mixed-blood dragons. From the moment he left the stage until now, Xiao Chen could feel many gazes on him. There was surprise, shock, disdain, and cold smiles. There was even a murderous intent. However, it did not matter. Xiao Chen did not mind. The only thing that surprised him was that the mysterious old man from Ancestor Dragon City on the light steps had been staring at him for a long time. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. However, Whitebeard showed no signs of announcing the start of the second stage. Many people started to feel suspicious. First Palace Master, why has the second stage not been announced yet? A disciple in the Heaven Dragon Palace asked Exine. Exine's expression remained calm. That's normal. If there are no surprises, the second stage will take place in the formation world. As for the specific test, we will need some time to arrange it. The operation and maintenance of this formation is an extremely complicated matter. It is not as simple as it looks. Furthermore, it is good that it takes longer. It will give you more time to prepare. I hope that it takes as long as possible. That disciple had only asked casually. When he heard that, he did not say anything more. Xiao Chen, Li Luo, and the others sat together, chatting with relaxed expressions. What do you think Ancestor Dragon City is like? Xiao Jinyu asked out of curiosity. A look of anticipation flashed in his eyes, showing a yearning for Ancestor Dragon City. Senior Brother Bai is the most qualified to answer this question, Li Luo said with a smile. Bai Yunfeng smiled casually and said, I have never been there either. However, when I was with my senior brothers in Ancestor Dragon City, I heard a little about it. Ancestor Dragon City was built on an extremely ancient dragon race remnant that dates back several epochs. Even now it has not been fully explored. Most of the dragon race secret techniques that we can cultivate came from there. Speaking of mysterious, it is naturally extremely mysterious. Even the Dragon Kings do not know all of Ancestor Dragon City's secrets. While it is not mysterious, it is just the inner sect of a sect. It is no different from the other rank 7 sections. There will be competition and challenges, and it will not be easy. However, no matter what, being able to enter it will be of great help to us dragon race cultivators on the path of the martial Tao. Bai Yunfeng's words stirred everyone's yearning for Ancestor Dragon City. Seeing that they would have a chance to enter Ancestor Dragon City after clearing the second stage, everyone became excited. Everyone discussed why they wanted to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Xiao Chun listened quietly at the side with a smile on his face. Junior brother Xiao Chun, why don't you tell us as well? Why do you want to enter Ancestor Dragon City? Bai Yunfeng asked when he saw Xiao Chun remaining silent. Right. Junior brother Xiao Chun, tell us as well. Everyone felt incredibly curious. Their gazes fell on Xiao Chun, waiting for him to speak. When Xiao Chan saw the situation, he smiled helplessly. You might not believe me, but I entered Ancestor Dragon City mainly to meet someone. I believe you. I guess it must be a woman, a very, very beautiful woman. Li Luo smiled craftily, showing a rare mischievous side. Everyone laughed. No one believed that their junior brother Xiao Chan, who was so dedicated to the martial Tao, would really meet a woman. Xiao Chan laughed as well but did not rebut. No matter what the results of the second stage are, I, Lu Feng, feel that it is all worth it to be able to fight alongside everyone today. The usually cold Lu Feng showed rare signs of emotion. Everyone was indeed very happy today. Such happiness was something that they had not experienced in many years. Junior brother Xiao Chan, thank you, Lu Feng said sincerely. Then he looked seriously at Xiao Chan and said, really thank you. You don't know this, but all the disciples of our Heaven Dragon Palace are very grateful to you. It is not just because you obtained the first rank. It has been many years. Those Divine Dragon Palace disciples have looked down on us. Even our own people look down on each other. Without you, everyone would not be so united. We would not have the courage to challenge the second stage. When Lu Feng said this, the other disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace all stopped talking. Regardless of whether they were standing or sitting, regardless of how far away they were, all the Heaven-class core disciples looked at Xiao Chan. Actually, these were what they wanted to say in their hearts as well. Xiao Chan felt somewhat moved in his heart. He looked around and said, I have to thank all of you as well. I have wandered for many years, suffered a lot, and experienced many difficulties. The Heaven Dragon Palace made me feel like home again. I will never regret joining the Heaven Dragon Palace or getting to know all of you. At this moment, everyone in the Heaven Dragon Palace was of one mind, united as a fortress. Just at this moment, the white-bearded old man on the light steps finally spoke. The second stage was about to begin. The entire place fell silent. The long-awaited moment was finally about to arrive. In the air, the white-bearded old man looked around and said, the second stage is about to begin. However, before I announce the rules and start, I have something else to announce. Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Chan, come out. The white-bearded old man showed a grave expression as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chan. Before everyone's strange gazes, Xiao Chan walked out. The other outer palace disciples were all startled. To think that Xiao Chan directly attracted the attention of Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng. Was it because his performance in the first stage was too good, and wanted Xiao Chan to join Ancestor Dragon City? I formally announce that the Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Chan is disqualified from the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Effective immediately. No one is allowed to object. Whoosh! The moment Lu Feng said this, everyone was shocked. Chapter 2018. Disqualification? When they heard this, everyone wondered if they had heard wrongly. He looked around and realized that the others were just as dumbfounded as he was. What Lord Feng said was indeed correct. To disqualify Xiao Chan from participating in the 7 Royal Highness tournament. What happened? What's going on? Why is he suddenly disqualified? I don't think this has ever happened before. Puzzled questions hovered in everyone's mind. Even Qin Mu frowned slightly as he looked at the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master. The other party shook his head, indicating that he was confused as well. In the Blue Dragon Palace, Situ Changfeng exclaimed in shock. Why was he suddenly disqualified? This was especially the case with Lord Feng's words. They were extremely serious and did not seem like they were joking at all. First Palace Mastery Exine looked up and smiled embarrassedly. Lord Feng, are you joking? The white-bearded old man said coldly. Do you think I'm someone who would joke around? These words completely confirmed Lord Feng's attitude. Xiao Chen's qualifications were really going to be revoked. Aside from confusion and doubt, the other Divine Dragon Palace disciples immediately felt a strange feeling in their hearts. Suddenly, there was one less heavyweight opponent. The second round seemed to be a lot easier. No, we don't accept this. Why did you disqualify junior brother Xiao Chan? Even if you are from Ancestor Dragon City, you should at least give an explanation. What did junior brother Xiao Chan do wrong? Why did you disqualify us? Is Ancestor Dragon City targeting our Heaven Dragon Palace? Damn it, how could this be? The disciples of Heaven Dragon Hall, on the other hand, fell into a state of frenzy. This blow was truly too sudden for them. I can't accept it at all. Exian, take care of your disciple. I have something to ask Xiao Chun. Rage flashed in Lord Feng's eyes as he berated the first palace master. The first palace master endured the dissatisfaction and rage in his heart. He stopped the first palace master and said, "Don't argue first. Let Lord Feng ask the questions. I want to know what exactly happened as well." Although he was dissatisfied, he knew Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng would not make random decisions without thinking. The place fell silent once more. Lord Feng's gaze landed on Xiao Chun as he said in a deep voice, "Xiao Chun? I want to know who you are and what is your identity. Why did you sneak into my Divine Dragon Empire and join the Heaven Dragon Palace? What is your scheme?" Xiao Chun was shocked. He knew that his fake identity had been exposed. Xiao Chun was not a person of the Divine Dragon Empire. Back then, for the sake of joining the Heaven Dragon Palace, he had to fake an identity. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was why the other party wanted to investigate him. Xiao Chun couldn't be sure what had gone wrong. The first palace master was startled when he heard this. Lord Feng's words were implying that Xiao Chun's identity was fake. That's impossible, right? What's so good about forging the identity of a mixed-blood dragon? The Divine Dragon Empire had tens of thousands of mixed-blood dragon cultivators. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay much attention to them. I am Xiao Chun, the Heaven Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple Xiao Chun. I am a dragon race disciple in the first place. I cannot be considered to have sneaked into the Divine Dragon Empire, Xiao Chun said softly with a calm expression. Lord Feng retorted coldly, "You still want to quibble? I already ordered people to use Ancestor Dragon City's Special Intelligence Network to investigate your background. Why do you think the second stage was delayed for so long? I have no proof, so why would I speak carelessly?" Earlier, when Lord Feng was observing Xiao Chun, he accidentally discovered that the aura of Xiao Chun's bloodline was somewhat strange. Xiao Chun did not have the bloodline of the six-colored divine dragons, or a true dragon or a mixed-blood dragon. As for what bloodline it was, Lord Feng did not dare to be sure. However, this was clearly somewhat strange. Lord Feng could not help but suspect it. Lord Feng ordered people to use the intelligence network to investigate Xiao Chun's background. It would have been fine if he had not done so. With one check, Lord Feng discovered that Xiao Chun's identity was fake. Then, he connected this to his strange bloodline. Clearly, this person was not qualified to continue participating in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Before Lord Feng figured out the matter, he definitely could not let Xiao Chun enter Ancestor Dragon City. His identity is fake? The Heaven Dragon Palace disciples were somewhat surprised, not daring to believe it. The other Divine Dragon Palace disciples were similarly shocked. As they looked at Xiao Chun, their expressions turned somewhat strange. Xiao Chun faked his identity, altered his bloodline, and infiltrated the Divine Dragon Empire. The Divine Dragon Empire was one of the northern region's giants. Even in the Central Great Realm, it could be considered a super faction. Naturally, the other factions would send scouts. Xiao Chun did not say anything, tacitly agreeing to it. Lord Feng showed a sullen expression as he said, "I thought that an incredible person appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Turns out that he is just a spy. I nearly let you sneak into Ancestor Dragon City. Fortunately, you can't hide your bloodline from this old man. Which faction sent you?" The situation changed somewhat quickly. Earlier, Xiao Chun was the center of attention, the dark horse that suppressed Qin Mu. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun's identity changed, becoming a spy. Lord Feng wanted to capture Xiao Chun on the spot. "No faction. I am just a dragon race disciple wandering outside. I have no identity. Sir Feng, you can say that I forged my identity, but don't say that I'm a spy." Now that things had come to this, Xiao Chun didn't want to explain too much, but the word spy was a bit of an insult to him. The first palace master hurriedly said, "Lord Feng, the matter of forging an identity is really not a big deal. In this great thousand realms, there are really many dragon race martial artists wandering outside. The dragon race bloodline in Xiao Chun's body cannot be faked. It's impossible for him to be a spy. Sir Feng, this matter cannot be concluded so quickly. There have been cases of fake identities in the past. can be big or small, but it's still a bit inappropriate to say that Xiao Chen is a spy so decisively. The Green Dragon Palace's palace master said softly as he stepped forward. The label of being a spy was a little too big. Once it was confirmed that one was a spy, it was basically a death sentence. No one could save them. Out of caution, the Green Dragon Palace's palace master helped to say something. When Lord Feng saw the situation, he entered deep thought. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Not to mention faking movement techniques, the bloodline in his body is the greatest doubt. I'll give you one chance. Return to Ancestor Dragon City with me. After I investigate the truth of your bloodline, I will naturally clear your name." Return to Ancestor Dragon City to test his bloodline? Xiao Chen roughly understood what was going on. The other party felt that his bloodline was a little strange, but could not determine that he was of the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, they had underestimated the people of Ancestor Dragon City. Although most people could not recognize the Heaven Dragon imprisoned in the Starry Heavens Dragon prison, most people would not be able to recognize its bloodline. But that didn't mean it wouldn't arouse suspicion. "Sorry, I can't go." "Xiao Chen, why don't you go?" "Go, as long as I can verify that you really have the bloodline of the dragon race. A fake identity is nothing. I will guarantee your safety." The first palace master shouted uncontrollably at Xiao Chen's rejection, unable to control his emotions. Xiao Chen felt a trace of warmth in his heart. However, he could only smile bitterly. "First palace master, I can swear that I am definitely of the dragon race. However, I really can't go. If Xiao Chen went to Ancestor Dragon City, if the old monsters of Ancestor Dragon City came out, they would definitely recognize his bloodline." Xiao Chen had no idea how the blue dragon race went extinct. How could he dare to expose himself? Xiao Chen really wanted to go to Ancestor Dragon City. However, he really did not want to enter like this. After more than 5 years of wandering and suffering, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and arrived here. It looked like he was about to succeed. He could enter Ancestor Dragon City and meet the people he wanted to meet. He was only half a step away from the door, but it ended in the blink of an eye. The affairs of the world were like unfathomable. The bitterness was indescribable. Who could understand my heart? Before Lord Feng could say anything, the Golden Dragon Palace Master suddenly smiled coldly. "Interesting. Where do you get your confidence to think that you have the right to refuse? Since Lord Feng has spoken, you have to go whether you want to or not. Spy, you are really mocking my divine dragon empire for having no one left. Today, I will take you down on behalf of Lord Feng." Right after the Golden Dragon Palace Master spoke, a dragon roar came from his body. Then he soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiao Chen. This punch seemed to merge with the sky, spreading Emperor's might. This was the Emperor Dragon Fist that only the Golden Dragon Royal Clan could cultivate. A brilliant Emperor's might surged out from the fist light, pressing down on Xiao Chen. When Lord Feng saw the situation, he frowned slightly. He knew that this Qin Mu wanted to use this opportunity to trample on Xiao Chen, to vent the hatred in his heart from having the first rank snatched away. However, after thinking about it, it was not appropriate for Lord Feng to make a move to capture this Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen's identity was there. There was no harm in letting this Qin Mu make a move. Xiao Chen knew that his chances of leaving today were minuscule. However, this insignificant Qin Mu also wanted to use this opportunity to trample on him. This was truly laughable. In the 4 seas and 8 desolates, the group of dragons is leaderless. The world is unfair, and the evil dragon rules. How can one be respected? Luck is not on one's side, and life is as fragile as paper. Xiao Chen shouted, and he circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist together with that trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. An unruly and berserk dragon might immediately burst out from Xiao Chen's body. When facing this punch that merged with the sky and contained a vast aura and a brilliant Emperor's might, Xiao Chen did not show any weakness. He punched with a grand and lofty Emperor's might, not showing any weakness. Supreme Dragon Fist. This is the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Dragon's Gate's forbidden technique, the Supreme Dragon Fist, was very famous. Practically all the Heaven-class core disciples present knew about it. However, this was the first time they truly saw it. The terrifying dragon might that erupted from Xiao Chen's body startled them. The moment this dragon might appeared, Even the Emperor Dragon's might, which represented the orthodox Emperor Dragon, paled in comparison. Chapter 2019. Emperor Dragon Fist. The Dragon Clan's King's Fist technique had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. This fist technique was famous for being overbearing and violent. It was known as the Dragon Clan's #1 offensive fist technique. The threshold for cultivating this fist technique was also extremely high. Only the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor, the royal bloodline that inherited the fate of the empire, could cultivate it. When this fist was unleashed, all other fist techniques would pale in comparison. He was renowned throughout the entire Central world, and there were very few people who could match up to him. However, 100 years ago, the Supreme Dragon Fist appeared out of nowhere. It became the most tyrannical fist technique of the dragon race in one go, peerless. Even the Emperor Dragon Fist paled in comparison. However, Xiao Qin's cultivation requirements were even more difficult than the Emperor Dragon Fist. The resentment and viciousness contained within it was even more difficult to control, and the slightest carelessness would cause one to lose control of one's heart and fall into the path of the devil. The harsh conditions, the difficulty of cultivation, and the fact that the previous Heaven Dragon was imprisoned in the Starry Sky Dragon Penitentiary. This fist technique was like a meteor, shining brightly in the starry sky of the Empire. After releasing the most resplendent light, it instantly vanished. Since the previous Heaven Dragon was imprisoned, Xiao Qin was the second dragon race cultivator to execute the Supreme Dragon Fist. In the sky, Xiao Qin and Qin Mu fought an intense battle. One side used the sovereign Tao Orthodox Emperor Dragon Fist that had been passed down for a long time. On one side was the unruly Supreme Dragon Fist, which raged at the unfairness of the world and hated it for being unfair. Bang! Bang! The vast and boundless fist might in the air was like a clap of thunder, deafening. Dragon roars resounded in all directions. It was not just a competition between the two fist techniques, but also the understanding and application of the Dragon Clan martial arts behind the fist techniques. A golden dragon might spread out in the entire sky behind Qin Mu. The clouds for 5,000 kilometers around sparkled with a dazzling golden light. A golden divine dragon containing emperor's might was hidden in the clouds. Nobility, pride, sharpness, luck. The vast dragon might hidden in the boundless clouds exuded a will that made one submit to it. As for Xiao Qin, he was dressed in white, and there was a sharp glint between his brows. Xiao Qin's long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind of the killing intent. His entire body looked sharp and sharp. The might of the Heaven Dragon spread out in all directions. The evil dragon was in charge, angry at the unfairness of the heavens. The intimidating dragon roar was filled with arrogance and unwillingness to submit to the orthodox dragon might. No one expected Xiao Qin to use the Supreme Dragon Fist to face Qin Mu. Even more unexpectedly, Qin Mu's Emperor Dragon Fist quickly recovered after being at a disadvantage at first. His entire body was bathed in golden light, making him look like a golden god of war. The heavens and the earth trembled. The wrath of the Emperor Dragon was the wrath of the heavens. It was one with the heavens, and carried the might of the heavens to intimidate the group of dragons. On the light steps, the white-bearded old man wore a gloomy expression. The elders from Ancestor Dragon City behind all appeared somewhat shocked, forgetting about Xiao Qin's earlier identity. Below, the first palace master's heart sank. He knew that Xiao Qin was doing this on purpose. Supreme Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist. The Supreme Dragon Fist represented the highest martial technique of the dragon race. If not for the dragon race bloodline in one's body, one would not be able to successfully practice it. If one did not comprehend the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, one would not be able to bring out such might. This was a refusal to submit. With just a few words, the white-bearded old man identified him as a spy and sent him to Ancestor Dragon City to investigate his bloodline. This was a refusal to submit. However, since the first palace master could tell, how could Lord Feng not? The first palace master sighed in his heart. Given Lord Feng's temper, how could he endure this? This fellow is really rebelling against the heavens. On the light steps, the gloomy white-bearded old man snorted coldly, anger appearing on his face. Even if this old man said something wrong, it is an ironclad fact that you used a fake identity to sneak into the Divine Dragon Empire. If you have any grievances, come with me to Ancestor Dragon City, and everything will be clear. Now that Shao Chun displayed this supreme dragon fist, it was like slapping his old face. In the air, Qin Mu, who suppressed Shao Chun again, revealed a cold smile. The supreme dragon fist is merely SOSO. Qin Mu's Emperor Dragon Fist indeed had a deep essence. This fist technique had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and had been systematically developed long ago. There would not be any drawbacks. On the other hand, the Supreme Dragon Fist had only been around for 100 years. There were too many areas that needed to be improved. Die. Back then, that arrogant Heaven Dragon could defeat my uncle. Today, I will use the Emperor Dragon Fist to defeat you again. Emperor Dragon Fist, Sovereign Descent. Qin Mu shouted. The vast dragon might hidden in the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around suddenly infused into his body. His entire body immediately erupted with resplendent golden light. The Emperor Dragon might nearly turned solid. Boom! As the dragon might surged out, the ground, aside from the formation plate, cracked and sank. 25 years ago, the purple gold dragon emperor suppressed the Heaven Dragon. Could it be that the same scene would repeat itself today? The many Heaven Dragon Palace disciples could not help showing expressions of despair. Seeing the other party bring out his killing move, Shao Chun snorted coldly and suddenly waved his hand. The state of the Supreme Dragon Fist scattered from his body. Such a scene frightened many people. What was Shao Chun trying to do? In the next moment, surging killing chi erupted from Shao Chun's body. Buddhist sect's 7 kill seal. It was like the lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never remaining in the sky. The killing chi on Shao Chun's body multiplied. Whoosh! 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 Each wave was stronger than the one before. The horrifying killing chi spread out in all directions, penetrating deep into the hearts of the many disciples. This made them feel some fear. You clown! I'll show you the true Supreme Dragon Fist. Shao Chun snorted coldly. This time he did not use resentment to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. Instead, he used killing chi to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. At this moment, boundless killing chi merged with the lofty aspirations in Shao Chun's heart. He drove his emotions to the limit, and an ancient dragon roar rang out in Shao Chun's body like a bell ringing. The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. The dragon roar reverberated in the air, long and unending. This was killing chi, rage, and the inextinguishable lofty aspirations and pride in Shao Chun's heart. This punch raged at the unfair heaven, venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. He could not accept this evil dragon that ruled the world. He could not accept that ancestor Dragon City's old man treated him as a spy with just a few words. He could not accept that white-bearded old man doubting the authenticity of his dragon race bloodline. Shao Chun's chi and blood surged. This punch also activated the pride of the blue dragon bloodline in Shao Chun's body. Unbeknownst to Shao Chun, this pride silently merged with the Heaven Dragon's mysteries in his body. Bang! 2 terrifying fists collided with each other in an instant. A resplendent light appeared amid a loud sound. Qin Mu, who carried the vast and boundless dragon might of a royal emperor's bloodline, pressed down, wanting to crush Shao Chun on the spot and trample on him. Pussy-eye! Pussy-eye! Shao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing his clothes red. Kill! However, Shao Chun did not show any panic or fear on his face. He shouted, and his killing chi gathered again. Crack! Crack! Qin Mu was somewhat shocked to discover that the Emperor Dragon's dragon might supporting him slowly cracked under the assault of this punch. Before Qin Mu could react, the overwhelming killing chi behind Shao Chun surged over like waves. Bang! 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 In the end, Qin Mu could not block the dragon might on his body. It shattered under the wave after wave of fist light. Qin Mu vomited a mouthful of blood, and his dragon might vanished. Shao Chun's punch knocked him into the air. All the bones in Qin Mu's body shattered, and his internal organs were destroyed. His complexion paled as his life force drained continuously. Supreme Dragon Fist, ruling the surroundings. Shao Chun punched again in one go. The fist light gathered into a war banner. The dragon might spreading out in the surroundings continuously infused into the war banner. No! Several Golden Dragon Palace disciples cried out hoarsely. The third palace master paled in fright. At this speed he could not save Qin Mu in time. It looked like this sure-kill punch would end Qin Mu. The white-bearded old man on the light steps shouted coldly. Then he ferociously grabbed the war banner, which contained Xiao Qin's veritable essence energy, will of soul and boundless killing qi. Crack! The war banner shattered, and Xiao Qin's mind and soul were injured. He vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew to the ground. The white-bearded old man casually flung his arm and said coldly, "The Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Qian faked his identity and snuck into the empire. He offended his superiors and offended this lord. Furthermore, he tried to murder the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu. He deserves 10,000 deaths for his crimes. Capture him and await punishment." Yes, with the white-bearded old man's command, many dragon race experts immediately appeared from all directions, chasing after Xiao Qian. No one expected Lord Feng to personally attack Xiao Qian, and even accuse him of so many crimes. With this, Xiao Qian was finished. Damn it! What dog's hit ancestor Dragon City is this? It was clearly this Qin Mu who wanted to kill Xiao Qian, alright? Without any evidence, he labeled Xiao Qian as a spy. This is simply despicable. Anyone who wants to take down Xiao Qian will have to go through me. Murong Yan. The Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yan could no longer endure it. Now that he saw Lord Feng personally injure Xiao Qian, he completely erupted. He ignored the Red Dragon Palace elder's attempts to stop him and soared into the air, instantly clashing with the dragon race experts flying over from all directions. Protect junior brother Xiao Qian. Even Murong Yan made a move. How could the many Heaven Dragon Palace disciples have any fear? They only relied on their hearts and made decisions that they normally would not dare to make. They stood together with the various dragon race guards. The originally somewhat chaotic scene instantly descended into absolute chaos. The dragon race experts who came to capture Xiao Qian on Lord Feng's command were all blocked. Amidst the chaos, a gentle breeze blew. "Let's go." Situ Changfeng weaved through the chaotic crowd and supported Xiao Qian, who was injured by Lord Feng, on his shoulder. Then he quickly left. On the light steps, the white-bearded old man showed an enraged expression. He looked around and instantly locked on to Situ Changfeng and Xiao Qian, who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to flee. "To think that you want to flee under my nose. You are seeking death." However, just as the white-bearded old man was about to make a move, a small world made of flame suddenly appeared before him. The small world expanded continuously, turning into a complete nation. Then, it smashed down on the group of people on the light steps. The appearance of the nation of flames completely blocked the white-bearded old man's vision. Aside from this nation, there was nothing else. Firmament's rage. "Yexian, you can't resist making a move as well?" The white-bearded old man showed a cold expression. He immediately recognized this move. This was the famous consummate technique that the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, Yexian, used to sweep through the northern region. Firmament's rage. This Firmament's rage was much mightier than the one that Xiao Qian executed. It was complete and looked flawless like a real world. The raging flames of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon filled the sky. However, a nation of flames flew over, temporarily separating them from reality. The first palace master slowly appeared in the nation of flames. Then he looked at the white-bearded old man and said, "My apologies, Lord Feng. I have never disobeyed my lord's orders in my life, but this time, since he does not want to go to Ancestor Dragon City to verify his bloodline and clear his name, my lord, just let him go. Sir, just let him go. No matter what his motives are, just let him go." The white-bearded old man was very old. When the first palace master was young, he was already a senior expert of Ancestor Dragon City. The white-bearded old man possessed extremely terrifying strength. In terms of friendship, he had even saved the first palace master's life. "You think that you can stop me? It has not started yet. How can I give up? If I don't try, who knows?" Chapter 2020. The first palace master made a move, while the white-bearded old man and the other Ancestor Dragon City experts from Lanzhou attacked. The entire place turned chaotic. The palace masters of the various outer palaces were shocked by the Heaven Dragon Palace master's attack, all of them stunned. This Yexian is crazy. To think that he dares to attack Lord Feng. What kind of status does Lord Feng have? He is the Dragon's Gate's supreme elder. Does he want to die? Why is this fellow doing this? The first palace master's attack shocked everyone. It was also this moment that gave Situ Changfeng a small opportunity. Situ Changfeng turned into a shadow and quickly left with Xiao Chan. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out in the air. The shock waves from Exion's and Lord Feng's fight spread out. Countless horrifying fireballs fell from the sky, looking like blazing suns descending. In an instant, no one was able to avoid this storm. Many of the outer palace's disciples and elders could not dodge in time and got injured on the spot. Miserable cries rang out continuously. The various palace masters recovered from their shock and quickly made a move to protect their outer palace's disciples. Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. We can't stay here anymore. Quickly leave. The horrifying shock waves from the fight between two sovereign emperors were easy to imagine. Even a sovereign personage would find it hard to protect themselves. The various factions in Divine Dragon City were all shocked. Not knowing what was going on, countless experts soared into the air and gazed into the distance. Exion is fighting with Ancestor Dragon City's elders. Is he trying to rebel? Exion is one of the few peak experts of the mixed blood dragon bloodline. Why is he making a move? Today seems to be a major day for the competition between the 7 outer palaces. This is a major matter. It has been many years since such a huge storm has happened in the Divine Dragon Empire. Furthermore, it is in Divine Dragon City. Many of the factions outside the Divine Dragon Empire could not understand what was going on. They felt very confused, not knowing what was going on. When First Palace Master Exion made a move, the storm caused by Xiao Chan immediately spiraled out of control. This caused the entire Divine Dragon City to be shaken. There were many factions with good and bad mixed in. The strong ones all rushed over immediately. They needed to figure out what was going on for such a major matter. Amid the chaos, Situ Changfeng supported Xiao Chan and left the center of the chaos. Xiao Chan said weakly, "Thank you, Situ. Let me go. I will walk by myself." With the dragon race's accumulations in Divine Dragon City and the hidden factions, if they search for Xiao Chan with all their might, the dragon race would not be able to defeat Xiao Chan. It was only a matter of time before they caught him. However, now that the first palace master had suddenly made a move, the situation had spiraled out of control and he had become the center of the whirlpool. It attracted a lot of firepower and attention for Xiao Chan, giving him a chance of survival. It was already sufficient for Situ Changfeng to help him at the crucial moment. If he continued to get entangled, he would sink even deeper, and the trouble in the future would only be greater. Situ Changfeng said, "Don't speak. You are not familiar with this Divine Dragon City at all. Besides, the city is definitely sealed now. No matter how capable you are, you won't be able to get out." Ignoring Xiao Chen's advice, Situ Changfeng brought Xiao Chan to a remote street and stopped. He looked down at the sky deep in thought. Then he asked somewhat anxiously, "Why is he not here yet?" Just then, a 3-star heaven suspending war chariot appeared in the sky. "Get in." The carriage door opened, and the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei appeared. Situ Changfeng seemed to have been prepared and had been waiting for a long time. Without saying anything, Situ Changfeng flew into the heaven suspending war chariot with Xiao Chan. Aside from Wei Hongfei, there was another person in the war chariot, the Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei. "Brother Duan, please take a look at Xiao Chen's injuries," Situ Changfeng said worriedly as he handed Xiao Chan to Duan Fei. Xiao Chan was a little surprised. He looked around. Everything seemed to have been prepared. Wei Hongfei noticed Xiao Chen's confusion. He said, "When that Lord Feng said that your identity was fake, I knew that things were bad, so I left with Duan Fei in advance. I will help you prepare a path of retreat. Leave Situ Yi and Murong Yin behind to provide support. Originally I had some other methods, but this is all I can do for the time being." "Why did you help me? My identity is fake and my bloodline is still uncertain," Xiao Chan said softly. Situ Hongfei and the others exchanged looks. Then Wei Hongfei said, "After all, we have gone through life and death together. I don't believe that you are a spy. Your dragon race bloodline is definitely real. Even if the whole world doesn't believe you, us brothers will believe you." Xiao Chen was touched and didn't know what to say. Since ancient times, There were many who added flowers to embroidery, but few who provided timely help. To be able to wait for a group of friends to stand up for him in his most difficult time was truly worth it. Brother Wei, Xiao Chen's main problem is that his soul has been injured. It will be hard for him to recover in a short period of time. I've already done my best to heal my fleshly body. With the help of Xiao Chen's fleshly body, I'll be able to recover soon. Duan Fei said with a frown as he treated Xiao Chen. Wei Hongfei said, "We can only do that for now." The heaven-suspending war chariot flew around the city at an extremely fast speed. The shock waves from the fight between the first palace master and Lord Feng had already spread to the entire Divine Dragon City. The fight between the two sovereign emperors stirred up a huge commotion in the ancient city. The entire city turned chaotic. Many people took advantage of the situation, causing chaos everywhere. The city lord's residence's Royal Guard Legion moved out urgently. When the heaven-suspending war chariot arrived above the city gates, the dragon race cultivators at the city gates had already sealed the city. Who knew how many restrictions were laid at the checkpoints? Unless a sovereign emperor came, one could not barge in. The war chariot in front, please stop. Divine Dragon City has already been sealed. No one is allowed to go out. When the voice reached the heaven-suspending war chariot, the group showed somewhat nervous expressions. Actually, these city guards did not know what exactly happened. They only knew that the city was in chaos, and the sovereign emperors were fighting. According to military rules, they had to seal the city immediately. There was no need to wait for orders from the higher-ups. Don't panic. Wei Hongfei showed a calm expression as he walked out of the heaven-suspending war chariot. Then he took out a medallion and asked, "Even the Wei clan's people cannot go out?" When the dragon race cultivators saw the medallion, they were startled. The leader hesitated for a while. After verifying the medallion's authenticity, he felt somewhat conflicted. After a while he said, "Since you are the Wei clan's people, naturally you can pass. Let's go." "Many thanks." Wei Hongfei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, he returned to the heaven-suspending war chariot. When the restrictions opened, they rushed out of the city. The leader of the city guards frowned slightly. Then he said sullenly, "Record this. Although we cannot offend the Wei clan's people, he is the first person to successfully leave the city." "Milord, why didn't you check the war chariot earlier?" "Check what? I don't know what happened. Even now there is no concrete news. The major characters are probably busy dealing with the sovereign emperor's fight. Don't bother about that. Just record the time he left the city." Wei Hongfei left the city so easily. Xiao Chen felt somewhat shocked. "So you should listen to me, right? Within the Golden Dragon race, aside from the royal clan, the strongest faction is the Wei clan. With Brother Wei making a move, it should be possible to send Brother Xiao out of the city." Situ Changfeng smiled faintly. Then he gave Xiao Chen an explanation. Xiao Chen now understood. No wonder the city guards gave him so much face. This Divine Dragon City was controlled by the Golden Dragon bloodline. The Golden Dragon bloodline held the highest status in the empire in the first place. With Wei Hongfei's identity, it would not be difficult for him to send Xiao Chen out before the matter was exposed. Xiao Chen's fortunate escape from the city looked like a coincidence. In reality, it was all because of his friend's help. The Heaven Dragon Palace disciples had not fought with the Dragon Race guards to stir up the situation. The first palace master had not suddenly made a move and caused the situation to escalate beyond control. Without Wei Hongfei's advice and plans, it would have been impossible for Xiao Chen to leave the city. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. After he got into trouble, so many people came to help him. Given the Dragon's Gate's strength, after the situation was settled, they would pursue the matter. These people who helped Xiao Chen would not be able to avoid getting into trouble. With this thought, Xiao Chen could not help feeling guilty. "Brother Xiao, let's go quickly. We can only send you out of the city. You will have to rely on yourself for the rest," Wei Hongfei said calmly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had many things he wanted to say, but he did not know how to express himself. He was not a person who was good at expressing himself. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks. I will never forget today's kindness. Take care." Xiao Chen knew that the situation was urgent. He reluctantly glanced at the Dragon City, then at Wei Hongfei and the other two. Then he decisively turned and left. As Wei Hongfei and the other two watched Xiao Chun leave, they showed somewhat complicated expressions, showing pity in their eyes. How unfortunate. I thought that the few of us could enter Ancestor Dragon City together and roam the northern region together, making a name for ourselves in the dragon race. Wei Hongfei sighed, melancholy filling his face. Soon the Blood Dragon Guards will make a move. The few of us will disguise ourselves as Brother Xiao Chan and help divert some of his attention. This is all we can do. We can only do this much, Situ Changfeng said after withdrawing his gaze. The Blood Dragon Guards. At the mention of the Blood Dragon Guards, the three's expressions turned somewhat grave. This was a faction hidden in the darkness of the Divine Dragon Empire. This was an existence that inspired fear in everyone. After fleeing Divine Dragon City, Xiao Chun was far from safe. He would only be truly safe if he could avoid the Blood Dragon Guard's eyes and leave the Divine Dragon Empire. Chapter 2021. In a continuous mountain range outside Divine Dragon City, Xiao Chun stood on one of the unremarkable peaks. When he looked back, he remained silent. He had not expected the competition between the 7 outer palaces to end like this. He felt somewhat wronged, somewhat helpless, but mostly guilty. The first palace master took the initiative to fight with Ancestor Dragon City's elders for him. His brothers and friends did not hesitate to oppose Ancestor Dragon City to protect him. After causing such a huge commotion, they would definitely be punished in the end. Big Brother Xiao, are we not leaving? Sang came out of the Divine Universe Steel and looked at Xiao Chun with some worry. Sang was very worried about Xiao Chun's current situation. He knew that Xiao Chun blamed himself and would not be able to calm down for now. Was I too rash? At worst, I'll just make a trip to Ancestor Dragon City. Isn't that just exposing my blue dragon bloodline? Xiao Chun said softly as he looked into the distance. Xiao Chun had always been swift and decisive when doing things, rarely regretting them. However, he had not expected to drag in so many people this time. In reality, Xiao Chun could not be blamed for many things. It was trouble that sought him out, not that he took the initiative to create trouble. Situ Changfeng and the others charged out of their own volition. It was just like how Xiao Chun risked his life to save Situ Changfeng without hesitation in Desolate God Valley. All he could do was follow his heart. However, no matter how resolute a heart was, there would be a weak and soft side. There would always be heartache that was hard to control. On this day, Xiao Chun truly felt helpless after his dream shattered in Divine Dragon City. The land of shattered dreams. Broken dreams. Broken heart. 5 years of wandering, 5 years of heartache. He was just one step away from seeing Lu Ruyue. When Murong Yin attacked in rage and the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples attacked, cracks appeared in that proud and stubborn heart that would never give up. Cracks appeared in that proud and stubborn heart that would never give up. A broken heart that was hard to come by. After the shocking battle during the Great Tribulation of the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun had not felt such emotions for many years already. Let's go. Xiao Chun could not bear to watch. He could not bear to look at the land of shattered dreams. Where to next? Are we leaving the Divine Dragon Empire? Sang asked. Recuperate first. 3 days later. The commotion in Divine Dragon City slowly calmed down. After the initial commotion, people finally figured out the truth. No one expected the commotion that resulted in 2 horrifying sovereign emperors fighting in Divine Dragon City. It was actually caused by an inconspicuous outer palace disciple. Xiao Chun, a disciple who only had some fame in the outer palaces, instantly swept through the entire Divine Dragon Empire. Whether it was the Imperial Emperor or Star Lord Cloud Sea, they all knew of this person. In the competition between the 7 palaces, Qin Mu, who had suppressed the Qin family's twin star, had been discovered to be a fake. This had caused a huge commotion. What was even more shocking was that the Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Changfeng, the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei, all the Heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace stepped forward for such a person. As the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, Yi Yun did not hesitate to fight with Ancestor Dragon City's Supreme Elder. Everything was to send this person out of Divine Dragon City. The story was too bizarre, but it was usually the bizarre that would be praised by people. As time went by, People dug up Xiao Chen's past deeds of chopping down Rakshasa Tian's clone and rescuing the Flame Dragon Legion alone. This was even more shocking and inconceivable. 7 days later, in a small tea house by the roadside in the ancient dragon city where the White Dragon Palace was, some people sat in a rather desolate tea house drinking tea and chatting. To think that this Xiao Chen has not been caught yet. This is strange. It has already been 7 days, but we have not even seen a shadow of him. This is really ridiculous. The Blood Dragon Guards have always been known for their efficiency. To think that they could not find any clues at all. This is indeed strange. I heard that there was something even more bizarre. There was a dragon race expert skilled in divination who tried to divine Xiao Chen's position. In the end, all of them drained their soul energy, vomited blood and fainted. When they woke up, they did not say a word. No one dared to divine where this Xiao Chen was anymore. Haha, that is an absolute genius who successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. There will always be some exceptions. Speaking of the Supreme Dragon Fist, have you heard of it? I heard that the Qing clan's twin stars already brought out the limits of the Emperor Dragon Fist. However, that Xiao Chen still defeated them. How come I haven't heard of it? The Emperor Dragon Fist has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It is the top offensive martial technique of the dragon race, known as the King of Fist techniques. Even in the entire Central Great Realm, fist techniques that can compare to it are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Who could have expected that it would lose to the Supreme Dragon Fist? A fortune teller said that the Golden Dragon Palace's luck is already affected. The Golden Dragon bloodline has already sent out the Dragon Protecting Squad. The order is to kill Xiao Chen on the spot. The Golden Dragon Palace's group of bastards is really ruthless. However, thinking about it, it makes sense. This Xiao Chen is already a threat to their ruling position. If it were me, I would have killed him before there were any signs. In a corner of the tea house, a cloaked figure put down his teacup, left behind some spirit jades, and stood up to leave. The person under the black cloak was Xiao Chen. After 10 days, Xiao Chen's injuries had healed. After he recovered, he carefully made his way to this place. The White Dragon Palace did not put much effort into pursuing Xiao Chen. They did not even search for suspicious people. However, Xiao Chen did not lower his guard. When he came to investigate, he only came to this desolate tea house. He did not even go to the more bustling inns. However, there was not much useful information. It was all outdated information. Xiao Chen already knew about this 3 days ago. According to the rumors, there were Situ Changfeng, Murong Yan, and the many disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Surprisingly, they were not severely punished. They were only disqualified from entering Ancestor Dragon City for 1 year. After that, the various outer palaces dealt with them on their own. This was already the best result. It looked like Ancestor Dragon City still had some boldness and did not make things difficult for these disciples. Xiao Chen's only worry was the first palace master. Even now, there had been no news of the first palace master. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen stopped at the periphery of the mountain range where the White Dragon Palace was. He had already circled the entire White Dragon Palace. The formations layered over each other. If one tried to barge in, one would just be seeking death. Xiao Chen asked, "Sang, do you have a way?" "There's no problem. One of their formations uses the power of the mountains, using everything as a formation. I can communicate with some ancient trees and use that to make a breakthrough. If we are careful, we can enter." All right. After putting on the Death God mask, Xiao Chen successfully infiltrated the place after some effort. The Death God mask had the ability to isolate all auras. Even a sovereign emperor would find it hard to detect. For the past 10 days, Xiao Chen had been able to prevent the various factions from tracking him largely because of the Death God mask. When necessary, the Death God mask could even merge itself into the void to avoid detection. The White Dragon Palace was extremely vast. When Xiao Chen silently barged in at night, he did not attract any attention. Following the route in his memory, Xiao Chen carefully made his way to Lu Ruyun's residence. By relying on the Death God mask to isolate his aura, Xiao Chen evaded the many guards. When the full moon rose, Xiao Chen finally arrived at the side of the lake between the towering mountains and precipitous ridges. The lake water was as clear as before. White mist seeped out of the lake's surface at night, making it look even colder when illuminated by the moonlight. An exquisite pavilion shrouded in white mist stood in the center of the lake, appearing indistinct at a glance. Mountains surrounded the surroundings, and the lake water looked like a painting. The distant mountain ranges rose and fell. The lake water looked like jade amid the undulating mountain ranges, looking like a flawless piece of unpolished jade embedded in the mountains. As Xiao Chan stood at the lake's edge, he saw that the picturesque lake was incredibly long and narrow, extending out between two mountain ranges. This small lake actually gave off the feeling of a vast sea, vast and unfathomable. As for the pavilion in the center of the lake, Xiao Chan peered through the mist. Dragons and jade phoenixes were carved in the pavilion, looking pure white. The pavilion flickered with a crystalline light, reflecting the rippling jade-green surface of the lake. "I've arrived," Xiao Chan muttered to himself as he stared at the pavilion. Lu Ruyue's residence in the White Dragon Palace was Xiao Chen's destination. Although he could not go to Ancestor Dragon City, Xiao Chan had not forgotten his initial purpose in coming to the Divine Dragon Empire. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he flew over silently. His figure rose and fell a few times on the lake's surface. Then, he gently drifted down like a swallow and landed on the pavilion's roof. Xiao Chan did not enter rashly, as there were people inside. Inside the pavilion, Lu Ruyun held a painting with only Xiao Chen's silhouette. She said hatefully, "Damn Xiao Chen! Damn Xiao Chen! We agreed to go to Ancestor Dragon City together. Why did you cause such a huge commotion? It is just a movement technique. You could have just told me, and I would have gotten my father to do it for you. It would have been easy. You bastard! You left without a conscience. You should have at least reported that you were safe. I'll stab you to death. I'll stab you to death." As the valiant and formidable-looking Lu Ruyun spoke, her eyes turned somewhat moist. This girl did not know why she felt disappointed. She just felt her nose turn sour. Then she behaved like a child, poking many holes in the painting. Xiao Chan looked at the messy painting on the ground. All of them had similar holes. It was clear that this was not her first day here. Lu Ruyun only left in embarrassment when it was late at night. Xiao Chan sighed in his heart. After Lu Ruyue was far away, he silently entered the pavilion. Lu Ruyun once said that as long as Lu Ruyue had time, she would come back to stay for a while. Xiao Chan did not know when exactly, but this was where Lu Ruyue stayed in the White Dragon Palace. He waited patiently. Perhaps he might get a chance to meet Lu Ruyue before he left. He could only leave such an opportunity to heaven and try his luck. Xiao Chan did not hold much hope. Time passed quietly. Soon 1 month passed. Xiao Chan already felt some despair. During this time, Sang urged him several times to leave this place quickly. There were many experts in the White Dragon Palace. Once discovered, only death awaited him. "Big brother Xiao Chan, we really have to go. Right now, the most important thing is to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. We really cannot remain in this White Dragon Palace." Sang's voice came from the Divine Universe Steel again. Xiao Chan had already waited for many days. He had promised Sang to leave several times, but he could not help staying. Xiao Chan sighed softly, "Let's leave after tonight." Xiao Chan was destined not to see Lu Ruyue again. Once he left, he did not know when he could see Lu Ruyue again. Someone is approaching. Just at this moment, Xiao Chan and Sang both sensed someone slowly floating over from the lake. It was not Lu Ruyun. In the past month, Lu Ruyun had come several times. Xiao Chan and Sang were already very familiar with her aura. "It's her?" Chapter 2022. Someone was indeed here. The lake rippled under the night sky. A girl wearing simple clothes that could not hide her outstanding charm arrived before the pavilion amid the hazy white fog. She pushed the door open and entered. She went straight to the study and saw the mess on the floor. She frowned slightly and smiled softly. "This girl is causing trouble in my room again." Clearly, she knew that Lu Ruyun was the cause of all this. Aside from Lu Ruyun, no one else could enter the pavilion in the center of the lake. Lu Ruyun showed a relaxed expression and did not notice that someone was leaning against the roof beam, watching her. The only exposed eyes under the mask had lost their previous clarity, appearing somewhat sluggish. "It really is her." Qingyun peeks Lu Ruyue. The girl who once made Xiao Chan reveal his heart at the top of a 30-kilometer tall peak and love her. After not seeing her for so many years, she had changed a lot. The only thing that did not change was her charm, which remained the same. She was exactly the same as in Xiao Chen's memories. However, she now had an air of nobility and holiness that others could not bear to blaspheme. Lu Ruyue clearly had many charms, but she did not give off the aura of a prostitute. Instead, she was filled with contradictions and temptation. No wonder everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire knew about the White Dragon Holy Daughter. Who could compare to her charm? She is too reckless. I really have to scold her. Lu Ruyun looked at the painting and the gaps of various sizes, appearing somewhat angry. As she looked at the blank painting with only a silhouette, she revealed a trace of gentleness and confusion on her face. Why is it that when I see only a silhouette, my heart relaxes? However, I cannot remember who he is. Who is it? Just at this moment, a strange sound startled Lu Ruyue. It turned out that Lu Ruyue could not help falling from the roof beam. Lu Ruyue reacted very quickly. With a flip of her hand, she threw a palm strike. Given her sovereign personage cultivation, if this palm strike struck Xiao Chen, he would suffer. Whoosh! Xiao Chen suddenly startled awake. His figure flashed as he dodged the palm strike and flew out of the window. How bold of you! You even dare to barge into my room. A murderous intent flashed in Lu Ruyue's eyes. A small saber appeared in her hand as she gave chase like a beam of flowing light. Despite moving later, Lu Ruyue arrived first, landing in front of Xiao Chen and blocking his path. Clang! Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian drew the short saber in his hand, and a cold killing intent immediately spread out. The temperature of the lake plummeted. The blade of the saber shone with a piercingly cold light, reflecting the gentle moonlight. A cool breeze blew in the surroundings, making it seem like willow leaves drifting about. The instant Lu Ruyue drew her saber, her aura merged with the surrounding mountains and rivers. The blade was locked on to Xiao Chen. Apart from taking the blow head-on, there was no way to avoid it. Under the illumination of the full moon in the vast night, the clear surface of the lake was filled with cold fog. The saber light flying over was cold and desolate. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Chen had no idea. Regardless of the reason, Xiao Chen could not attack the person in front of him. The promise he made in this life would never be erased. Like a willow leaf, it flew along with the saber and was less than 30 centimeters away from him. Xiao Chen took off the Grim Reaper mask on his face. Under the gentle moonlight, this was a delicate and handsome face. It didn't have the magnificence of jade, nor did it have the arrogance of nobility. It was a face with delicate features and a pair of clear and bright eyes under the illumination of the moonlight. See eye. The instant Xiao Chen removed the mask, Lu Ruyue's heart skipped a beat. It was like a conditioned reflex as she forcefully pulled back her attack. The fatal saber stopped when it was less than 2 centimeters away from Xiao Chen. Their eyes met, and Lu Ruyue immediately felt distracted. While she was at a loss, she felt that the person before her was incredibly familiar, exceptionally intimate. White fog spread out in all directions, and the lake reflected the bright moon in the sky. As the two stood on the peaceful lake, it was like they were standing on a bright moon. The lake was empty, and only the 2 full moons in the sky and the man and woman in white remained in this world. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his face. It had been so many years. Even if the other party lost her memories, she could not erase the feelings of the past. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt relieved. Many of his grievances were swept away. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Ruyue's wrist, which she used to draw her saber, and slowly moved it away. Then, he bent over and gently kissed the back of her hand. Lu Ruyue immediately revealed extreme shock on her face. She had an incredulous expression. She blushed like fire. You scoundrel! Bang! Lu Ruyue threw a palm strike with her left hand at lightning speed and struck Xiao Chen's shoulder. Immediately, Xiao Chen flew back like a sandbag. Xiao Chen landed on the water and splashed up a large amount of water. He only managed to stand firm after flying a long distance. Xiao Chen wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips and looked at Lu Ruyue in front. His smile did not diminish. Lu Ruyue's expression returned to normal as she asked Xiao Chen coldly, "Who are you?" The murderous intent on her face no longer existed. Although this was the first time Lu Ruyue met the person before her, She felt a sense of familiarity. There was no sense of unfamiliarity at all. This was the first time Lu Ruyue had experienced something like this in her life. She felt somewhat flustered, but she could only maintain a cold expression and pretend to be calm. Just as Xiao Chun was about to answer, a strong aura rushed over from the distance. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. He was very familiar with this aura. It was the White Dragon King. Xiao Chun glanced at Lu Ruyue and said, "We will meet again. The next time we meet, I will tell you who I am." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, he turned and left. Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chun left, the White Dragon King slowly descended. As the White Dragon King watched Xiao Chun leave, he felt astonished. This fellow is rather courageous. All the major factions of the Divine Dragon Empire are looking for him, yet he still dares to come to the White Dragon Palace. "Adoptive father, do you know this person?" Lu Ruyue asked as she looked at the White Dragon King. When Xiao Chun left, his usual calm immediately gave her some clues from the White Dragon King's face. If Xiao Chun were here, he would definitely feel suspicious about how Lu Ruyue addressed him. The White Dragon King's heart immediately tightened. This girl is still as sharp as before. She noticed the slightest change in his expression. What's going on? A figure flew over from the lake. It was Lu Ruyue. The White Dragon King immediately felt a headache coming. Another problem. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Ruyue pestered him. Quickly speak. Quickly speak. What's going on? I feel like someone was here." Lu Ruyue said. Indeed, someone was here. He wore white clothes and was young. He seemed to be of a mixed blood dragon bloodline. "Xiao Chun. It's Xiao Chun. Father, what did you do to him? Don't hand him over to Ancestor Dragon City." Lu Ruyue immediately guessed who it was. Then she gave the White Dragon King a pitiful look. The White Dragon King sighed in his heart. Then he said helplessly, "It was indeed him. However, I already let him go and did not make things difficult for him. Why didn't you keep him here?" Lu Ruyue immediately retorted angrily. The White Dragon King smiled embarrassedly. "I'm really in the wrong now. It was wrong to keep him here, but it was wrong not to keep him here either. Xiao Chun? The Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Chun, who caused a series of commotion recently and successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. To think that he dares to remain in the Divine Dragon Empire. The Golden Dragon Palace commissioned Ancestor Dragon City to issue a wanted order. However, Lu Ruyue felt incredibly shocked, clearly surprised. Unexpectedly, this person whom she felt so close to had such an identity. "Isn't that very dangerous? Father, please save him," Lu Ruyue said worriedly. The White Dragon King showed a grave expression as he sighed softly. "This trouble is worse than you imagine." Actually, he did not offend Ancestor Dragon City. He offended the Golden Dragon Palace. Back then, when news of him successfully practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist spread, the Golden Dragon Palace prepared to make a move against him. This time, the Supreme Dragon Fist suppressed the Emperor Dragon Fist, making the Golden Dragon Palace nervous. What is the difference between offending Ancestor Dragon City and the Golden Dragon Palace? Lu Ruyue felt confused, not understanding. Lu Ruyue entered deep thought. Then she said softly, "If he offends Ancestor Dragon City, everything will be handled according to the rules. At the very least, he will not die. After investigating the truth, if he is not a spy and there is nothing suspicious about his identity, Ancestor Dragon City might even let bygones be bygones and nurture him. If he offends the Golden Dragon Palace, it will be problematic. If the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor rages, how can anyone survive? Father, I don't care. You have to save him." When Lu Ruyue heard that, her expression immediately turned unsightly. Only now did she realize the severity of the matter. Lu Ruyue looked at the White Dragon King and said, "Adoptive father, this person can be saved. The other Dragon Kings probably do not want him to die. If he lives, he will make the Golden Dragon Palace's people nervous. It might even affect the fight to become the Dragon Emperor." What made the Golden Dragon bloodline nervous was not Xiao Chun but Xiao Chen's Supreme Dragon Fist. The influence that this fist technique had back then was simply too heaven-defying. The previous generation Heaven Dragon nearly used the Supreme Dragon Fist to change the world. It would be a lie to say that the Qin clan, the royal clan of the Golden Dragon bloodline, was not nervous. The White Dragon King observed Lu Ruyue's expression. It looked like this Xiao-chan did not say anything strange to Lu Ruyue, forcefully evoking her memories. He was rather smart. I'll think about this matter. The two of you should not interfere, especially you. Do you hear me? The White Dragon King pointed at Lu Ruyue and threatened her before leaving. Now, only Lu Ruyue and Lu Ruyun remained on the lake. Lu Ruyue smiled and said, "Elder sister, your words are still the most effective." Based on father's appearance, he probably agreed. Lu Ruyue smiled faintly and said, "It's hard to say. The things involved are much more complicated than you imagine. At adoptive father's level, no matter what decision he makes, he will not be affected by emotions. He will only make decisions related to benefits. Of course, you are an exception." "Is that so? Why do I feel that he does not care about me at all? He locked me up in the White Dragon Palace for many years, not letting me out," Lu Ruyue said in dissatisfaction. Chapter 2023. Are you done? Kacha. On this day, when night was about to fall, Xiao-chan got up from the barren mountain where he was cultivating. As long as an aristocratic family had a divine physique, it was a sign of prosperity. As long as his god body grew normally, he could be invincible and achieve an earth-shaking undertaking. This person was a peak consummation holy venerate, only half a step away from sovereign personage. This person was a Dragon's Gate Inner Palace disciple. Your Highness, there's nothing in the south either. In this world of light, the fresh blood was particularly eye-catching. It was like a blood-colored datura flower blossoming in Xiao Qin's palm. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't need to worry so much. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't need his friends to risk their lives to save him. I am Qin Feng, an Inner Palace disciple of the Dragon's Gate. Sorry for disturbing your cultivation. We do not have any ill intentions. As long as you remove your mask and reveal your identity, we will leave. Unlike now, when he had to sneak around even when he was leaving. Sooner or later, he would return in a dignified and above-board manner. A handsome man in a purplish golden dragon robe slowly appeared in the forest with a regal aura emanating from his body. As the Golden Dragon Palace narrowed down the scope, it started to target people with suspicious characteristics. Now that his worries were gone, Xiao-chan set out on his journey. Wearing the death god mask, he hurried through the night. All of a sudden, Qin Feng's countenance changed. There seemed to be an accident happening below. After 2 months of bitter cultivation, Xiao-chan continuously improved his divine dragon body tempering art, heading for peak consummation of the 6th layer. It was called the divine body. Don't flatter me. I'm just a pawn. It was time to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. In the Divine Dragon Empire, there was naturally only one person who could be addressed as the Crown Prince. Just at this moment, dragon roars resounded in the surroundings. Figures continuously gathered in the air towards the desolate mountain. He was very sure that the other party had not confirmed his identity and was only guessing and suspecting him. During the day, Xiao-chan would find a quiet place to cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. At night, he would wear the death god mask and travel. Space was in chaos. Before the two of them could do anything, they were pulled into the world within Xiao Qin's palm. Looking at the corpses of the Dragon Protection Squad members on the ground, Zhang Xian searched the area and fell deep in thought. The Golden Dragon Palace's wise men deduced that Xiao-chan had a treasure that could hide his aura. The Golden Dragon Palace's wise man deduced that Xiao-chan had a treasure that could hide his aura. It could isolate all auras and even prevent him from being divined. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. In the end, he was a Dragon's Gate Inner Palace disciple. He was extremely decisive. Exactly how much the Golden Dragon royalty hate Xiao-chan to of the Divine Dragon to the Dragon Guards. The true Divine Dragon war body completely changed one's physique, becoming an acquired divine body. All kinds of constitutions had all kinds of incredible effects. Among this group of special constitutions there were very few that stood out, and even they had to look up to these special constitutions. To this the chun to the various physique Xiao to was long yuan a 1 and a 2 and a chana this. To the dragon I he of chin. Of chun. Demon Xiao spirit of to was. Xiao from Chan Chen of Chun of realm of Chan 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 and Of. To the Golden Dragon Palace's upper echelon, this was practically impossible. To think that it was so difficult to find a person. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor ordered that we would rather kill the wrong person than let him off. Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he said seriously, "You do not understand what the Supreme Dragon Fist means. All the more, you do not understand what it means for that person to use the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat the Emperor Dragon Fist. If you do not pay attention to it while it is still a flame, when it becomes an overwhelming flame, you will not be able to extinguish it. That would be a tragedy. Even if that person was not Xiao Qian, he would not be someone to offend. He had an extremely strange temper." Right. Under the mask, Xiao Qian showed a calm expression, not flustered at all. One could easily imagine how horrifying it was. Aside from that, everything was fine. The remaining dragon guards beside Qin Feng said, "Young Master Qin, what do you think the chances of this person being Xiao Qian are?" 2 days later in this forest, the Death God mask had its own secret technique, Void Shadow. When used with the third layer of Firmament's Rage, Xiao Qian subdued the enemy in one move. Plants grew wildly in the forests below. Unexpectedly, the boundless saber formation formed by 10 dragon guards got trapped. Xiao Qian spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and said softly, 150 Cauldron Force. This was a group of strong factions that only obeyed the Golden Dragon royalty. They spread throughout the empire, infiltrating every nook and cranny. As long as Xiao Qian was in the Divine Dragon Empire, this group of people would find him sooner or later. In that case, I can only make things difficult for him. What surprised Xiao Qian was that the ones who appeared the most were not the Blood Dragon guards but cultivators with the Golden Dragon race bloodline. As Xiao Qian guessed, Lu Ryue had indeed lost her memories. Whoosh! 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 The dragon guards were stunned for a moment before following. When they arrived beside Qin Feng, they were greatly startled. How can it be like this? Whoosh! After 2 months of pursuit, they had found nothing. There were no traces of Xiao Qian in the Divine Dragon Empire. The 5-element Divine Lightning flowed in Qin Feng's palm. Together with the boundless saber light, it formed a small world in his palm. Xiao Qian slowly understood what the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor meant. In the end, there was only one reason for today's sorry state. He was not strong enough. However, since such people purposely hid their auras, the ones they ran into were not kind. That was enough. Xiao Qian did not have much time to think. He leaped up and flew over. Boundless saber chi spread out, frantically chopping down tree branches and sending shrapnel flying. These people were also prepared to fight at the slightest disagreement. Not long after, more and more people rushed over from all directions. Every time someone arrived, they would kneel down on one knee and respectfully report their arrival. However, it seemed like the faster they chopped, the faster the tree grew. The more they chopped, the taller and larger the tree became. By the time they startled awake, they were already trapped, unable to show themselves. You want to leave now? It's too late. Reaching peak consummation of the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art was just the beginning. The earlier Divine Dragon War Body was a joke. Xiao Qian was not in a rush. The more anxious he was, the easier it would be for things to go wrong. Your Highness the Crown Prince, we have already searched 50 kilometers to the east. There is no sign of young Master Qin Feng's corpse. Being able to see Lu Ryue one last time before leaving the Divine Dragon Empire satisfied Xiao Qian's wish. A light flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes. He desired to become stronger, filled with ambition for his strength. At the foot of the White Dragon Palace, Xiao Qian looked up. He could still see the bright moon, but he could not see the beauty under it. Bang! Let's go. There's no saving these people. They offended someone they should not have offended. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Aside from the Dragon God Crown Prince Qinming, there was no one else. At some point in time, Xiao Qian appeared above the two and executed the third layer of Firmament's Rage. The dragon protecting guard shouted, but the saber formation did not fall into chaos. It materialized a huge dragon of saber light radiating boundless killing chi in hot pursuit. Did this matter really startle the Dragon Emperor? An insignificant holy venerate actually angered the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, to the point that he personally issued a kill order. In this world, there was a small group of people who were born with a special physique, possessing physical bodies that ordinary people could not compare to. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. Having been prepared for this, he easily dodged and headed for the dense forest. Qin Feng's expression turned cold as he waved his hand. The surrounding dragon-protecting guards instantly drew their weapons and formed a saber formation surging with killing qi, surrounding Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan took down these two holy venerates, who could fight with ordinary sovereign personages, in one move. The Tenot dragon-protecting guards formed a saber formation that materialized saber lights filling the air. They formed a boundless killing formation, wanting to forcefully pull in Xiao Chan. As for the divine dragon body tempering art, it used a cultivation technique and the dragon race bloodline to form an acquired divine body. When Xiao Chen punched, his vital qi immediately surged like a dragon, moving around continuously. The force exploded in the fist light, producing a piercing sound that shook the surroundings. The desolate mountain under Xiao Chen's feet trembled. This allowed the clan to rise up and prosper for tens of thousands of years, perhaps even longer. During the 10 days of hiding, Xiao Chan felt that even wearing the death god mask might not be foolproof. Qin Yun's expression remained calm. However, the other ancestor Dragon City disciples around him all held their weapons in their hands. Xiao Chan could not use the transportation formation or send out the demon blood vulture. If he relied on his movement technique, he would need some time to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot agree to your request. Qin Feng left on a whim, directly abandoning this group of dragon protecting guards, not caring about their lives. These are the dragon protecting guards. Soon, a group of dragon race cultivators gathered in front of Xiao Chan. The leader wore golden dragon robes with ancestor Dragon City's insignia on his chest. Blood dripped from his robes, looking very alluring. Xiao Chan nodded and said, "I can't remain in this place. I have to leave quickly. When I cultivate this divine dragon body tempering art to peak consummation, I will be able to undergo a rebirth, becoming no different from a true divine body. At that time, not only will my cultivation advance rapidly, but my physical body will also be terrifyingly strong." As the news continued to spread, the purple gold-robed youth said softly, "This is the first time a royal clan disciple died in the past 2 months. No matter who it is, I will find you." The miserable shrieks in the dense forest below finally stopped. Sang leaped out and arrived beside Xiao Chan. Lightning flashed, saber light flashed, and flesh flew everywhere. Firmament's rage. Xiao Chen's calm voice came from under the mask, containing a trace of cold smile. As Xiao Chan waved his hand, boundless rage spread out in all directions. This person was very polite, further confirming Xiao Chen's guess that the other party had not confirmed his identity. Xiao Chan prepared to attack at any moment. Cultivation techniques that could allow one to cultivate an acquired divine body were extremely rare in the world, few in number. Xiao Chan clenched his fist. The world in his palm no longer had any blind spots. After a while he let go. Xiao Chan withdrew his gaze and hid his thoughts in the depths of his heart. Then he left under the cover of night. I'll leave it like this, then. Furthermore, there was something strange about the death god mask, which could easily give rise to negative emotions. The disciples of the Dragon Protection Squad and the Qin family had all suffered quite a bit over the past 2 months, so their attitudes had become much more polite. Chapter 2024. As time passed, Xiao Chan approached the Divine Dragon Empire's border. Since killing Qin Feng and the group of dragon protecting guards, Xiao Chan had encountered more and more attacks. However, this could not be blamed on Xiao Chan. When the huge gears of an empire started moving, the various organizations worked together. Even with the Death God mask, it was only a matter of time before he got targeted. There was no lack of wise people in the empire. Since you disappeared silently, you definitely have a treasure that can isolate your aura. There was no doubt about it. If that person changed directions and investigated these suspicious people one by one, he would eventually find them. This was something that Xiao Chun could guess. However, he could not guess that the Divine Dragon Crown Prince would make a move to hunt him down as well. Condensing Cloud City. This was the last major city at the northern border of the empire, and one could leave the Divine Dragon Empire. This was the route that Xiao Chun took to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. On a grassland 5,000 kilometers away from the city, Xiao Chan wiped the blood off his tyrant's saber. The corpses of the dragon protecting guards littered the grassland. As Xiao Chan approached the border, the intensity of the pursuit increased. Along the way, Xiao Chan changed his path several times, moving without any pattern. However, he would be found soon. It was hard to imagine how difficult the journey would be without the death god mask. Xiao Chan would probably be found in less than half a month. After passing this city, I should be able to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. Xiao Chan looked into the distance. Although he could not see the silhouette of a city at the limits of his vision, he could sense condensing Cloud City with his spiritual sense. Where do you intend to go next? Sang asked as he looked at Xiao Chan after dealing with the corpses. After leaving the Divine Dragon Empire, he would be free to soar in the vast sky and swim in the vast sea. No matter how vast the world was, there would always be a place for him, Xiao Chan. There were many places that he wanted to go. Xiao Chan even considered returning to the Kunlun realm. However, given Xiao Chen's current cultivation, it would take too much time to go there. He could go to the Yanwu dynasty. His senior brother, Yi Zifeng, was in the Yanwu dynasty's imperial capital and had some friendship with the Soaring Dragon Marquis. He could also go to the Tianwu dynasty. If he was lucky, he might be able to find news of Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chan could go to the Golden Crow Empire, the top of the 8 great empires. Ao Jiao and Yellow Feather were both there, so it was not a bad choice. Even if he could not go anywhere, he could leave the Central Great Realm and go to the Forbidden Seas to search for Xiao Su. The Black Cutlass Pirate Group obtained the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and did very well in the 7 Great Forbidden Seas. With so many choices, Xiao Chan could not make any. Let's go to the Azure Dragon's old lands first. We can decide what to do after that. Xiao Chan said softly after thinking for a while. Blue Chen long ago? They existed for a very long time. I recall that the Azure Dragon bloodline was the leader of the Divine Dragons during the martial epoch. Sang said softly as he recalled. A thought occurred to Xiao Chan. In that case, do you know why the blue dragon died? Sang smiled bitterly. My memories come from the propping mulberry tree. The propping mulberry tree was just a bystander. How could it understand these things? Indeed, that was so. Xiao Chan felt somewhat disappointed. He could only rely on himself to find out more. The imprisoned Heaven Dragon in the Starry Heavens Dragon prison once said that he had been to the Blue Dragon's old land and seemed to know some secrets. However, the Heaven Dragon did not tell Xiao Chan where the Blue Dragon's old land was. Xiao Chan could only search for information about the Blue Dragon's old land in the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Then, he compared it to the current map to see if he could find it. Let's leave this place first. After looking around, Xiao Chan found a desolate place. Then, he took out the Divine Universe Steel. Then, he entered it together with Sang. Now that he had the Death God mask, he could no longer rest easy. He could only take out his final trump card. Unfortunately, after entering the Divine Universe Steel, he could not control it. Otherwise, he could directly hide in the Divine Universe Steel and use it to travel. There would be no risk at all. The world inside the Divine Universe Steel was chaotic, like an unrepaired wasteland. In the future, if you have sufficient resources, you can actually open up a world in this Divine Universe Steel, Sang said softly as he looked around, finding this somewhat unfortunate. This was a spatial divine tool that many sovereign emperors yearned for. However, Xiao Chan could not make use of it. Xiao Chan appeared somewhat helpless. How could he not know that the Divine Universe Steel was just a slightly larger storage ring in his hands? He could not discover its many wondrous uses. In reality, Xiao Chan had only infused his spiritual sense mark into this Divine Universe Steel. He had not completely refined it. Furthermore, Xiao Chan could not say that it was his. If an expert came and snatched it, they could casually erase his spiritual sense mark, and the treasure would instantly change owners. Apart from the two of them, there was also a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, and a sapling of the propping mulberry tree. The 7-colored coiling dragon fruits on the coiling dragon tree flickered with different colors. Xiao Chan sat cross-legged under the tree, cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art. Xiao Chan hoped to master this body tempering art soon and obtain an acquired divine body. Sang took care of the propping mulberry tree sapling at the side. After the sky turned dark, Xiao Chan came out of the divine universe steel and placed it in his body before continuing on his way. A distance of 10,000 miles was not considered far for him. Traveling at full speed, Xiao Chan arrived in front of Condensing Cloud City in less than 4 hours. Condensing Cloud City remained brightly lit at night, looking extraordinarily bustling. The border cities were indeed bustling. Aside from the dangerous forbidden lands, the nearby borders were guarded by dragon race armies, patrolling day and night. If Xiao Chan wanted to cross the border, passing through this city was the most suitable choice. Otherwise, if he took a detour, he would have to travel for another year or so, which would be extremely troublesome. Xiao Chan removed the death god mask, and his facial bones moved. After a while he looked like someone else. This level of disguise could only change one's appearance. It could not hide one's aura. To experts this was not very useful. Xiao Chan had lived in the Divine Dragon Empire for a long time. He had to have left his aura on some items in the hands of the Blood Dragon Guards and the Dragon Protecting Squad. However, he had to take a risk at the final stage. Xiao Chan believed that, be it the Blood Dragon Guards or the Dragon Protecting Squad, he should have left them behind. As long as he rushed, he should be able to cross the border smoothly. Before the city gates, Xiao Chan saw his portrait on a wanted poster pasted on the city walls. Fortunately, the cultivators guarding the city gates were not very strong. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. After handing over the primeval heavenly pills, he smoothly entered the city. At the same time, on the savannah where he fought during the day, the dragon god crown prince Qin Ming stood on the ground and looked around, his expression changing. After a while, the dragon protecting squad appeared and reported the information they collected to him. Interesting. I am one step too slow every time. I really don't believe that this is a coincidence. Qin Ming revealed a mocking smile on his handsome face. He was well aware of the hidden obstruction of certain factions. If the Dragon God Crown Prince could not find Xiao Chan at the start, it would be understandable. Now the Dragon God Crown Prince had narrowed down significantly. To think that he still could not stop the other party. This was truly strange. However, this made sense. The other divine dragon palaces would be happy to see such a person succeed. They would not be willing to let the Golden Dragon Palace's people kill him. Your Highness the Crown Prince, that person should have arrived at Condensing Cloud City already. We can send a command to the Condensing Cloud City's city lord to seal the city first. Then we can catch him like a turtle in a jar. A dragon protecting squad member suggested, sounding very reasonable. However, Qin Ming said indifferently, there's no need. Some people are probably already prepared and cannot be stopped. He is destined to leave the Divine Dragon Empire alive. Your Highness, there is no need to be so pessimistic. We will charge over tonight. Who dares to stop the Dragon Protecting Squad? What if it is the Blood Dragon Guards? The group of Dragon Protecting Guards revealed shocked expressions. Clearly they were somewhat shocked. Why would the Blood Dragon Guards side with Xiao Chan? However, they did not dare to question Qin Ming, not daring to say anything. All of you withdraw. There is no need for the Dragon Protecting Squad to participate in the remaining matters. I already made arrangements long ago. No matter who it is, they will not be able to protect you. Confidence flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he waved his hand for the Dragon Protecting Squad to withdraw. Yes, the Dragon Protecting Squad members withdrew, not daring to resist. Qin Ming looked at the city in the distance under the night sky. Then he stood upright with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Since I guessed your plans, how could I not have made arrangements?" Chapter 2025. Under the night sky in Condensing Cloud City, Xiao Chan walked the streets. Even though it was late at night, this border city was still bustling with activity, brightly lit. Xiao Chan did not choose to rashly exit closed-door cultivation. Instead, he found an inconspicuous inn to check in. After checking in, he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. The divine dragon body tempering arts energy circulated in his body. The rhythm of his breathing slowly changed along with the energy. After a while, azure-colored dragon chi soared up from Xiao Chen's body, burning like flames. The flames slowly burned up all the impurities in Xiao Chen's body, expelling them bit by bit. After 3 months of cultivation, Xiao Qin's divine dragon body tempering art was already very close to perfection of the 6th layer. He could break through at any moment. This was the divine dragon body tempering art. It continuously modified Xiao Qin's physical body, subtly refining it into an acquired divine body. An acquired divine body was not something that could be accomplished in a day. From the moment Xiao Qin started cultivating, the refinement of his divine body had already begun. Dragon bones, dragon tendons, dragon blood. These were changes that Xiao Qin did not realize at the start. They were preparations for an acquired divine body. When the sky brightened, the first ray of sunlight from the east shone into the room. As the sun rose in the east, purple qi arrived. Following that, strands of purple qi shone in. Azure smoke came from Xiao Qin's body. Amid the haze, crunching sounds came from his bones as they squirmed. Xiao Qin's already changed appearance forcibly recovered. Xiao Qin experienced a kind of extreme pain. He felt as if his body was being cut into pieces by thousands of knives, as if countless iron hammers were pounding on him. This was an indescribable pain. It was also a transformation that one had to experience in order to refine an acquired divine body and undergo a complete rebirth. Only when the blazing sun was high in the sky did the pain in Xiao Qin's body stop. He opened his eyes with some difficulty. The glaring sunlight made his eyes hurt. However, in the next moment, his physical body adapted to the intensity of the sunlight and released a bright light. The divine dragon body tempering art's 6th layer succeeded. Xiao Qin exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His eyes were extremely sharp. From head to toe, from inside to outside, he felt as if he had been reborn. With a thought, the vital qi in Xiao Qin's body gathered, and the formless vital qi appeared. As the vital qi flowed through Xiao Qin's body, it turned into many faint azure lines. Xiao Qin clenched his right fist and gathered the countless faint azure vital qi in his body. They instantly gathered together and formed a strand of dragon-shaped vital qi, which gathered in the fist light. Xiao Qin immediately sensed that the power contained in the fist had reached an extremely terrifying level. A total of 200 cauldrons of force. Is this a body? Xiao Qin was astonished. The change was so great that it completely exceeded his imagination. Why did you not cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you? You have the cheek to call this the divine dragon war body? Don't embarrass me. Quickly go and cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. Stop wasting time. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's disdainful words appeared in Xiao Qin's mind. Indeed, the blood-soaked dragon emperor did not bully him. It turned out that the divine dragon body tempering art that Xiao Qin did not pay much attention to back then was such a vast fortune. Furthermore, this was just the beginning. Xiao Qin's acquired divine body had changed Xiao Qin's physique from the very foundation. In the past, Xiao Qin only had astonishing comprehension ability. His physique and aptitude were not considered excellent. However, now that he had an acquired divine body, his comprehension ability was even better. His future potential was simply unimaginable. Gurgle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from his stomach. Strangely, Xiao Qin discovered that he was hungry. At Xiao Qin's cultivation realm, he no longer needed food in the mundane world. He only needed to satisfy his desire for good food once in a while. Now he was actually hungry. This was truly strange. After tidying up and changing his appearance, Xiao Qin chose a window seat on the 2nd floor of the inn. He ordered many dishes and wine in one go. After the dishes were served, he ate heartily, feeling incredibly carefree. He had not eaten to his heart's content in a long time. Dear customer, your appetite is really huge. Even though strong men among cultivators would not be able to finish all the food and wine on the table. The waiter came over and looked at Xiao Qin with a smile. It seemed like he wanted to ask for a tip. Xiao Qin smiled but did not say anything, not saying anything. After Xiao Qin's divine body was newly formed, he needed to replenish it. Naturally, others would not understand. It looks like you have not eaten anything good for a few months already. When the waiter saw that Xiao Qin did not say anything, his smile did not fade. He sat across from Xiao Qin and picked up a cup of wine to drink. Xiao Qin's heart sank as he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After carefully sizing up the place, he was shocked to discover that the guests on the 2nd floor had been replaced by experts with withdrawn killing qi at some point in time. It's the blood dragon guards. Just as Xiao Chan felt bewildered, the waiter's expression changed. After a while, it turned into a face that Xiao Chan was familiar with. It was Vice Hall Master Li of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Little brother Xiao Chan, it looks like your disguise is not up to standard. Vice Hall Master Li looked at Xiao Chan with a smile, appearing somewhat cocky. Xiao Chan had not seen through Vice Hall Master Li's disguise. Xiao Chan wiped off the grease on his lips and said softly, I underestimated the Blood Dragon Guard's ability. I thought that I managed to deceive everyone, and that no one noticed me along the way. It turns out that the Blood Dragon Guards have been watching my every move. At this point, if Xiao Chan still did not realize that the Blood Dragon Guards knew his every move, he would be a fool. Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, There's no need to be humble. The Blood Dragon Guard spent a lot of effort to find you. If you were not in the Divine Dragon Empire, we would not have been able to find you. First Palace Master, how is it? Xiao Chan did not say anything else, only asking about the topic that he was most concerned about. Vice Hall Master Li sighed softly. You are still the Xiao Chan that I know. You did not ask me why I did not capture you first. Don't worry. The First Palace Master is fine. With his prestige in the Heaven Dragon Palace, no one dares to truly touch him. However, he will definitely not be able to escape being imprisoned for several decades. Compared to that, you should be more concerned about yourself. Xiao Chan smiled helplessly. If they wanted to capture me, they would have done so long ago. If I guess right, the Golden Dragon Palace has always been one step behind me. Is that also because of your contributions that the Golden Dragon Palace has been one step behind me? Indeed, that's right. The Blood Dragon Guards, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign, personally ordered us to escort you out. Don't ask me why. I don't know either. Vice Hall Master Li shrugged, indicating that he did not know. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign ordered us to escort me out of the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiao Chan felt incredibly shocked. This was truly unexpected. He had never seen that person before. Furthermore, an expert on the level of the Shadow Dragon Sovereign was not someone Xiao Chan could deal with. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign already stood at the peak of the entire Central Great Realm. Let's go. We already controlled this city in advance. The Golden Dragon Palace and the Dragon Protecting Guards will not be able to find us here, Vice Hall Master Li said as he stood up. Xiao Chan left behind a few spirit jades and stood up to leave with Vice Hall Master Li. However, he could not resolve the doubts in his heart. Vice Hall Master Li sent Xiao Chan off. As he said, Xiao Chan did not encounter any interference and came out of closed-door cultivation smoothly. When Xiao Chan looked back, he saw Condensing Cloud City behind him. A vast and boundless ancient swamp lay before him. This place was called Cloud Water Marsh. There was a spring for 5 kilometers and a river for 50 kilometers. When looking from a distance, one could only see a vast mist, not knowing how deep the ancient swamp was. After stepping into Cloud Water Marsh, one would be considered to have left the Divine Dragon Empire and be completely safe. However, Cloud Water Marsh itself was not peaceful. Ferocious beasts roamed it, and the environment was complicated. Just as Xiao Chan looked around, a murderous chi surged over. Xiao Chan immediately sensed danger. It was Vice Hall Master Li. To think that he attacked me. Xiao Chan did not have much time to think. In the time it took for a spark to fly, his vital chi surged as he threw a punch. Bang! Xiao Chen's fist light landed on Vice Hall Master Li's right shoulder. Vice Hall Master Li's palm strike landed on Xiao Chen's left shoulder. Pussy. Vice Hall Master Li vomited a mouthful of blood. He nearly fainted from the pain. The bones in his right shoulder shattered, causing him to grimace in pain. The impact knocked Xiao Chen back. When he landed, he happened to land on Cloud Water Marsh. Xiao Chen was not injured at all. This startled him awake. Vice Hall Master Li was putting on an act, sending him to the final floor. The Blood Dragon Guards helped Vice Hall Master Li up after wiping the blood off his lips. Then he smiled bitterly. This fellow is really ruthless. He nearly took half my life. That's fine. At least I can account for my injuries. Let's go back. As Xiao Chan watched Vice Hall Master Li's group leave, he silently thanked them in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Chan was already outside the Divine Dragon Empire. He felt somewhat complicated. Previously, he had put in a lot of effort to get to this place. Now, for the sake of leaving, he paid an even greater price than before. Fate was truly unpredictable. The matters of the world were like a game of Go, unpredictable. But sooner or later he would definitely come back. He would come back in an upright and above-board manner. Xiao Chun took one last look at the empire's border, at the final city. Then he turned around and entered Cloudwater Marsh's hazy white fog. However, was he really safe after entering Cloudwater Marsh? Chapter 2026. The sky was vast and the water was vast. There was a spring for 5 kilometers around and a river for 50 kilometers around. Cloudwater Marsh lived up to its reputation. Clatter! Clatter! Xiao Chun stepped on the muddy ground, traveling light as he advanced through the mist. The next 3 days were calm. Aside from some blind ferocious beasts, there were no other disturbances. At this point Xiao Chun relaxed, knowing that he was safe. However, he did not let down his guard. After putting in so much effort, the Golden Dragon Palace would not let him off so easily. At the very least, Xiao Chun had to cross Cloudwater Marsh. As Xiao Chun familiarized himself with his acquired divine body, he traveled. He did not fall behind in his cultivation either. 7 days later, Xiao Chun roughly familiarized himself with his acquired divine body. Cloudwater Marsh, which had had enough, was about to leave. Everything was developing in a good direction. Woo! Woo! What is that sound? A flute? However, just as Xiao Chun lowered his guard to its lowest, something strange happened. Suddenly, melodious flute music rang out in the vast mist. Xiao Chun looked around, feeling confused. The flute music surrounded him, but he could not figure it out. Xiao Chun shouted, "Which friend is playing the flute? Why not show yourself and meet me?" The flute music suddenly stopped, and a person slowly walked out of the mist in front. Xiao Chun's body was like jade, and he looked delicate and pretty. He held a flute in his hand as he floated over. Within the mist, he looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world. There were 3 scarlet marks on his forehead, forming a beautiful scarlet orchid. A white cloud flies in the depths of the white clouds. A dot of azure and red reflects the moonlight. I am Bai Yunfei. I was entrusted by Qin Ming to wait for Brother Xiao for a long time. Bai Yunfei. Xiao Chun had heard of this person before. He was the top expert of the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan's younger generation. In the White Marsh Beast Empire, he held the same status as Qin Ming. Many years ago, Bai Yunfei's name had shaken the northern region. He could be said to be unrivaled among the northern region's younger generation, extremely strong. To think that Qin Ming actually invited him out, Xiao Chun's heart sank. He said coldly, "Since when did the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan become Qin Ming's lackey?" Bai Yunfei said softly, "Brother Xiao, don't be angry. I only owe him a favor. If you have any requests, I might be able to satisfy them before I die." Xiao Chun's thoughts spun rapidly. This person's cultivation was too high. His talent, comprehension, and bloodline were all 1 in a million. He'd laid down a solid foundation long before he came to the central world. If he was given another year and a half, he might be able to compete with this person. But now it was a little difficult. At the same time, he realized that Vice Hall Master Li and the others might have been deceived. Qin Ming might have been deliberately attracting the Blood Dragon Guard's attention in the Divine Dragon Empire. He knew that even if he were to make a move within the Empire, he would be obstructed. He might as well let him go and let Bai Yunfei kill him without any interference. What a good plan. To be able to make Qin Ming feel assured that Bai Yunfei alone would be able to intercept and kill him. This Qin Ming was truly confident. Cloudwater Marsh happened to be a place where the White Marsh Beast Empire cultivators could bring out their full combat prowess. Enough nonsense. Make your move. With a cold face, Xiao Chun paid no attention to Bai Yunfei's hypocrisy. I originally kept my heart as bright as the moon. Unfortunately, Brother Zhao's enmity for me is too deep. Bai Yunfei shook his head gently. As he held the flute with his right hand, he slowly patted his left palm. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. The other party's patting seemed somewhat strange. Oh no! Xiao Chun gently pushed off with his feet. In that instant, his figure soared into the air, spreading his arms. Boom! A large snake suddenly appeared where Xiao Chan originally stood, its gaping maw biting empty air. Xiao Chan could not help breaking out in a cold sweat. Had he been slower, he would have ended up in this beast's stomach. This person's heart was truly like that of a venomous snake, extremely sinister. As Bai Yunfei spoke, he actually hit a killing move in secret. Furthermore, he still appeared calm. Good movement technique, Bai Yunfei praised as he pointed with his flute. In the next moment, thousands of snake images shot out of the marsh, charging at Xiao Chan like arrows. Rumble! The ground trembled. The scene of thousands of snakes flying was truly shocking. When they appeared at the same time, they erupted with an aura even more terrifying than dragon might. Let's see how you break this. My flute already controlled all the large snakes within 5,000 kilometers. Bai Yunfei stood upright with his hands behind his back, appearing calm and confident in the mist. In Bai Yunfei's opinion, from the moment Xiao Chan saw him, Xiao Chan was already a dead man. The only thing left to guess was whether Bai Yunfei would finish off Xiao Chan in 3 moves, 2 moves or 1 move. Firmament's rage. Just as Bai Yunfei was calculating how Xiao Chan would block and how he would deal a fatal blow after being severely injured, Xiao Chan, who was in the air, suddenly opened his palm. In that instant he caught all the thousands of snake images in his palm. Boom! Xiao Chan clenched his fist. When he opened his palm again, blood spurted into the air. Lightning and saber lights rained down in the sky. Xiao Chen's palm strike broke the killing move that he set up calmly. Go! While the other party was stunned, Xiao Chan turned into a flash of lightning and flew over Bai Yunfei's head. Damn it! Bai Yunfei was startled and furious. He had not expected Xiao Chan to break this move so easily. By the time the shock passed, Xiao Chan had already turned into a flash of lightning, flying 500 kilometers away. You want to run? It's not that simple. Clouds with the flip of the hand. Bai Yunfei revealed a grave expression for the first time. With a wave of his hand, mist soared for 5,000 kilometers around, condensing into an unending stream of white clouds. Just as the righteous Dao Xiao Chan was feeling uncertain, the white clouds for 5,000 kilometers around suddenly turned into towering mountains, falling down one after another. Xiao Chan was forced to reveal himself. He continuously punched out, shattering the mountains. His speed was greatly restricted. Rain with a flip of the hand. Bai Yunfei shouted coldly and attacked again. Fine rain fell from the white clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. This water is poisonous? When Xiao Chan came into contact with the drop, he immediately discovered that his veritable essence energy was being suppressed. The white rainwater turned into black poisonous gas that relentlessly attacked his physical body. Fortunately, Xiao Chan already had an acquired divine body and did not fear this poisonous water. However, the rain continued endlessly, corroding his body. In the end, it was a problem. Xiao Chan cursed in his heart. This person is really like a venomous snake, sinister and vicious and relentless. After being targeted, it is extremely troublesome to shake him off. After being targeted by me, Bai Yunfei, you still want to leave? Bai Yunfei flew up, moving like a venomous snake. A jade-green light appeared in his eyes, and his figure moved strangely fast. Die! Xiao Chan ignored the poisonous rain in the air. He took out the god shadow bow, turned around and fired an arrow. Bai Yunfei drew back the bowstring and released. The arrow arrived before Bai Yunfei at a frighteningly fast speed. A soul tool. This startled Bai Yunfei, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. He gathered his sovereign will on his forehead and shot it out, immediately pausing the arrow. Then Bai Yunfei quickly dodged, leaving only an afterimage. Boom! The arrow struck the afterimage and instantly tore it apart. The arrow continued forward, blasting a huge pit in the ground. Bai Yunfei dodged this arrow by a hair's breadth. He frowned heavily, revealing an even graver expression. Unexpectedly, the other party had a soul tool. That was to say, he had a chance of killing Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan was no longer in an invincible position. Now there was the risk of dying. I just knew that Qin Ming's mission would not be easy. Bai Yunfei cursed in his heart. He felt that Qin Ming had tricked him. Killing this Xiao Chan was not an easy task. Originally, Bai Yunfei thought that he could kill Xiao Chan in a few moves and return the favor to Xiao Chan. Now it looked like things were not that simple. That's fine as well. Let me see how many arrows you can shoot. Bai Yunfei soared up and gave chase again. He actually missed. Since using the God Shadow Bow, this was the first time that Xiao Chan missed an opponent. The poisonous rain had already sealed off the path in front. Xiao Chan clenched his teeth and relied on his divine dragon war body to endure the rain as he continued flying forward. As long as Xiao Chan left Cloud Watermarsh, the other party would not be so terrifying. At that time he would have a much greater chance of escaping. This fellow's physical body. Bai Yunfei felt incredibly shocked when he saw Xiao Chan moving through the rain. Bai Yunfei understood the horror of the poison in the rain the best. He had once relied on this poison to kill 10 sovereign personages when he was a holy venerate, shaking up the northern region. Now, someone could move about fearlessly in this poisonous rain. How could Bai Yunfei not be shocked? This person has to die. Bai Yunfei made up his mind. Even if Qin Ming did not kill Xiao Chen, he had to deal with this future problem. To think that Xiao Chen's killing move failed. In the future, Xiao Chen would definitely be Xiao Chen's nemesis.